The History of White People. Also by Nell, Irvin painter. Creating Black Americans, African American History and Its Meanings, 1619 to the Present. Southern History Across the Color Line. Sojourner Truth, A Life, A Symbol. Standing at Armageddon, the United States, 1877–1919. The Narrative of Hosea Hudson, His Life as a Negro Communist in the South. Exodus Usters, Black Migration to Kansas after Reconstruction. Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, Penguin Classic Edition. Narrative of Sojourner Truth, Penguin Classic Edition. The History of White People. Nell, Irvin painter. Introduction. I might have entitled this book Constructions of White Americans from Antiquity to the Present, because it explores a concept that lies within a history of events. I have chosen this strategy because race is an idea, not a fact, and its questions demand answers from the conceptual rather than the factual realm. American history offers up a large bounty of commentary on what it means to be non-white, moving easily between alternations in the meaning of race as color, from colored to Negro to Afro-American to Black to African American, always associating the idea of blackness with slavery. But little attention has been paid to history's equally confused and flexible discourses on the white races and the old slave trade from Eastern Europe. I use white races in the plural, because for most of the past centuries when race really came down to matters of law, educated Americans firmly believed in the existence of more than one European race. It is possible, and important, to investigate that other side of history without trivializing the history we already know so well. Let me state categorically that while this is not history in white versus black, I do not by any means underestimate or ignore the overwhelming importance of black race in America. I am familiar with the truly gigantic literature that explains the meaning, importance, and honest-to-God reality of the existence of race when it means black. In comparison with this preoccupation, statutory and biological definitions of white race remain notoriously vague, the leavings of what is not black. 1 But this vagueness does not indicate lack of interest, quite to the contrary, for another vast historical literature, much less known today, explains the meaning, importance, and honest-to-God reality of the existence of white races. It may seem odd to begin a book on Americans in antiquity, a period long before Europeans discovered the Western Hemisphere and thousands of years before the invention of the concept of race. But given the prevalence of the notion that race is permanent, many believe it possible to trace something recognizable as the white race back more than 2,000 years. In addition, not a few Westerners have attempted to racialize antiquity, making ancient history into white race history and classics into a lily-white field complete with pictures of blonde ancient Greeks. Transforming the ancients into Anglo-Saxon ancestors made classics unwelcoming to African American classicists. 2 The blonde ancient Greek narrative may no longer be taught in schools, but it lives on as a myth to be confronted in these pages. Before launching the trip back to ancient times, however, it may be useful to make a few remarks about the role of science or science of race. I resist the temptation to place the word science, even theories and assertions of the most spurious, pernicious, or ridiculous kind, in quotation marks, for the task of deciding what is sound science and what is cultural fantasy would quickly become all-consuming. Better to note the qualifications of yesterday's scientists than to brand as mere science their thought that has not stood the test of time. I give scholars of repute in their day pride of place in my pages, no matter that some of their thinking has fallen by the wayside. Today we think of race as a matter of biology, but a second thought reminds us that the meanings of race quickly spill out of merely physical categories. Even in so circumscribed a place as one book, the meanings of white race reach into concepts of labor, gender, and class, and images of personal beauty that seldom appear in analyses of race. Work plays a central part in race talk, because the people who do the work are likely to be figured as inherently deserving the toil and poverty of laboring status. It is still assumed, wrongly, that slavery anywhere in the world must rest on a foundation of racial difference. Time and again, the better classes have concluded that those people deserve their lot, it must be something within them that puts them at the bottom. In modern times, we recognize this kind of reasoning as it relates to black race, but in other times the same logic was applied to people who were white, especially when they were impoverished immigrants seeking work. Those at the very bottom were slaves. Slavery has helped construct concepts of white race in two contradictory ways. First, American tradition equates whiteness with freedom while consigning blackness to slavery. The history of unfree white people slumbers in popular forgetfulness, though white slavery, like black slavery, moved people around and mixed up human genes on a massive scale. The important demographic role of the various slave trades is all too often overlooked as a historical force. In the second place, the term Caucasian as a designation for white people originates in concepts of beauty related to the white slave trade from Eastern Europe, and whiteness remains embedded in visions of beauty found in art history and popular culture. Today most Americans envision whiteness as racially indivisible, though ethnically divided. This is the scheme anthropologists laid out in the mid-20th century. By this reckoning, there were only three real races: Mongoloid, Negroid, and Caucasoid, but countless ethnicities. Today, however, biologists and geneticists, not to mention literary critics, no longer believe in the physical existence of races, though they recognize the continuing power of racism, the belief that races exist, and that some are better than others. It took some 2 centuries to reach this conclusion, after countless racial schemes had spun out countless different numbers of races, even of white races, and attempts at classification produced frustration. Although science today denies race any standing as objective truth, and the U.S. Census faces taxonomic meltdown, many Americans cling to race as the unschooled cling to superstition. So long as racial discrimination remains a fact of life and statistics can be arranged to support racial difference, the American belief in races will endure. But confronted with the actually existing American population, its distribution of wealth, power, and beauty, the notion of American whiteness will continue to evolve, as it has since the creation of the American Republic. 1. Greeks and Scythians. Were there white people in antiquity? Certainly some assume so, as though categories we use today could be read backwards over the millennia. People with light skin certainly existed well before our own times. But did anyone think they were white or that their character related to their color? No, for neither the idea of race nor the idea of white people had been invented, and people's skin color did not carry useful meaning. What mattered was where they lived. Were their lands damp or dry? Were they virile or prone to impotence, hard or soft? Could they be seduced by the luxuries of civilized society, or were they warriors through and through? What were their habits of life? Rather than as white people, Northern Europeans were known by vague tribal names, Scythians and Celts, then Gauls and Germani. But if one asks, say, who are the Scythians? The question sets us off down a slippery slope, for, over time and especially in earliest times, any search for the ancestors of white Americans perforce leads back to non-literate peoples who left no documents describing themselves. Point 1. Thus, we must sift through the intellectual history Americans claim as Westerners, keeping in mind that long before science dictated the terms of human difference as race, long before racial scientists began to measure heads and concoct racial theory, ancient Greeks and Romans had their own means of describing the peoples of their world as they knew it more than 2 millennia ago. And inevitably, the earliest accounts of our story are told from on high, by rulers dominant at a particular time. Power affixes the markers of history. Furthermore, any attempt to trace biological ancestry quickly turns into legend, for human beings have multiplied so rapidly, by 1,000 or more times in some 200 years, and by more than 32,000 times in 300 years. Evolutionary biologists now reckon that the 6 to 7 billion people now living share the same small number of ancestors living 2 or 3,000 years ago. These circumstances make nonsense of anybody's pretensions to find a pure racial ancestry. Nor are notions of Western cultural purity any less spurious. Without a doubt, the sophisticated Egyptian, Phoenician, Minoan, and Persian societies deeply influenced the classical culture of ancient Greece, which some still imagine as the West's pure and unique source. That story is still to come, for the obsession with purity, racial and cultural, arose many centuries after the demise of the ancients. Suffice it to say that our search for the history of white people must begin in the misty mixture of myth and reality that comprises ancient Greek literature. Early on, most Greek notions about peoples living along their northeastern border, especially that vaguely known place called the Caucasus, were mythological. Point 2 Known to Westerners since prehistoric times, the Caucasus is a geographically and ethnically complex area lying between the Black and Caspian Seas and flanked north and south by two ranges of the Caucasus Mountains. The northern Caucasus Range forms a natural border with Russia. The southern, Lesser Caucasus physically separates the area from Turkey and Iran. The Republic of Georgia lies between the disputed region of the Caucasus, Turkey, Armenia, Iran, and Azerbaijan. See Figure 1.1, Black Sea region. According to Greek mythology, Jason and his Argonauts sought the Golden Fleece in the Caucasus, land of Chalkis, near the present-day Georgian city of Poti, obtaining it from King Aetes, thanks to the magical powers of the king's daughter, the Princess Medea. In Homer's Odyssey, Circe, the sister of King Aetes, transforms half of Odysseus's men into animals and seduces Odysseus. Later on, Hesiod and Aeschylus take up the tale of Prometheus, son of a Titan, punished for having stolen the secret of fire from Zeus, who chains Prometheus to a mountain in the Caucasus and sends an eagle to peck at his liver every day for 30,000 years. 3 One can see that to the Greeks, almost anything goes on in the Caucasus. Furthermore, Greek mythology accords women of the Caucasus extraordinary powers, whether the magical of Medea and Circe, or the warlike of the Amazons, variously located in a number of places, including the Caucasus. Even today, these myths reverberate. 4. Fig 1.1. The Black Sea region today. Underlying the idea that all people originated between the Black and the Caspian Seas is the text of Genesis 8:1, which has Noah's Ark coming to rest on the mountains of Ararat after the flood. In the 13th century, Marco Polo located Mount Ararat in Armenia, just south of Georgia in eastern Turkey, at the juncture of Armenia, Iraq, and Iran in the country of the Kurds. At any rate, Mount Ararat, at 5,185 meters, or some 17,000 feet high, is Turkey's highest mountain and is still believed by many to mark the site of post-Diluvian human history in Western Asia. Nor have recent events lessened its importance. 20th and 21st century wars contest access to oil. South Ossetia, Azerbaijan, Grozny, Mako, and the Caspian Sea, especially Baku, hold rich old deposits. Earlier trade brought slaves, wine, fruit, and other agricultural produce from the valleys along the Black Sea, and a variety of natural resources, e.g., manganese, coal, copper, molybdenum, and tungsten. Current iconography of the Caucasus shows bombed-out cities and oil rigs of Chechnya or bearded nationalists called terrorists by the Russians. Occasional photographs of Caucasians show gnarled old people as proof of the life-prolonging powers of yogurt. There was a time when the people of the Caucasus were thought the most beautiful in the world. But documentary images making this case in pictures, not just words, have proven elusive. By contrast, vague and savage notions had lodged in the Greek mind concerning Scythians and Celts, who lived in what is now considered Europe. Voicing broad ethnic generalities, Greeks had words Scythai, Scythian, and Koltoi, Celt, to designate far distant barbarians. Scythian, for instance, simply meant little-known, northeastern, illiterate, Stone Age peoples, and Celt denoted hidden people, painted people, strange people, and barbarians to the west. We cannot know what those people called themselves, for the Greek names stuck. Nor can we know how many of those situated in northern, western, and eastern Europe, 2,000 or 3,000 years ago or earlier, became the biological ancestors of 19th century German, English, and Irish people and 20th century Italians, Jews, and Slavs. 5 We know from Greek descriptions of their habits that, whether chiefs or slaves, all had light-colored skin. For a sense of this vagueness, recall the naming skills of 15th century Europeans as they looked west in the Americas. Their backs to the Atlantic Ocean, Europeans described sparsely settled people they had never seen before as Indians. Such precision regarding faraway, unlettered peoples has been commonplace throughout the ages. Those at a distance became the other end, easily conquered, the lesser. But not in antiquity because of race. Ancient Greeks did not think in terms of race, later translators would put that word in their mouths, instead, Greeks thought of place. Africa meant Egypt and Libya. Asia meant Persia as far to the east as India. Europe meant Greece and neighboring lands as far west as Sicily. Western Turkey belonged to Europe because Greeks lived there. Indeed, most of the Greek-known world lay to the east and south of what would become recognizable later as Europe. Mostly, Greek scholars focused on climate to explain human difference. Humors arising from each climate's relative humidity or aridness explained a people's temperament. Where the seasons do not change, people were labeled placid. Where seasons shift dramatically, their dispositions were said to display wildness, unsociability, and spirit. For frequent shocks to the mind impart wildness, destroying tameness, and gentleness. Those words come from Hippocrates' airs, waters, and places. 6. Distance was all, for travel went at the speed of foot and hoof. Scythians roamed from Georgia in the Caucasus and the lands around the Euxine, Black Sea to the steppes of Ukraine and on east to Siberia. Interestingly, the word Ukraine stems from Polish and Russian language roots meaning edge of the world. 7 Russians and Ukrainians who now claim ancient Scythians as glorious ancestors look to Yalta in the Crimea as their ancestral home. Some Russian ancestors surely would have lived there, but the region's tumultuous history renders any single origin an invented tradition. Black Sea ancestors were Scythians, yes, but must also have included invaders and migrants of Tartar, Russian, Polish, Turkish, Iranian, and Chinese origin at the very least. Nowadays, the notion of Celtic ancestry is widely appealing. Thinking wishfully, self-proclaimed Celts like to root themselves in French Brittany, the islands of the English Channel, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland, easily separating themselves from Germans, Anglo-Saxons, and Franks. The Greeks, for their part, could not go so far. Across 2.5 millennia and lacking good intelligence, they first situated the barbarian Celts in various places from the Danube to the Iberian Peninsula, only later widening Celtic ethnography as Greek scholars learned from long-distance traders, travelers, and one another. Historians of antiquity credit the traveler and geographer Hecataeus of Miletus, ca. 550 ca. 490 BCE, as the first Greek to map the whereabouts of Celts and Scythians. We know little about him except that he traveled to Egypt and recognized the extent and power of the Persian Empire. But he must have been more widely traveled, for he locates the trading center Massilia, modern French Marseilles, in the land of the Ligurians, near the land of the Celts, and he mentions a Celtic settlement in what is now the southeastern Austrian state of Styria. 8 Hecataeus also sees much else. The Black Sea sits near the middle of the map, just to the right of Thrace, with the Sea of Azov sticking up above it. His Danube, Dnieper, and Don rivers correctly empty into the Black Sea from the left, the center, and the Sea of Azov, and the Caspian Sea lies at the far upper right at the edge of the world. Lastly, Hecataeus takes a leap, placing the Scythians between the Danube and the Dnieper rivers and the Celts in the west, left of what we call the Italian peninsula. 9.5 century later, Herodotus ridiculed Hecataeus's map as vague and untrustworthy, and so it is. But the Greeks were reaching out and learning more. Born 70 years after Hecataeus, Herodotus of Halicarnassus, ca. 480 ca. 427 BCE, had an advantage, and he seized it, gaining acclaim as the West's first systematic historian, indeed as the father of history, a title given him by the great Roman orator Cicero. So lasting was Herodotus's reputation that his likeness, real or imagined, was carved in stone in Greece a century or so after his death and copied later in Rome. 10 Born and raised in what is now western Turkey, he traveled widely, took good notes, and produced the first unified world history, encompassing Egypt, Africa, Western Asia, as well as Greece, Europe. Where earlier scholars had repeated hearsay, Herodotus seems actually to have visited Egypt, Babylonia, the Balkans, and the Black Sea region. He also most likely reported on Scythians as an eyewitness. 11 Herodotus's history, written in 440 BCE, chronicles a succession of great wars fought between Persians and Greeks during the period 499–479 BCE. More important for our purposes, the history also describes barbarians surrounding the Greek known world. Quite naturally, Herodotus puts Greece in the middle of everything and sings its praises. Even so, by modifying Hecataeus's map of 50 years earlier, he did improve upon it greatly. Of course, Herodotus's world is still flat. That notion would stand for another 1,000 years. But he displayed it wider, including the entire Mediterranean Sea, the Celts in the Iberian Peninsula, and the Scythians north of the Black Sea. He also grants the Amazons an appearance, east of the other Scythians and north of the Caucasus. Living in the eastern Mediterranean, Herodotus knew far more about eastern Scythians than about western Celts, who lived too far away for him to have good information. Much of Book 4 of the history describes the various Scythian tribes and their territory. Although concentrating on the settled royal Scythians around the lower Danube, Dniester, and Dnieper rivers all emptied into the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, Herodotus's descriptions reach out to nomadic peoples far east of the Ural Mountains and around the Caspian Sea. Looking east from Athens, Herodotus held an advantage denied earlier historians, for by the time he wrote in the mid-5th century, the Greek Empire extended to the Black Sea, and some Scythian groups were in regular commercial contact with Greeks and Persians. Other various tribes, lumped into the Scythian melange for convenience, were merely designated as wild. Sharing a common view of Scythians as preeminent warriors, Herodotus was agog at what he described as their savage and drug-riddled life in what is now southern Ukraine, not to mention their circumcised penises. 12 Herodotus knew, perhaps as an eyewitness historians remain divided on this point, that Scythians smoked marijuana and substituted drug use for bathing. The Scythians, as I said, take some of this hemp seed, and, creeping under the felt coverings, throw it upon the red-hot stones. Immediately it smokes, and gives out such a vapor as no Grecian vapor bath can exceed. The Scyths, delighted, shout for joy, and this vapor serves them instead of a water bath, for they never by any chance wash their bodies with water. 13. Herodotus's Scythians also drink the blood of the first man they kill in battle, then cut off their victims' heads for delivery to their king or chief for payment. The Scyth is proud of these scalps, Herodotus reports, and hangs them from his bridle rein. The greater the number of such napkins that a man can show, the more highly is he esteemed among them. Many make themselves cloaks, like the sheepskin garments of our peasants, by sewing a quantity of these scalps together. Bodies of the vanquished serve a further use as showy quivers for arrows made of the skin of a right arm. Now the skin of a man is thick and glossy, and would in whiteness surpass almost all other hides. Some even flay the entire body of their enemy, and stretching it upon a frame carry it about with them wherever they ride. The skulls of their very worst enemies served as drinking cups, lined, if the Scythian could afford it, with gold. 14. As for the Amazons, Herodotus found them fascinating as well. After marrying and settling down, Tihi women of the Sauromatae have continued from that day to the present to observe their ancient customs, frequently hunting on horseback with their husbands, sometimes even unaccompanied, in war taking the field, and wearing the very same dress as the men. The history also describes man-women as skilled soothsayers called Enares. 15. Hippocrates, ancient Greece's greatest physician and the father of Western medicine, from the Greek island of Kos, off the coast of Herodotus's Halicarnassus, in western Turkey, also wrote widely and with great confidence on many other matters at the peak of Greek imperial power in the 3rd and 4th centuries BCE. His De Aeri, Aquis et Locis, Airs, Waters, and Places, a universal encyclopedia from 400 BCE, includes the barbarian ways of Scythians, Asians, and Greeks and, true to his medical interests, their practices of sexuality and reproduction. For Hippocrates, topology and water determine body type, leading to differences between peoples of bracing, high terrain and those in low-lying meadows. Lowlanders he posited as broad, fleshy, and black-haired. They themselves are dark rather than fair, less subject to phlegm than to bile. Similar bravery and endurance are not by nature part of their character, but the imposition of law can produce them artificially. People living where the water stands stagnant must show protruding bellies and enlarged spleens. Where the living is easy, as in the fertile lowlands, men pay the price in manhood. The inhabitants are fleshy, ill-articulated, moist, lazy, and generally cowardly in character. Slackness and sleekness can be observed in them, and so far as the arts are concerned they are thick-witted, and neither subtle nor sharp. Generalizing further about the two types he assumes live in the high country, Hippocrates believed that those in a level, windy place will be large of stature and like to one another, but their minds will be rather unmanly and gentle. By contrast, those confined to places where the soil is thin and dry and the seasons change dramatically will be hard in physique and well-braced, fair rather than dark, stubborn, and independent in character and temper. For where the changes of the seasons are most frequent and most sharply contrasted, there you will find the greatest diversity in physique, in character, and in constitution. 16. Getting to the nub of the matter, Hippocrates' mountainous, rugged Greece clearly shaped his concepts of its European penumbra. A land blasted by the winter and scorched by the sun, produced handsome men, hardy, slender, with well-shaped joints, well-braced, and shaggy. The fierce Greek/European temperament would seem to explain Greek imperial domination as well as manly Greek/European beauty, for where the land is bare, waterless, rough, oppressed by winter's storms and burnt by the sun, there you will see men who are hard, lean, well-articulated, well-braced, and hairy. Such natures will be found energetic, vigilant, stubborn, and independent in character and in temper, wild rather than tame, of more than average sharpness and intelligence in the arts, and in war of more than average courage. 17. Such applause for European hardness would reappear over time, depending on the exposure of scholars to armies, mercenary and voluntary, and the relative prestige of militarism, especially in the 19th and 20th centuries, when Americans widely envied the military might of European colonial powers. Though Hippocrates places various Scythian tribes in a number of different regions and assigns to them an array of body types, he oddly concludes that they all look more or less alike. Some live along the Ukrainian Sea of Azov, the mild northern bay of the Black Sea, also known in antiquity as Polus Maiotis, on the border region between Hippocrates' Europe and Asia. Others inhabit a cold, humid region and drink water from snow and ice, which Hippocrates believed had an effect on skin color. The Scythians are a ruddy race because of the cold, not through any fierceness of the sun's heat. It is the cold that burns their white skin and turns it ruddy. 18. Some Scythians farm, Hippocrates' encyclopedia declares, others were nomads, yet others called Sauromatai, the Amazons of the Polus Maiotis/Sea of Azov region, seem constantly to be at war. Before young girls reached puberty, Amazon mothers cauterized their right breasts, arresting the breast's development and immensely strengthening the right shoulder and arm. Thus did young Amazon women become warriors, raised to throw javelins from horseback and to fight like men as long as they remained virgins. Their potency demanded abstinence, of course, which lasted until each Amazon had killed 3 enemies, whereupon the Amazon performed certain ritual sacrifices before engaging in sex with men. Once married, however, Amazons settled down peaceably, returning to war only during times of dire crisis. This lack of a breast seems not to have interfered with Amazon sexuality. 19. In fact, throughout airs, waters, and places one is never far from sex. Hippocrates ties some Scythians' low rate of reproduction to climate, culture, and the bodies of men and women, including the many eunuchs said to be living among them who obviously did not father children. Furthermore, Scythian women, often fat, are said to have damp bellies that tended to close out semen and nullify conception, a serious problem since a rampant effeminacy among Scythian men curtailed the production of semen anyway. Moistness and softness, the greatest checks on venery, meant that Scythian men have no great desire for intercourse. Horseback riding creates further obstacles to fertility. Scythian men remedied the lameness caused by horseback riding through a dubious cure, cutting the vein behind each ear and bleeding until they passed out, then afterwards they get up, some cured and some not. Now, in my opinion, by this treatment the seed is destroyed. For by the side of the ear are veins, to cut which causes impotence, and I believe that these are the veins which they cut. After this treatment, when the Scythians approach a woman but cannot have intercourse, at first they take no notice and think no more about it. After several failures at sex, they conclude they have sinned against the gods and become transvestites, even though ashamed of comporting themselves like women. 20. Turning to the east, Hippocrates rates the milder Asian, i.e. Persian and Babylonian, climate more highly than that of Europe, around Greece. Living in perpetual springtime, the civilized men of Asia were well nourished, of very fine physique and very tall, differing from one another but little either in physique or stature. Nature and culture do produce weaknesses, however. The lack of well-defined seasons made Asians feeble. Climatic sameness, puzzlingly, retards fetus development, too, no matter what the season of fertilization. 21 More to the point, monarchy made men into cowards, for men's souls are enslaved, and refuse to run risks readily and recklessly to increase the power of somebody else. Hippocrates says earlier, all their worthy, brave deeds merely serve to aggrandize and raise up their lords, while the harvest they themselves reap is danger and death. 22. Not surprisingly, conditions improved closer to home. Unlike Asians, Hippocrates says, the Europeans/Greeks have no kings to tell them what to do. In fact, he conveniently ignores a complication that while his Greeks did live in more or less democratic city-states, warlords ruled the surrounding barbarians, many also European. In any case, Hippocrates sings the praises of European political institutions that encourage individualism, for independent people, taking risks on their own behalf and not on behalf of others, are willing and eager to go into danger, for they themselves enjoy the prize of victory. So institutions contribute a great deal to the formation of courageousness. 23 Over succeeding millennia, this contrast between king-ridden Asia and enterprising, individualist Europe hardened into a trope, even amid redefinitions of Europe, and even though many Europeans remained under the thumb of kings while others violently overthrew them. Missing in this analysis is any ambivalence regarding slavery. Although Herodotus mentions slaves repeatedly, he always does so in an offhand, matter-of-fact manner, as merely a system within the common hierarchies of antiquity in Greece, throughout the Greek Empire, and among barbarians across the known world. At least as early as the 7th century BCE, nomadic, loosely organized societies around the Black Sea region established an efficient trade network furnishing slaves to the wealthy of Greek society. Regions long fabled in myth, such as Thrace, now southern Bulgaria, northeastern Greece, and northwestern Turkey, homeland of the Roman slave Spartacus, and Colchis, now Georgia, in particular, seem to have supplied the bulk of them. Impoverished parents and kidnapping pirates delivered slaves to the market, and famine and warfare regularly increased the supply of people offered up for sale. 24. Could oligarchic Greece have thrived without slavery? Could the philosophers and citizens attending to their businesses and that of the state ever have arisen without such a lower class doing the work? Plato owned 50 slaves, and households with 10 or more bondspeople were common. Going about town or on long military campaigns, Athenian gentlemen always took along a slave or two. Quite likely, slaves outnumbered free people in the 5th and 4th centuries BCE, probably numbering 80,000 to 100,000 in Athens alone. Multitudes of enslaved women worked primarily at household tasks, providing services that could be sexual, medical, and domestic, while male slaves, skilled and unskilled, labored in the fields, on board ships, and in industrial workshops. Athens used an enslaved Scythian police force numbering between 300 and 1,000, for Scythians were known as skilled archers. 25. The slave trade worked like this, as noted. The Black Sea line of supply began with barbarian chiefs whose endless warfare steadily drove refugees onto the market, where chiefs sold them to Greek slave traders for luxury goods like wine and clothing. Not that war was a prerequisite, thousands of children also entered the market, having been sold by their parents for salt or other necessities. Two cities, Byzantium, later Constantinople and then modern Istanbul, and Ephesus, Asia Minor's most important Greek city, dominated the market in slaves. 26. Ephesus is probably best known today as the home of the Ephesians of the Bible, whose Christian church was one of 7 in Asia to which St. Paul addressed his letters. No shame attended this brutal business. A Greek Macedonian proudly listed his occupation as slave trader on his funeral stele and had engraved on it the image of 8 slaves chained together by their necks. To be sure, some practices did offend Greek morals. Herodotus mentions a slave trader who was punished for castrating freeborn boys and selling them as eunuchs. But even so, ancient Greeks are rightly known for their appreciation of good-looking boys, and when ancient sources speak of the beauty of slaves, they mean boys, not women and girls. A ruling class quite easily judges the lower orders to be innately servile. More than a century before Aristotle discoursed on the naturalness of slavery and the inherently slavish nature of the enslaved in Politics, Books 1, 3-7, and Nicomachean Ethics, Book 7, Herodotus scolds the Thracians for so readily selling their children for export. Not that matters of slavery were always so simple. Herodotus relates an anecdote demonstrating the 2 sides of slave life, a chance for upward mobility and a circumscribed possibility for success. In roughly 512 BCE the Scythian army undertook a war against the Persian king Darius that continued for 28 years. And the Scythians won. But 28 years of absence had wrought changes at home. As Herodotus explains, for the Scythian women, when they saw that time went on, and their husbands did not come back, had intermarried with their slaves. On the warrior's return, children of the slaves and the Scythian women put up stiff resistance so long as the warriors fought with spears and bows. But the warriors succeeded once they capitalized on the essentially servile nature of the half-slave children. "Take my advice," one Scythian warrior told his army, "lay spear and bow aside, and let each man fetch his horsewhip, and go boldly up to them. So long as they see us with arms in our hands, they imagine themselves our equals in birth and bravery, but let them behold us with no other weapon but the whip, and they will feel that they are our slaves, and flee before us." Herodotus tells us that this tactic worked. The slaves' progeny forgot to fight, and immediately ran away. 27 A mere sight of the whip had returned the children of slaves to their innate, slavish character, an early example of the close association of status and temperament. Whatever the truth of that selfing story, power relations clearly ruled the day, and the powerful would have their due. According to Herodotus, once again, every 5th year the Colchians and peoples around them traditionally paid a tribute to Persia of 100 boys and 100 girls. Already well established in Herodotus's time, this levy's origins could not be traced. 28 And it must have continued long past the days of Herodotus, for more than 300 years later, the Greek historian Polybius, ca. 203–120 BCE, notes the Black Sea origin of life's everyday necessities, cattle and slaves. 29 Indeed, this slave trade from the Black Sea region, of people later considered white, continued for more than 2,000 years, ending only with Ottoman modernization at the turn of the 20th century. Such was the lot of masses of Europeans in ancient Greece. 2. Romans, Celts, Gauls, and Germani. What we can see depends heavily on what our culture has trained us to look for. As imperial power shifted west from Greece to Rome, so did the dominant culture's view of barbarians. Greek savants continued to investigate the world out of fairly pure intellectual curiosity, while from around the time of the birth of Christ, Roman generals concentrated on practical knowledge for their own purposes of warfare and conquest. Roman armies reached the Atlantic Ocean and the English Channel between the 1st centuries BCE and CE, encountering for the first time Western barbarians on their own turf. Moving north and west, Romans began to separate, to name and to define Gauls and Germani from among the Western peoples the Greeks formerly had vaguely lumped together as Celts. Not that any names or any of these distant peoples emerged with complete clarity. What made a Gaul, a Celt, and a German long remained ambiguous. The Germani first came into Roman view in the 70s or 60s BCE, as Roman scholarship was beginning to replace the Greek, and when the most learned man of his time, the Greco-Roman Stoic philosopher Posidonius of Rhodes, ca. 135–51 BCE, bestowed that name on all the northwestern barbaric tribes beyond Roman control. 1 Even within the Roman homeland, the Spartacus slave revolt of 73–71 BCE in the region of Naples, Italy, revealed the popular recognition of northern slave identities. Spartacus himself hailed from the traditional source of ancient slaves, Slavic Thrace, now in neighboring regions of Bulgaria, Greece, and Turkey. But Romans further discerned relatively new slave identities. Among the 200 or so insurrectionary slaves, Romans recognized gangs they termed either Gauls or Germans. Over time the most learned Greco-Romans further sorted out Celts from Gauls and both from Germani with increasing clarity. Both Diodorus Siculus, a Greek historian from Sicily, controversial for his loose way with facts and quotations from other authors and for plotting repetition, writing in the 50s to the 40s BCE, and the more authoritative Dionysius of Halicarnassus, writing in about 20 BCE, classed the Germani as a branch of the Celts. The greatly influential Greek scholar Strabo, writing during the reign of the great Emperor Augustus, 27 BCE 14 CE, went further. Strabo saw the Gauls as a kind of double-distilled Germani. Surveying all the peoples known to the Greeks and Romans, his 17-volume Geographica, 7 BCE 23 CE, repeats a description that by his time had become commonplace: the whole race which is now called both Gallic and Galatic is war-mad, and both high-spirited and quick for battle, although otherwise simple and not ill-mannered. As for their might, it arises partly from their large physique and partly from their numbers. They are all fighters by nature. To Strabo, the Rhine River hardly constituted a barrier, as their migrations easily take place, for they move in droves, army and all, or rather they make off, households and all, whenever they are cast out by others stronger than themselves. To the wealthy, well-educated Strabo, also from western modern Turkey, thus lumps the Gallic and German peoples together according to physique and culture. He judges their differences merely as a matter of historical contingency rather than as inherent dissimilarity. Clearly, to the Romans, civilization, not blood, set the two peoples apart. Roman conquest was busily taming the formerly warlike Gauls west to east, while the Germans, still unconquered, maintained their own wild, barbarian ways, remaining a truer kind of Celt than the Gauls. Strabo appeals to etymology to reinforce his reasoning. Romans, he says, named the wild tribes Germani, because the word means genuine in Latin. The Germani, therefore, were genuine Gauls. 3 What the Germani still were: big, blonde, wild, simple, and warlike the Gauls had once been. In the West's first close look northwest, Imperial Rome's greatest general stresses the fading but still warlike character of the Gauls. Julius Caesar, ca. 144 BCE, was the first to depict the West's original noble savages in his eyewitness account called De Bellum Gallico, on the Gallic War, of 54 BCE, a book that lent some clarity to this chaotic nomenclature. 4 On his way to vast imperial power, Caesar spent 9 years in the wilds beyond the Roman province we call Provence. Roman Gaul then encompassed modern-day France, the southern Netherlands, Belgium, most of Switzerland, and Germany west of the Rhine. Even so, Gaul, though huge, played a mere supporting role in Caesar's larger ambition of regenerating and reforming the Roman Empire as a whole. The Romans had already swallowed up a Greek empire that stretched east toward the Black Sea, and they now were dominant in areas south and west around the Mediterranean in today's Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya. Gaul, therefore, belonged to a vast imperial realm. This is not to say the Gallic War meant nothing. Frontier campaigns like the ones in Gaul funded Caesar's political machinations back in Rome, as the spoils of conquest booty and slaves flowed steadily south, paying off allies, securing shaky loyalties, and inserting northern Europeans into Italian society. Caesar's defeat of the Belgae in 57 BCE, for instance, garnered 53,000 people, all of whom he sold at a swoop. On defeating the Veneti of Brittany, Caesar executed the leading men and sold the rest man, woman, and child into slavery. 5 As he replenished his coffers in Gaul and added northerners to the population mix of Italy, Caesar came to know the northern tribes as both their conqueror and their military commander. In time, the Roman army inevitably employed masses of northerners as mercenary soldiers, and their aptitude for war appears prominently in Roman descriptions of inherent ethnic traits. An able and complex man, Caesar both made history and wrote ethnography. As an anthropologist with imperialist goals, he begins to disaggregate from up close the tribes whom Americans would later regard as white ancestors, famously beginning by dividing the whole of Gaul into 3 parts, one of which the Belgae inhabit, the Aquitani another, and the third a people who in their own language are called Celts, but in ours, Gauls. 6 Already the distinction between Celts and Gauls had come to depend on how the Romans talked about them, and increasingly the terms stood for the barbarian traits. Caesar's term Germani came to label only those beyond Roman control. The Belgae barbarians within Roman Gaul introduce a little more complexity, however, for they had originally been Germani. Thus, and somewhat messily, the term Germani prevailed as a name for the tribes living to the north of the Roman Empire from around the 1st century BCE and 6 centuries onward. For Roman purposes, politics and warfare defined ethnic identities. Caesar's classic Gallic War remains true to its title, in both its stress on war and its respect for the considerable military prowess of the Gauls, to which he repeats a defining chorus: "There was slaughter everywhere." Massive slaughter ensued. Massive slaughter followed. 7 It seems the defeat of such valiant barbarian warriors demanded massive slaughter, for the Gauls put up a very good fight, if not a shrewd one. The Gauls are impulsive and sudden in their decision-making, Caesar notes. Indeed, the big, tough Gauls indulged in some foolish overconfidence when initially encountering the smaller, shorter Romans. For the main part, Caesar says, Gauls are very tall, and hold our slighter build in contempt. Size counted for only so much on the frontier, however, and Gallic bulk went down to defeat before Roman tactical skill. 8. Book 7, the last and longest chapter of the Gallic War, chronicles the great revolt of Caesar's most formidable Gallic opponent, Vercingetorix, d. 46 BCE. Although Caesar ultimately defeated Vercingetorix in 52 BCE, he credits him with waging an epic struggle for the liberty of his tribe. The whole of Gaul was united in the desire of restoring liberty and their former reputation for warfare. 9 Such heroic tales have a long life, and in the figure of Vercingetorix, Book 7 gave 19th and 20th century French nationalists their ancestral warrior hero, the great Gaul of nos ancêtres les Gaulois, our ancestors the Gauls, a phrase dating back to the 16th century. Not only is there the famous French cigarette Gaulois, but also, and more tellingly, the Asterix French comic books have depicted the adventures of the fictional, fun-loving Gallic warrior Asterix for more than half a century since their debut in France in 1959. Asterix comic books have been translated into 100 languages. Their hero-inspired creation of the amusement park Asterix just outside Paris, which opened in 1989, and gave a name to the first French satellite, launched in 1965, Asterix 1. It might be said that the story of Vercingetorix and his Gaulois reverberates through history, but not solely in France. Caesar's Gallic War also foreshadows and parallels chapters in the history of the United States, in which U.S. Americans play Caesar's imperial role. Readers of American history can draw parallels between Caesar's War of Conquest and the Indian Wars of North America, with Gauls cast as Indians and Vercingetorix as the Seneca chief Pontiac, the Apache chief Geronimo, or the Lakota, Sioux, chief Sitting Bull at Wounded Knee, all valiant, but all defeated. More to the point in the present undertaking, however, Caesar's Gallic War introduces the tribes of the ancient Germans and Britons. On the whole, Caesar's paragraphs on the Germani are spare, providing only brief and patronizing accounts of barbarians to the north of Roman Gaul. For instance, he denotes the largest of the German tribes, the Suebi Germans living east of the Rhine, only as ignorant and uncivilized, and mentions just one German character by name, the blowhard Suebi chieftain Ariovistus, who presumes himself the equal of a Roman general, proclaiming his own excellence in a loud and long performance. Caesar demeans this pretentious fellow, whose own Germanic language the imperialists cannot understand and who thus is forced to speak to Romans in the Gallic language. 10 Since no other German appears individually, the balance of Caesar's account of the Germani is anthropological. Sounding not a little like earlier Greek judgments of, say, the Scythians, Caesar heaps scorn mixed with grudging respect on the Swabes' undisciplined manner of living. They farm just a little, feeding themselves mainly on milk and meat, their diet, daily exercise, and the freedom from restraint that they enjoy, for from childhood they do not know what compulsion or discipline is, and do nothing against their inclination combined to make them strong and tall as giants. They inure themselves, in spite of the very cold climate in which they live, to wear no clothing but skins, and these so scanty that a large part of the body is uncovered, and to bathe in the rivers. Interestingly, Caesar says the Suebi consider the use of saddles to be shamefully effeminate. Furthermore, Caesar echoes Strabo's view of the process that has distinguished Gauls from Germani, drawing a larger lesson from history. There was a time when the Gauls were more courageous than the Germans and took offensive military action against them, he notes, but Pax Romana has fostered settlement and prosperity. Settlement and prosperity, in turn, did their own work, luring the Gauls from poverty, privation, and hardship, transforming warriors into mere consumers, docile and militarily impotent. According to Caesar, this process of civilizing and softening proceeds by degrees. Conquest has already more or less wrecked Gallic bravery. The land of the Gauls lies subdued, so that only the Belgi, living remote from centers of Roman culture, can still claim relative manliness. The Belgi are the bravest, for they are furthest away from the civilization and culture of the province. Merchants very rarely travel to them or import such goods as make men's courage weak and womanish. They live, moreover, in close proximity to the Germans who inhabit the land across the Rhine, and they are continually at war with them. The Suebi Germans, swearing not to fall into that trap, forbade the import of wine from the south, thinking that it makes men soft and incapable of enduring hard toil. 11 Here lies one of Caesar's central themes, setting up a tension between barbarism and civilization that reverberated for 2,000 years. Of course, Caesar did not speak in terms of race, a discourse invented many centuries later. But in the 19th century, when race talk ruled, his descriptions of the Germani served theorists searching for immutable Teutonic traits. Looking backward, they magnified the differences Caesar traced between Gauls and Germans, as though they were racial rather than cultural, permanent rather than in flux. Unless we take their word for it, we must turn to Caesar for ourselves. Speaking always as an imperialist focused on military conquest, Caesar highlights German traits related to war. The sparsely settled Germani, he notes, fiercely ravaged their borderlands, driving away all who drew near, German-speaking or not. And, then, in a step dear to later racial theorists, Caesar apparently linked German sexual ethics, morality, and war. German men, he said, show an admirable sexual restraint, though they live alongside women who bathe in the rivers beside them and wear scanty hides and skins. Sex remains off limits until the men reach 20. Chastity relates to war, for the Germani were said to believe that abstinence makes men taller and braver, evidently channeling sexual frustration into healthy violence, acts of robbery which take place outside the borders of each state. In fact, Germani claim that these take place to train their young men and reduce their laziness. 12. Others of Caesar's comments fit poorly into the lore of Teutonists. Consider the central role of women in war. As soothsayers, Caesar notes, women decide when to wage war, and once an enemy is engaged, women and children accompany their warriors into the field to bolster their bravery. 13 Latter-day Teutonists made war a strictly characteristically masculine affair. Caesar's was also the first direct Roman report regarding the people of Britain. He obviously knew more about Germani than about Britons, but this lack of knowledge hardly prevented him from describing and judging those peoples across the Channel. He had visited only the coast of southeast Kent and the mouth of the Thames. Even so, he writes confidently of the interior. Britons there, he says, live by hunting and gathering and claim to be original inhabitants. They eat meat and milk, dress in skins, and dye their bodies blue with woad, which makes them appear more frightening in battle. They have long hair and shave their bodies, all except for the head and upper lip. And then there is, again, sex. In contrast to the Germans' abstinence, in Britain groups of 10 or 12 men share their wives in common, particularly between brothers or father and sons. Any offspring are held to be the children of him to whom the maiden was brought first. 14 All along, Britons contrast poorly with Belgic immigrants from the west bank of the Rhine who had supplanted the natives on England's southern coast and gone on to live quite civilized lives, farming peacefully like the Gauls only a day's sail away on the mainland. Caesar's Gallic War endures as the pioneering and primary description of ancient Gauls and Germany. Its information, as we have seen, ranges widely, and it inspired those who followed through the centuries. Well into the 1800s, the Gallic War was cited as the source of what then seemed immutable truth, the notion of the River Rhine as a dividing line between permanently dissimilar peoples. Regrettably, this notion distorts Caesar's views, transforming what he saw as manifestations of conquest and commerce into inherent racial difference. During Caesar's own time, the Rhine was not yet thought to separate peoples according to essential differences. Gaius Plinius Secundus, Pliny the Elder, 2379 CE, wrote a century after Caesar, completing his natural history in 77 CE. 2 years later he died the death of a scientist while witnessing the eruption of Mount Vesuvius near Naples that buried Pompeii and Herculaneum. The natural history contains 37 books of varying length. Book 7, Man, for instance, is only 30 pages long in current book publication. Aiming to sum up all existing knowledge and explain the nature of all things, Pliny drew heavily upon both Greek and Roman authorities. In Book 7, Pliny praises Julius Caesar as the most outstanding person in respect of his mental vigor. 15 To this accumulated knowledge Pliny added the fruit of his own military experience in Germany from 46 CE. The result is an extravagant, entertaining, and comprehensive work of 600+ pages all told in English translation. Like most ancient and medieval scholars, Pliny divides the earth into 3 parts: Europe, Asia, and Africa, and begins, as might be expected, with Europe. His Roman Europe, the nurse of the people who have conquered all nations, and by far the most beautiful region of the earth, occupies at least half the world. Again, as might be expected, he deems his native Italy the best place in the universe, ruler and second mother of the world and the most beautiful of all lands, endowed with all that wins nature's crown. Without a doubt, the gods themselves had chosen Italy to unite and civilize the world, to become the sole parent of all races throughout the world. 16. Pliny's Book 7, focusing on humankind generally, includes Scythians and the now better known Germani. They are cannibals all. The Transalpine tribes of Germany, for example, are depicted as a brutal bunch, practicing human sacrifice, which is not far short of eating human flesh, while out to the east, some Scythian tribes, indeed a large percentage of them, feed on human bodies. Picking up on his forebears Hippocrates and Herodotus, Pliny locates the Scythian cannibals 10 days' journey north of the river Boris, thence, the Dnieper. Among other uncivilized habits, they drink out of human skulls and use scalps with the hair attached as napkins, protective material to cover their chests. Moving ever farther east and south, 13 days' travel beyond the Dnieper, the Sauromati or Amazons still live, eating only every 2 days. Next to them can be found the Arimaspi, a people noted for having one eye in the middle of their forehead. There are also certain people born in Albania with keen-sighted, grayish-green eyes, bald from childhood. They see more at night than during the day. 17. Indeed, Pliny's catalogue of humankind includes an amazing number of freakish peoples. In addition to the one-eyed folk, it describes others who grow a foot so big they pull it over their heads for shade from the sun. Still others come into the world with heads like those of dogs. So strong were Pliny's fantastic notions that over 1,000 years later, medieval English texts show these monstrous peoples as illustrating several varieties of mankind. See figures 2.14, monstrous people, cyclops, dog head, Sciapod, and Panatii. The thrilling notion that monstrous peoples existed out there in the wide world survived well into Enlightenment science. Carolus Linnaeus, the 18th century father of taxonomy, invented a revolutionary system that laid a durable groundwork for the naming and classifying of plants and animals. Yet even this scientific pioneer included a category of monstrous people in his classic work Systema Naturae, and monsters remained part of the accepted scientific view of humanity until Johann Friedrich Blumenbach disproved their existence in his PhD dissertation of 1775. It says a great deal about the intellectual inertia of medieval Western society that the notions to be found in Pliny's natural history held on for 1500 years. Eventually, of course, Pliny's encyclopedia faded into obscurity, as Europeans began to learn more of the world. Meanwhile, a work contemporaneous to Pliny's passed muster as scientific truth among white race theorists well into our times. Early in his illustrious writing career, the Roman historian Cornelius Tacitus, 56 after 117 CE, wrote a short book entitled De Origine et Situ Germanorum, known commonly as Germania, 98 CE. A member of the Roman elite from either northern Italy or southeastern France, Tacitus was an accomplished orator and author. His major works, the Histories and the Annals, tell the story of the Roman Empire, and his minor works consist of Germania, a biography of his father-in-law, Agricola, and a book on rhetoric entitled Dialogus. With the end of antiquity, Tacitus's more important works lost currency, but within the history of white people, his reputation rests on Germania, more precisely on a myopic interpretation of Germania's pronouncements on German endogamy. Figs 2.14. Monstrous People, Cyclops, Doghead, Sciapod, drawn by Nell Painter from Thomas de Cantimpré Panatii, drawn by Nell Painter, after the Cotton Tiberius MS of the British Library. Like Caesar, whose work he echoes, Tacitus draws a line between tamer Gauls west of the Rhine and wild Germany to the east. Recognizing the importance of migration and conquest, Tacitus agrees with Caesar that the term Germania is of recent coinage. Tacitus explains in phrases now quite confusing that since those who first crossed over the Rhine and drove out the Gauls, and now are called the Tungri, were at that time called Germani. Thus the name of a tribe, and not of a people, gradually became dominant, with the result that they were all called Germani, at first by the conquered from the name of the conquerors because of fear, and then, once the name had been devised, also by the Germani themselves. 18. Distinguishing in some mysterious fashion between tribes and peoples, Tacitus is saying here that a tribe called Germani migrated into the territory of people whom the Romans once called Gauls but now call Tungri and conquered them. All of them came to be known as Germani. This garbled explanation may not illuminate what happened, but it does show how migration, conquest, and historical change influence the outlines of an ethnic category. For Tacitus, as for the divine Caesar, warfare is uppermost in the mind, as barbarian warriors continued to serve widely in armies of the Roman Empire. Tacitus also remembers the Gauls of former times as powerful enemies, but now, firmly conquered, they are settled and civilized. Habituated to Roman delicacies like wine, the Gauls have lost their bellicose masculinity and tipped toward effeminacy. Meanwhile, those noble savages, the Germani, largely retain their barbaric vigor by dint of warlike standoffishness. Even as cupidity has been drawing them toward the allures of civilization, they take particular pleasure in the gifts of neighboring tribes, sent not only by individuals but also by whole communities, choice horses, splendid weapons, ornamental discs, and torques. We have now taught them to take money also. 19. German men constantly bear arms, for warfare represents their coming of age and their citizenship. Whenever they grow sluggish from sustained peace and leisure, privileged young men pick fights. It is through fighting, not trade or politics, that they accumulate prestige and support a large body of free and enslaved retainers. To drink away the day and night disgraces no one. Brawls are frequent, as is normal among the intoxicated, and seldom end in mere abuse, but more often in slaughter and bloodshed. Here Tacitus spies weakness and a foolproof means of vanquishing German warlords, if one indulges their drunkenness by supplying as much as they long for, they will as soon succumb to vices as to arms. 20. Even so, conquest of the Germani is not a likely prospect according to Tacitus, who etches the Roman Empire's political boundaries more deeply than Caesar and highlights the uniqueness of the Germani off on the empire's far eastern side. Moreover, Germania downplays many differences within German tribes and instead pronounces the liberty and warfare characteristic of all small-scale societies as inherently Germanic traits. 21 Thus the failure of the Romans to subdue the Germani flows not from Roman shortcomings but from a particularly German virility. Perhaps their avoidance of the vices of civilization, or their sexual abstinence and its attendant potency, protects them from conquest. These qualities as they appear in Germania warfare, masculinity, and barbarism lie at the base of modern ethnogender stereotyping. Looking backward, we may find it puzzling that both Tacitus and Caesar critique the effects of Roman civilization. After all, the vast Roman Empire lasted some 500 years and laid the linguistic, legal, architectural, and political foundations of the Western world. How could eminent citizens of this great empire squeeze out admiration for the dirty, bellicose, and funny-looking barbarians to the north? The answer lies in notions of masculinity circulating among a nobility based on military conquest. According to this ideology, peace brings weakness, peace saps virility. The wildness of the Germani recalls a young manhood lost to the Roman Empire. Long a critic of imperial Rome's luxury and decadence, Tacitus found in the rough Germani a freedom-loving people embodying the older, better values of Augustinian times. Their homeland may be ugly and its climate cruel, but its simple folk possess a certain charm born of freedom, frequently manifested as anarchy and fighting, and the chastity that Caesar also noted. 22 To Tacitus, rude German simplicity trumps Roman decadence. In every home they grow up, naked and filthy, into those long limbs and large bodies that amaze us so. Each child suckles at his own mother's breasts, not handed over to slave girls and nurses. Love comes late to the young men, and their virility is not drained thereby. Nor are maidens hurried along. 23. Interestingly, and for hardly the last time in history, citified men seem fated to admire tough, virile barbarians. Caesar headed a train of civilized male observers with Tacitus among the most famous, contrasting the hard with the soft, the strong and the weak, the peaceful and the warlike, all to the detriment of the civilized, dismissed as effeminate. As we see, the seeds of this stereotype, a contrast between civilized French and barbarian Germans, lie in the work of ancient writers, themselves uneasy about the manhood costs of peacetime. Later commentators cite Tacitus to prove their claims of German manliness and racial purity. Tacitus, of course, did not speak of race in the modern sense, for that meaning had not been invented. But he did write, "For myself, I agree with the views of those who think that the inhabitants of Germania have not been tainted by any intermarriage with other tribes, but have existed as a distinct and pure people, resembling only themselves. Consequently, they also all have the same physical appearance, fierce blue eyes, tawny hair, bodies that are big but strong only in attack." 24. And why are the Germani pure? Not out of any furious ethnic pride, but because they live in a place no one else wants, for who would abandon Asia or Africa or Italy and seek out Germania, with its unlovely landscape and harsh climate, dreary to inhabit and behold, if it were not one's native land? 25 With the passage of time, Tacitus's rhetorical question and its answer fell away, leaving only the notion of rugged German standoffishness. In truth, it simply is not possible to tie those whom the Romans called Germani to modern Germans securely. Humanity moves around so much that no clear lines of descent trace back over 2 millennia. Even the efficient Romans lacked solid knowledge of frontiers beyond their own Gallic provinces. Caesar notes the ways of migration. Germans who moved into Gaul soon became Belgi, and migrants from Belgium now settled across the Channel belong to the British population. 26 Their migrations were part of a much wider phenomenon that marked the first millennium BCE and thereafter. Nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes, moving east to west under pressure from the Huns, left today's Turkestan, crossing overland from Asia through Ukraine. In the far west, peoples piled up along the Rhine border of the Roman Empire, driving a process so fluid that the tribes fought over territory within themselves and with one another, all the while merging and mingling biologically. We may think of pre-unification, i.e., pre-1870, Germans as a single linguistic group, but in the time of Caesar and Tacitus, speakers of Germanic languages lived well into what is now Poland and, perhaps, beyond. Roman observers did not mention language as a characteristic of the Germani, focusing rather on cultural patterns and physical appearance. Between language, body, and lifestyle, already the identity of the Germani is rife with incongruities. Such confusions eventually plunged Caesar's term Germani into disuse until the rise of religious and political pan-German sentiment. 27 By the time German speakers embraced a common name in the 11th century, that name had morphed into Deutsch. In fact, German does not appear in English until the 16th century, replacing the French cognate, Allemagne. 28 Nor has time brought clarity. On the eastern side of what is now the Federal Republic of Germany, controversies still rage over the Germanic or Slavic identity of Wends, Vandals, and various neighboring Germans and Slavs in the eastern German region known as Saxony. 29. One lesson here is that wars and imperial fortunes render political boundaries notoriously prone to dispute. Furthermore, cultural boundaries are even harder to pin down. When we speak of Germany before the late 19th century, we can only mean a cultural idea and a linguistic grouping. But we know now that neither culture, e.g., marriage or burial habits, nor language provides a reliable index to biological descent. Naming does not help either, for we can comfortably reel off a roll call that includes Brandon Rivera's, Matthew Feinstein's, and Tamika Washington's names that reflect both history and present cultural preference rather than genealogy. White race chauvinists are loath to admit that brown-skinned people speak the English language fluently. In terms of naming, the Native American Indian parallel with the ancient Germani once again has bearing. The untamed Germans outside the Roman Empire called themselves by an abundance of local names: Marsians, Gambrians, Vandalians, Tungrians, Araviscans, Ozians, Treverians, Nervians, Batavians, Vangiones, Tribokians, Nemets, Eubians, Mattiakians, Catans, Eusepians, Tinctians, Bructerians, Chamavians, Angrivarians, Bructerians, Dulgibanians, Chasuarians, Frisians, Chaukians, Phasians, Cheruscans, Cimbrians, and Swavians, divided into several communities all bearing distinct names: Langobards, Roydignians, Avians, Angles, Varinians, Eudoses, Sewardwans, Nudhones, Hermandurians, Nariscans, Marcomanians, Quadians, Marcinians, Gothinians, Ozians, Burians, Arians, Helvecones, Monimians, Elysians, Naharvalians, Lygians, Gothwans, Rugians, Limovians, and Suyanese. The list comes from Tacitus in 98 CE. German speakers who entered Roman society, however, often as mercenary soldiers, adopted Roman usage and called themselves Germani, just as Native Americans within the United States have found reason to evoke a unifying identity as Indians. Beyond Roman reach, the various German-speaking tribes east of the Rhine considered themselves distinct one from another, sharing no sense of common identity or common interest until several centuries after the collapse of the empire. As the Roman Empire crumbles, our narrative of people who would later be called white moves north. During the so-called Dark Ages between mid-5th century CE and the 14th century Renaissance, seafaring raiders appeared, perturbing northern societies in a ceaseless quest for plunder. Although much history of these chaotic times has not survived, a key name Saxon appears for the first time. It does not denote the people of England, but foreigners, raiders from continental Europe, Scandinavians, Angles, and Jutes, whoever could reach for plunder in Roman Britain. Even the great progenitor of what was later called Saxon England, King Alfred, 849–99, called his people Englisk and himself the King of the Angles. 30 Interestingly enough, Irish attacking Britain from the west were called Scotti. 31 Insecurity forced the peoples of northern Europe to hunker down, pouring the wealth to be had into cities to the south and east. While warlords fought in the west, medieval cities and kingdoms at the edges of Christendom glittered in far-flung, cosmopolitan empires. Trade made the difference, trade in people as well as spices, silk, cotton, dyestuffs, medicines, salt, and, increasingly, sugar. First the seafaring merchants of Pisa, Genoa, and, most gloriously, Venice controlled the Asian trade. After the Ottoman conquest of Constantinople in 1453, Venice began to decline. Iberian kingdoms in the far west fattened on trade with Africa and the newly discovered Americas. In Italy and Iberia, wealth and peoples from immense trading networks met and fornicated within polyglot, multicolored, and religiously diverse populations. Here was a rich and glorious world built on subjugation. Hundreds of thousands in the Italian and Iberian empires were, in fact, not free, but were objects of an ever-flourishing trade. During Roman and medieval times this traffic in workers had flowed one way, from various peripheries toward the metropoles. The Greco-Roman historian Diodorus Siculus offers a clue. When the Celts discovered they could buy Italian wine even without money, for they had no money, they flooded the market with slaves. A good Celtic bargain exchanged a slave for 1 amphora of wine holding about 7 gallons. 32 The various slave trades brought thousands of northern barbarian Celts, Gauls, Germani into the centers of wealth and power, altering those gene pools as surely as did the older flow from the Black Sea. Up in their impoverished, cold, and remote land, ancient Germans saw no such influx from afar. Compared with wealthy centers to the south, German tribal territory remained relatively contained, while the Roman world and its successors blended the descendants of many a hapless barbarian. This millennium of Venetian and Iberian hegemony barely appears in American white race history as it gelled over the past 200 years. Rather, race chauvinist history depends on Tacitus's ancient Germani and medieval German heroes called Saxons. The race narrative ignores early European slavery and the mixing it entailed, leading today's readers to find the idea of white slavery far-fetched. But in the land we now call Europe, most slaves were white, and that fact was unremarkable. 3. White slavery. A notion of freedom lies at the core of the American idea of whiteness. Accordingly, the concept of slavery at any time, in any society calls up racial difference, carving a permanent chasm of race between the free and the enslaved. Any good library embodies this logic by housing a literature of African slavery stretching tens of linear feet. This bibliography seems infinite compared with the literature of white slavery, for the American conventions of slavery have blanketed the topic. Slavery in the Roman Empire may be recalled primarily through film and historical fiction, but the Vikings of the Dark Ages are hardly remembered as the preeminent slavers they actually were. If we are to understand the peopling of Europe with its great mixing of folk, we must take Vikings, those great movers of people, into account. Vikings raided northern Europe and Russia hundreds of times in the 5th to the 11th century, plundering as they went and scooping up human chattel by the thousands. To sell the enslaved, a system of permanent markets evolved around settlements like Novgorod, where Vikings warehoused and distributed the people they captured or purchased along the rivers Don, Volga, and Dnieper, and in Bristol and Dublin, where they gathered hapless Westerners from Germany through the Iberian Peninsula. It is said that Dublin was Europe's largest slave market during the 11th century. The Viking slave trades, Eastern and Western, carried northern European slaves to neighboring localities or into wealthy Mediterranean lands. 1 These slave businesses changed the face of Europe. History's most famous British slave of the early medieval period is Patrick, born Succat, Ireland's patron saint, who provides a cogent example. Patrick's father was a local official and Christian deacon somewhere near the west coast of Roman Britain or perhaps Gaul in about 373 or about 389 or about 456.2. Although much of his life remains mysterious, his saint's name, Patrick, from patrician, emerges conspicuously. Identifying Patrick as no ordinary slave matters hugely, for 4th century Europeans harbored unflattering stereotypes of those lowest in society. These stereotypes reappeared centuries later in An Ocean Away as Sambo. Anglo-Saxon and Old Norse literature depicts the wheel, a Welsh person, a slave, as drunken and sexually aggressive, and the notion that the Welsh and Celts generally were dark had hair and skin darkened by exposure to the sun circulated as the typical coloring of slaves in the Old Norse Icelandic poem Rigs Thula. Thralls, slaves, appear as dirty, sun-tanned people with ugly, quarrelsome, lazy, gossipy, and smarmy children. 3 The heroic figure of St. Patrick had to be lifted out of this squalid mass, even though his enslavement was perfectly routine. At any rate, like tens of thousands of his contemporaries living within reach of slave raiders, 15 or 16-year-old Patrick fell victim to Viking raiders, who carried him far from home. After serving 6 years as a shepherd and farm labourer, probably in today's County Antrim, Ireland, he escaped, an event he credited to divine intervention. Certainly the escape inspired Patrick's permanent vocation, a mission to convert the heathen Irish to Christianity that lasted some 30 years. The year of his death 461, 490, or 493 remains as uncertain as the year of his birth. Legend, however, declares precisely the day of his death, widely celebrated on March 17. Another 5 centuries passed before the British Isles quieted down. In Anglo-Saxon Britain as elsewhere, slaves were valuable property, worth each about 8 oxen. In Ireland a female slave represented a unit of currency, like a dollar or a euro. 4 Moreover, slavery in Anglo-Saxon Britain applied not merely to the captives themselves, for slave status could also be inherited, as had been the case among the Thracians of antiquity. We cannot know how many of the British poor sold themselves and their children into bondage, but the number must have been significant, for attempts at reform were made repeatedly. Kings Alfred the Great and Canute, 1014–35, tried, with uncertain success, to restrict slavery, especially with regard to daughters. Nonetheless, about 1/10 of the 11th century British population is estimated to have been enslaved, a proportion rising to 1/5 in the West Country. 5 So embedded were slaves in the economy of the British Isles that the Catholic Church, quite a wealthy institution, owned vast numbers of them. 6 The Norman conquest of 1066 and subsequent unification did reduce British exposure to slave raiding by local warlords and Vikings. Relative peace, however, did not end hereditary bondage, for serfdom largely replaced slavery, leaving 40 to 50% of the rural population in hereditary servitude, some 2 million people in England at any one time. 7 The British case belonged to a much wider pattern. The medieval slave trade exempted no one, as Viking, Italian, and Ottoman merchants moved their captives across long distances for sale. Wealthy Italy was well supplied with slaves, many from Asia. Lumped together as Tartars, they might be of Russian, Circassian, Caucasian, Greek, Moorish, or Ethiopian descent. Viking slavers in league with Jewish and Syrian merchants from Asia Minor also shipped some of these Tartar slaves westward from Russia, and others from Poland and Germany for sale in Gaul and Italy. At the same time, Arab merchants sold North African slaves in the Iberian Peninsula. Eunuchs were also a facet of the business. Centers of castration manufacturers of eunuchs existed in the town of Verdun, now in northern France, and on the island of Sicily. Most of the Mediterranean region, except Greece, eagerly employed altered young men, so while the market for eunuchs shrank, it disappeared only around 1900. Farther east, Venice, a cosmopolitan commercial crossroads, controlled the market for all Eastern commodities, including slaves, until the middle of the 15th century. Genoa and Venice between them regulated the slave trade, and Venice levied a head tax on every slave sold in the Venetian market. Between 1414 and 1423, at least 10,000 slaves were sold in Venice. 8 These systems held well in place until the 16th century, when rising prices and a loss of wealth among the Italian city-states virtually removed them from the slave trade. By then the Ottoman conquest of the Black Sea had closed sources to Italian merchants and deprived many Venetians of their livelihood. As the price of slaves increased and slaves became luxury goods, the Italian trade shifted away from able-bodied workers toward good-looking youth, especially adolescent girls. Women with a more European appearance seemed more attractive and fetched higher prices than strong young Tartars. The rare girl considered beautiful rated a higher prezzo di affidzione. In 1459, for instance, a Venetian slave agent bought his Medici Pope a Circassian woman 17 or 18 years old, not too delicate in face, but of good appearance. 9 Obviously a welcome purchase, this union of servitude and beauty would endure in the European imagination, often associated with the Ottoman harem. In Britain, to the contrary, the idea of freedom became more attractive than the image of slavery. Slavery figures prominently in the notion of English identity, even in the British national anthem, which vigorously proclaims, "Britons never shall be slaves." Psychologists often label so emphatic a pronouncement a deception clue, a hint of something concealed. In this case, the label fits, for, as we saw, Englishmen and women have been enslaved. The hero of Daniel Defoe's best-selling 1719 novel Robinson Crusoe, it may be recalled, was not only a slave trader but also a slave for 2 years in Morocco before his island shipwreck. 10 Crusoe's story brings together the older story of white slaves with the newer Africa to America's slave trade. In a chapter of Robinson Crusoe called Slavery and Escape, we find Crusoe on his way to the West African coast when pirates from Sale, Morocco, capture and enslave everyone on his ship. Crusoe subsequently serves the pirate captain as a slave in Sale for 2 years before escaping in the company of a young slave boy, slaves, as Crusoe calls them. Their route of escape takes them into the shipping lanes from Africa to Brazil and on to salvation by a Portuguese slaver. 11. Crusoe's mixed experiences of both white and black slavery and of enslavement from both sides were not so unusual at the time. As late as the mid-17th century, some 3,000 Britons per year endured involuntary servitude in North Africa, even as the trade from Africa to the Western Hemisphere was gathering momentum and Crusoe was doing his part to profit from it. It will not be lost on the reader that over more than a millennium, the vast story of Western slavery was primarily a white story. Geography, not race, ruled, and potential white slaves, like vulnerable aliens anywhere, were nearby for the taking. 12. And then sugar made its way into the Mediterranean and on to Europe. The history begins with New Guineans' domestication of sugar long before the Common Era and continues with its spread through Southeast Asia, China, India, and Persia. The 7th century Muslim conquest of the Middle East took sugar into the Mediterranean, inspiring the commonplace "sugar follows the Quran," as Muslims planted sugar in Syria, Palestine, Egypt, Rhodes, Malta, Crete, and Cyprus. 13 In the course of their crusades in the eastern Mediterranean, northern Europeans encountered this addictive substance and liked it very much. Thus began another story. Sugar came into medieval Western Europe around the year 1000 in a linkage of sugar and colonialism. 14 In a pattern familiar to Americans later on, Venice processed and sold the sugar that Italian, Greek, Bulgarian, Turkish, and Tartar farm laborers, free, slave, and sharecropper, produced primarily in the Venetian colonies of Crete and Cyprus, where cane grew well. After the Black Death of the mid-1300s created a labor shortage, Christian crusader kingdoms of the eastern Mediterranean resorted increasingly to enslavement. With increased enslavement of people from the Balkans near the crusader kingdoms of the eastern Adriatic, the European slave coast, the word Slav turned into the word slave. Faceless masses of slaves from Greece, Bulgaria, Turkey, and the Black Sea region grew sugar for Western tables until the Turkish conquest disrupted the chain of supply. 15. The 15th century Ottoman occupation of the eastern Mediterranean of Constantinople, the Balkans, and the sugar islands of Crete and Cyprus cut those areas off from the west and shut down pre-existing trade routes into northern Europe. 16 The closure affected trade in sugar, spices, and slaves and, as we shall see presently with the travel narrative of Jean Chardin, in luxuries of all types. Its role as commercial gateway to the East ending, Venice gradually faded from northern view, except as a romantic tourist destination and art market. Though this rich, powerful empire does not figure in American race theory, its multicultural image survives in Shakespeare's Othello and The Merchant of Venice. The market for sugar demanded other sources and other slaves, prompting the westernmost Europeans to seize the initiative. We still recognize Prince Henry the Navigator, 1394–1460, as the vanguard, even though he is not well named, since he himself never went long-distance seafaring. Instead, he sent Portuguese sailors into the Atlantic and down the coast of West Africa, planting sugar on islands like Madeira and São Tomé and finding, in the process, Atlantic currents running from Africa to the land they discovered and named Brazil. Fairly soon the Americas, especially the Caribbean islands, proved so productive that sugar making became synonymous with America and with African slaves. These new plantations with their African workforce have largely obscured the memory of the older, European history of sugar, with its Mediterranean and Balkan workforce, leaving a large conceptual gap. Yet the gate of the sugar workers still marks the old city walls of Syracuse in Sicily and, clearly, Western Europe's critical nexus of sugar and slavery. 17 A similar nexus involving tobacco made Europeans, not Africans, the first unfree laborers in British America. This shift to the West did not, however, signal an end to white slavery, for Britain was still in play. With its rapidly increasing population, religious and royal wars, Irish ethnic cleansing, and fear of rising crime, Britain excelled among the European imperial powers in shipping its people into bondage in distant lands. An original inspiration had flowed from small-scale shipments of Portuguese children to its Asian colonies before the Dutch supplanted the Portuguese as the world's premier long-range shippers. 18 Vagrant minors, kidnapped persons, convicts, and indentured servants from the British Isles might labor under differing names in law and for longer or shorter terms in the Americas, but the harshness of their lives dictated that they be, in the words of Daniel Defoe, more properly called slaves. First in Barbados, then in Jamaica, then in North America, notably in Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania, bound Britons, Scots, and Irish furnished a crucial workforce in the Americas in the 17th and 18th centuries. In 1618 the City of London and the Virginia Company forged an agreement to transport vagrant children. London would pay £5 per head to the company for shipment on the duty, hence the children's sobriquet duty boys. Supposedly bound for apprenticeship, these homeless children, a quarter of them girls, were then sold into field labour for £20 of tobacco each. 19. A first shipment of 100 homeless children landed in Virginia around Easter in 1619, some 4 months before the arrival of 20 and odd Negroes became the symbolic ancestry of African Americans. And so it went, with Africans and Britons, both ostensibly indentured servants, living under complete control of their masters, subject to sale as chattel at any time. The Virginia Company, ever entrepreneurial, also transported poor women on bridal boats, selling them in Virginia and Maryland for £120 of tobacco. At this point in the 17th century, Britons, male and female, outnumbered Africans in American tobacco fields. Even by the middle of the century, when Virginia's population of settlers numbered about 11,000, only some 300 were African. Any of them African, British, Scottish, or Irish were lucky to outlive their terms of service. Of the 300 children shipped from Britain between 1619 and 1622, only 12 were still alive in 1624.20. Most of those forcibly transported ended up in the Chesapeake area, but Massachusetts harbored its share of the unfree. 1/5 of the early New England Puritans were indentured servants, including 8 who died while crossing on the Mayflower in 1620. John Winthrop, governor of Massachusetts, philosophized in 1630 that God Almighty in His most holy and wise providence hath so disposed of the condition of mankind as in all times some must be rich, some poor, some high and eminent in power and dignity, others mean and in subjection. Puritans, mean and in subjection, like all the other unfortunates of any race, could be and were sold into bondage in Virginia. 21 Oliver Cromwell's government had begun sending people abroad as indentured servants as a means of putting down an Irish Catholic insurrection, sending some 12,000 political prisoners to Barbados between 1648 and 1655, where voluntary indentured servants had been going since 1627. Field laborer was the role of a white underclass in 17th century North America. It was a handsome business, this transport of the unwilling. And it endured. Faced with an overflowing prison population, Parliament passed the Transportation Act in 1718, allowing for the removal of convicts to the North American colonies. Tens of thousands were corralled under the Act, convicts seen as scarcely human, already known as crackers, and routinely labeled scum and dregs. 23 Benjamin Franklin, an eloquent spokesman for the colonists' loathing, proposed that in return for the convicts, Americans send the mother country a like number of rattlesnakes. Between the beginnings of the trade and its ending during the American Revolution, some 50,000 convicts were forcibly transported to British North America. 24 Shortly after American independence, Britain, in need of another outlet, began shipping its convicts some 160,000 before 1868, when the practice ceased, to Australia, continuing the process for another 90 years. In sum, before an 18th-century boom in the African slave trade, between 1/2 and 2/3 of all early white immigrants to the British colonies in the Western Hemisphere came as unfree labourers, some 300,000 to 400,000 people. 25 The 18th century created the now familiar equation that converts race to black and black to slave. 4. White slavery as beauty ideal. As the 18th century science of race developed in Europe, influential scholars referred to two kinds of slavery in their anthropological works. Nearly always those associated with brute labor Africans and Tartars primarily emerged as ugly, while the luxury slaves, those valued for sex and gendered as female, the Circassians, Georgians, and Caucasians of the Black Sea region, came to figure as epitomes of human beauty. By the 19th century, odalisques, or white slave women, often appear young, naked, beautiful, and sexually available throughout European and American art. The odalisque still plays her role as the nude in art history, though her part in the scientific history of white race has largely been forgotten. Needless to say, this early scholarship was ethnographically imprecise, pairing as it did Africans with Tartars, increasingly termed Kalmucks, on the ugly side. But, clearly, figuring some as ugly and some as beautiful seemed much more important than ethnographical consistency. The relationship between slavery and racial classification brings the beauty ideal squarely into the history of whiteness. Note the earliest known human classification scheme, Nouvelle Division de la Terre par les différentes espèces aux races qui l habitant, a new division of the earth and the different species or races living there, originally published anonymously in April 1684 in Journal des Savants, the journal of the Académie Royale des Sciences in Paris. The author turned out to be François Berny, 1625–88, a French traveller and personal physician to the last important Mughal, Persian, Emperor of India. Berny put forward an idiosyncratic taxonomy, one keying on 4 geographical divisions. It was really no odder than the thousands of other racial schemes to follow. As usual in Western literature, Bernier's 4 races give pride of place to Europe and extend over a vast area, including North Africa and Asia as far away as Thailand and Indonesia. For some reason, a part of Muscovy, i.e., the area around Moscow, is excluded. More oddly, American Indians belong to Bernier's first, mostly European species. In the second species are people in sub-Saharan Africa, and in the third are those in Muscovy, part of Southeast Asia, China, and the vast lands between China and Russia, including Tartars, all around the Fertile Crescent, and into the Levant. Georgians, Muscovites, Tartars, Uzbeks, and Turkomans all belong to the third species. Alone in the fourth species are the Lapps. Race theoreticians stumbled continually over what to do with the Lapps. Why such a weird configuration? At least part of Bernier's answer seems to lie in physical appearance. In skin color, the third people, Asians, are truly white, but they have broad shoulders, a flat face, a small squab nose, little pig's eyes long and deep set, and 3 hairs of a beard. The Lapps are little stunted creatures with thick legs, large shoulders, short neck, and a face elongated immensely, very ugly and partaking much of the bear. Veering off toward sexual desire, Berny dedicates more than half his paper to the relative beauty of women, employing phrases that became commonplace and ideas faded for oblivion. Showing a certain relativism, Bernie admits that each people will have its hierarchy of beautiful and ugly women, but, he insists, some peoples really are better looking than others. You have heard so much said already of the beauty of the Greeks, he says, and all the Levantines and all the travelers agree that the handsomest women of the world are to be found among the immense quantity of slaves who come to them from Mingralia, Georgia, and Circassia. Nothing beyond the commonplace so far. But Bernie continues, speaking, he says, only for himself, I have never seen anything more beautiful than the naked black slave girls for sale at Mocha, in the Indian Ocean off the coast of East Africa. 1. While Bernier's paper appeared in a prestigious journal and laid a lot of groundwork, its brevity soon consigned it to history's footnotes. A longer travel account by Jean Chardin appearing 5 years later gained much wider circulation. Its depiction of the beautiful white slave echoes through the ages. Jean-Baptiste Chardin, 1643–1713, also known as Sir John Chardin, a French Protestant, Huguenot, whose family were jewelers to the court of Louis XIV, travelled routinely to Persia and India in the 1670s and 1680s seeking rare baubles for the French royal household. His 2-volume account Journal du Voyage du Chevalier Chardin en Perse and Auxiliary ins Orientales, par la mer Noire and par la Colchide, The Travels of Sir John Chardin into Persia and the East Indies, 1673–1677, 1689, describes a trip that deviated from his usual route. Preventing his going via Venice through Constantinople to Asia Minor, local disputes rerouted Chardin north of Constantinople through the wilds of the Caucasus, today's Chechnya, and Georgia. In the 17th century, this was untamed country, according to Chardin, the lands of people without religion, and without police. A scientist at heart, he took meticulous notes while racked by constant fear. 2 Chardin loathed this chaotic Black Sea region, where brigands controlled the highways, often threatening his goods, his freedom, and his life. As he says of the Circassians, it is impossible for them to glimpse an opportunity for thievery without taking advantage of it. They eat with their hands, go to the bathroom right next to where they eat, and then continue eating without washing. 3 Chardin is totally disgusted. The habits of the Mingrelians, Caucasian people on the northeast coast of the Black Sea, are vile. They and their neighbors are huge drunkards, worse than the Germans and all the northern Europeans when it comes to drink. Not only do Mingrelians consider assassination, murder, and incest as admirable traits, they steal each other's wives without compunction. The women are not much better, they wear too much makeup, and their bodily stench overcomes whatever amorous intention their appearance might have inspired. These people are complete savages, Chardin rails. They used to be Christians, but now they have no religion at all. They live in wooden cabins and go around practically naked. The only people who go there are slave traders. 4. The hugely profitable slave trade powered the Black Sea economy. Turks made the money, but Mingrelians supplied the goods. Chardin deplores Mingrelians' unbelievable inhumanity, their cruelty toward their compatriots and even people of their own blood. They sell their wives and children, kidnap the children of their neighbors, and do the same thing. They even sell their own children, their wives, and their mothers. Chardin was appalled to find these miserable creatures were not beaten down, they seemed not to feel the tragedy of their condition. Knowing their value as slaves, women are erotically adept and entirely shameless when it comes to the language of love. 5. And a precise value it is, too. The cargo of Chardin's Black Sea vessel sold according to an erotic price scale. Pretty girls aged 13 to 18 went for 20 crowns, plainer girls for less. Women went for 12 crowns, children for 3 or 4. Men aged 25 to 40 sold for 15 crowns, those older for only 8 or 10. A Greek merchant whose room was near Chardin's bought a woman and her baby at the breast for 12 crowns. The woman was 25 years old, with a smooth, even, lily-white complexion and admirably beautiful features. I have never before seen such beautifully rounded breasts. That beautiful woman inspired overall sensations of desire and compassion. 6. This particular scene was destined for greatness, but Chardin found other lovely faces and figures among the people of the Caucasus Mountains and, especially, in Georgia. The blood of Georgia is the most beautiful in the Orient, and I would have to say in the world, for I've never noticed an ugly face of either sex in this country, and some are downright angelic. Nature has endowed most of the women with graces not to be seen in any other place. I have to say it is impossible to look at them without falling in love with them. No more charming faces and no more lovely figures than those of the Georgians could serve to inspire painters. They are tall, graceful, slender, and poised, and even though they don't wear many clothes, you never see bulges. The only thing that spoils them is that they wear makeup, and the prettier they are, the more makeup they wear, for they think of makeup as a kind of ornament. 7. The enduring legend of beautiful white slave women Circassians, Georgians, Caucasians dates from Chardin's 17th century. See Figure 4.1, Young Georgian Girl, and Figure 4.2, Ossetian Girl. However, a 20th century photo of Georgians shows them as fairly ordinary-looking people. See Figure 4.3, Georgians in Tbilisi, 8. In fairly short order, Chardin's unflattering descriptions of squalid and smelly Caucasians would fade from race theory, but his image of the powerless, young, disrobed female slave on the Black Sea acquired eugenical power. 9. So well received was the work as a whole that the travels of Sir John Chardin into Persia and the East Indies, 1673–1677 gained its author membership in the newly founded Royal Society of London. 10. Within 50 years, Chardin's erotic figure had invaded Western art, whose preferred term, odalisque, derives from the Turkish odak, meaning harem room. Georgian, Circassian, and Caucasian were interchangeable names for the figure. Each term refers to young white slave women, and each carries with it the aura of physical attractiveness, submission, and sexual availability. In a word, femininity. 11. She cannot be free, for her captive status and harem location lie at the core of her identity. 12. Along with a number of others, the philosopher Immanuel Kant, 1724–1804, picked up this theme. Living in northeastern Germany, now part of Poland, Kant put forward his own ideas of race in Beobachtungen über das Gefühl des Können und Erhabenen, Observations on the Feeling of the Beautiful and Sublime, 1763. Here Kant actually attacks the idea that standards of human beauty may differ by culture. Beauty ideals are universal, he maintains, for the sort of beauty we have called the pretty figure is judged by all men very much alike. Queuing on Chardin, Kant agrees that Circassian and Georgian maidens have always been considered extremely pretty by all Europeans who travel through their lands, as well as by Turks, Arabs, and Persians. He even picks up Chardin's statement that Persians beautify their offspring through connection with slave women and deplores the fact that great fortunes could arise from a wicked commerce in such beautiful creatures sold to self-indulgent rich men. 13. Only one ambivalence appears in Kant's analysis: the progeny of such unethical unions often turned out to be beautiful, and clearly, Kant concludes, Turks, Arabs, and Persians, Kant lumps them together in ugliness, could use a lot of genetic help. Next to weigh in was one of Kant's younger East Prussian colleagues, the philosopher Johann Gottfried von Herder, 1744–1803, who remains almost as influential. Although remembered for questioning the idea of an unchanging, universal human nature, Herder's Ideen zur Philosophie der Geschichte der Menschheit, Ideas for the Philosophy of History of Humanity, 1784–91, carries on by connecting servitude, beauty, and the Black Sea/Caspian Sea region, this center of beautiful forms. Like Kant's treatise, Herder's text when translated into English echoes Chardin, but changing Chardin's Persians into Turks, and spelling with a lowercase t, the Turks, originally a hideous race, improved their appearance, and rendered themselves more agreeable, when handsomer nations became servants to them. 14. In taking note of slavery's alteration of a host society's personal appearances, Chardin mentions a demographic role that upper-class Europeans and Americans seldom recognized at home. Fig 4.3. Georgians reading in the Square of the Heroes of the Soviet Union in Tbilisi, in Corliss Lamont, The Peoples of the Soviet Union, 1946. By early in the 19th century, these iconic notions of beauty and its whereabouts had moved steadily westward, across France and over the English Channel into British literature. In Travels in Various Countries of Europe, Asia, and Africa, 1810, the prolific scholar-traveller Edward Daniel Clarke, 1769–1822, considers the notion of Circassian beauty an established truth. The contrast between handsome Circassians and ugly Tartars appears prominently in Clarke's narrative, Beauty of Features and of Form, for which the Circassians have so long been celebrated, is certainly prevalent among them. Their noses are aquiline, their eyebrows arched and regular, their mouths small, their teeth remarkably white, and their ears not so large nor so prominent as those of Tatars Sikh, although, from wearing the head shaven, they appear to disadvantage, according to our European notions of beauty. And once again, Circassian beauty resides in the enslaved. Their women are the most beautiful perhaps in the world, of enchanting perfection of features, and very delicate complexions. The females that we saw were all of them the accidental captives of war, who had been carried off together with their families. They were, however, remarkably handsome. 15. Also in play were military rivalries that broke out around the Black Sea region, pitting the Russian and Ottoman empires against each other first during Greece's War for Independence in the 1820s and then during the Crimean War in the 1850s. Both hostilities brought white slavery increased attention in the West, especially once word spread that Turkish slave dealers were flooding the market with Circassian women slaves before the Russians cut off the supply. Even Americans followed the Crimean War closely, picking up European culture's enthrallment with the beautiful Circassian slave girl. This was only natural, given the American slave system, with its fascination for beautiful, light-skinned female slaves and growing sectional tensions, as exemplified in the figure of Eliza in Harriet Beecher Stowe's best-selling Uncle Tom's Cabin, 1851–52.16. The New York impresario P.T. Barnum, never one to ignore a commercial opportunity, took note of this purported glut of white slaves, and in 1864, as the Civil War raged, directed his European agent to find a beautiful Circassian girl or girls to exhibit in Barnum's New York Museum on Broadway as the purest example of the white race. In the American context, a notion of racial purity had clearly gotten mixed up with physical beauty. Barnum cared a lot less about ethnicity than about how his girls looked, advising his agent that they must be pretty and will pass for Circassian slaves. Barnum's Circassian slave girls all had white skin and very frizzy hair, giving them the appearance of light-skinned Negroes. This combination reconciled conflicting American notions of beauty, that is, whiteness, and slavery, that is, Negro. In light of this figure's departure from straight-haired European conceptions of Circassian slave girls, it was probably for the better that Barnum never imported the real thing. In truth, few in the United States knew what a Circassian beauty would actually look like. But by the late 1890s Barnum's formulation had gelled sufficiently for Americans that the idly doodling artist Winslow Homer captured her essences of white skin and Negro hair. See Figure 4.4, Homer, Circassian Girl, 17. The durable notion of Circassian beauty invaded even the classic 11th edition, 1910–11, of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, which fulsomely praised Circassians as the loveliest of the lovely, in the patriarchal simplicity of their manners, the mental qualities with which they were endowed, the beauty of form and regularity of feature by which they were distinguished, they surpassed most of the other tribes of the Caucasus. 18. An intriguing disjunction dogs this literary metaphor. Few images existed of actual people, whether in photographs, in paintings, or in the works of anthropologists. Such a deficit left 19th-century artists of the odalisque dependent on four sources: the 18th-century tradition of erotic art, all those sexually titillating scenes invented for aristocratic patrons, Napoleon's time in Egypt from 1798 to 1801, which yielded a bounty of plundered objects and triggered a harvest of scholarly books, the early 19th century French conquest of Algeria, which opened a window onto the Ottomans, and the Italian career of one of France's greatest painters. 19. Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, 1780–1867, a wildly successful French painter when the French dominated Western fine art, began his career in Italy, a country rife with Eastern influences. His odalisques, epitomes of looks et volupte, lounge languidly amid the splendor of the Turkish harem. They look like the girl next door, always so white-skinned that they could be taken for French. The result was a sort of soft pornography, a naked young woman fair game for fine art voyeurs. Witness Grande Odalisque, 1814, an early Ingres work painted in Rome, which established his reputation. See Figure 4.5, Ingres, Grande Odalisque. Typical of the Orientalist genre, Grande Odalisque depicts an indolent, sumptuously undressed, white-skinned young woman with Western European features. Her long back to the viewer, she looks over an ivory shoulder with a come-hither glance. Grande Odalisque portrays the subject by herself, surrounded by heavy Oriental drapery, but many other works feature a spacious harem full of beautiful young white women. Even when odalisque does not figure in the title, characteristic scenery and personnel designate the scene as the Ottoman harem and the naked white woman as a slave. Now and then black characters appear as eunuchs or sister slaves. L'Ebn Turk, 1863, painted when Ingres was 83 years old, displays a riot of voluptuous white nudes and one black one lounging about the bath and enjoying a languid musical pastime. See Figure 4.6, Ingres, L'Ebn Turk. American art was not far behind. The country's most popular piece of 19th-century sculpture was The Greek Slave, 1846, by Hiram Powers, 1805–73. Larger than life and sculpted from white marble, it depicts a young white woman wearing only chains across her wrists and thigh. See Figure 4.7, Powers, The Greek Slave. Granted, Powers' title makes the young woman Greek, not Georgian/Circassian/Caucasian, and a cross within the drapery makes her Christian rather than Muslim. But even so, The Greek Slave demonstrates Orientalist whiteness in its material, the white Italian marble so critical to notions of Greek beauty. When this monumental piece toured the United States in 1847–48, young men unused to viewing a naked female all but swooned before it. To be sure, The Greek Slave was no ordinary naked woman. Powers deemed his sculpture historical, the image of a Greek maiden captured by Turkish soldiers during the Greek War for Independence. Only a few abolitionists drew connections between Powers' white slave and the white-skinned slaves of the American South, where no measure of beauty or whiteness or youth sufficed to deliver a person of African ancestry from bondage. 20. Back in France, the odalisque retained her allure. The popular and prolific painter Jean-Léon Gérôme, 1824–1904, occupied the visual art summit as a teacher at the Académie des Beaux-Arts in Paris and frequent contributor to the Academy's influential annual salon. His Slave Market, ca. 1867, replaces the usual harem with another characteristic Orientalist location. Standing before us is a beautiful white slave girl stripped for examination by buyers. See Figure 4.8, Jean-Léon Gérôme, Slave Market. Once again, a black figure, here an official in the market, reinforces the painting's exotic and erotic character. 21. Not until well into the 20th century did the genre lose its attraction, as colonial populations began pressing for independence following the First World War. Oblivious to anti-colonialist rumblings, Henri Matisse, 1869–1954, painted a score of odalisques in the 1920s, some of the last non-ironic odalisques in art history. See Figure 4.9, Henri Matisse, Odalisque with Red Culottes, 22. Where culture goes, there goes critical theory. Thus, in the late 20th century, a new field of cultural studies called Orientalism began to explore Western fascination with the exotic East and the feminization of Muslim peoples. Although this new Orientalism squared off against the voyeurism and stereotypes of 19th-century Western Orientalism, it remained in the thrall of Jérôme's overpowering white slave iconography. Book jackets on two classic texts: The Field's foundational work, Edward Said's Orientalism, 1978, and Anne McClintock's Imperial Leather, 1995, both feature details from paintings by Jérôme. Said's jacket does depart from the usual female odalisque to show a naked slave boy. See Figure 4.10, Orientalism jacket. McClintock stays with a detail from one of Jérôme's harem bath scenes. See Figure 4.11, Imperial Leather jacket. Here we see more white female nakedness, black figures, and interior settings, all hallmarks of the odalisque. Yet, despite the white slave iconography of their covers, the content of neither book dwells on white slavery. Late 20th century American scholars seemed unable to escape Jérôme or confront slavery that was not quintessentially black. 23. Today's Orientalism no longer caters to Europeans and Americans who might gaze lustily at naked white women. Scholars have rediscovered commentary from Ottomans quite able to speak for themselves, such as Zeynep Ham's A Turkish Woman's European Impressions, whose letters subject the West to scrutiny, and Malek Ham's Abdul Hamid's Daughter, The Harem as Seen from Inside, both published in 1913.24. Furthermore, in 2005 an international coalition of individuals and organizations set up a Circassian World website to strengthen Circassian national identity and teach about its past. The website includes photographs of Circassians, otherwise still hard to find. 25. Nowadays, both the reality of harem white slavery and the figure of the odalisque have largely disappeared, gone the way of that slavery itself. Just as the Norman conquest of England's small kingdoms dampened slavery there, so European and Turkish imperial power closed down long-range slaving out of the Black Sea region. In the West, an abolitionist movement ended the Atlantic slave trade by the mid-19th century. In the East around the same time, Russia abolished slavery and severely curtailed the Eastern European and Caucasian slave trade. As this slavery faded, so did its iconography, but ideals of white beauty endured. They had become firmly embedded in the science of race. 5. The white beauty ideal as science. Historians reckon Johann Joachim Winckelmann, 1768, to be the father of art history, a fitting tribute to his importance to the field. And while Winckelmann did not contribute directly to theories of race, he does play a large role in this story by passing along assumptions on the ideal form and color of human beauty that inspired much 18th and 19th century racial theorizing. The hard, pure, white aesthetic that Winckelmann popularized rested on the authority of the Renaissance, making the issue of whiteness versus color more than simply a question of taste. See Figure 5.1, Anton Raphael Mengs's Johann Joachim Winckelmann. Born a poor cobbler's son in Prussia, Winckelmann began his career as a librarian in Dresden, the capital of Saxony in eastern Germany. Converting to Catholicism in order to study ancient art in Rome, he lived with and worked for Alessandro Cardinal Albani, a politically powerful aristocrat and renowned collector of ancient art. At that time the study of art history was centered in Rome, for access to the glories of Egypt and Greece was severely constricted by Ottoman imperial control. Travel was perilous. Moreover, Italy was a sunny, welcoming place, and a great deal of fun, all of which appealed to 18th-century German scholars. Geschichte der Kunst des Altertums, History of the Art of Antiquity, 1764-67, Winckelmann's towering, two-volume work, quickly became the international gold standard in the history of ancient art. This book, both a chronology and a canon of ancient art loaded with Winckelmann's knowledge, also seeks to correlate differences of style with history and archaeology. Such ambition laid the basis for scientific art historical investigation and lasted far longer than the details of his dating. Winckelmann's main thesis held that Greek art, the finest of all time, grew out of the freedom of its culture. Going further, Winckelmann advanced the notion that modern Westerners should embrace the Greek way of life and freedom, to achieve Greek excellence in art and, presumably, all of culture. Not only did he establish a chronology and a canon of ancient art, he also championed an ideology of ancient Greek beauty based on his own gay male aesthetic. 1 At the heart of this work were beautiful boys, themselves central to making ancient Greeks into timeless, universal paragons of beauty. The fetishization of ancient Greek beauty is not of Winckelmann's invention. But as the icon of cultural criticism, he quite easily deepened it. For instance, Winckelmann declared the Apollo Belvedere, already the most famous statue in Europe, the embodiment of perfect human beauty. See Figure 5.2, Apollo Belvedere. Like many of his contemporaries, Winckelmann had to balance his Eurocentrism against a certain cultural relativity. 2 He admits that various peoples display different body types, thus causing tastes to vary. Clearly, human beings find people like themselves beautiful. Even so, trapped in his German-Italian aesthetic, he pronounces Chinese eyes an offense against beauty and Kalmuck's flat noses an irregularity equal to deformity. 3 In the final analysis, however, relativity loses out as he adopts the Kantian notion of a single ideal figure for all humanity. The Greek profile is the first character of great beauty in the formation of the visage. White skin, he adds, makes bodily appearance more beautiful. Throughout the Western world, these rules soon became as carved in stone as the statues that inspired them. Winckelmann's appreciation of whiteness initially sprang from his distance from Greece. In Rome, he had near at hand a great many Roman copies of ancient Greek sculpture translated into an Italian sculptural medium. Unaware that the Greek originals were often dark in color, he did not know or glossed over the knowledge that the Greeks routinely painted their sculpture. He saw only Roman versions of beautiful young men carved of hard Italian marble that shone a gleaming white. Thus, Winckelmann elevated Rome's white marble copies of Greek statuary into emblems of beauty and created a new white aesthetic. It would apply not only to works from antiquity, not only to Greek art, but to all of art and all of humanity. For Winckelmann and his followers, color in sculpture came to mean barbarism, for they assumed that the lofty ancient Greeks were too sophisticated to color their art. The equation of color with primitivism meant that experts often suppressed and removed color when they found it in the Greeks. Even now, the discovery of ancient Greek polychromy can still make news, for the allure of Winckelmann's hard, white, young bodies lives on. 4. Long after Winckelmann, students and museums all over the world copied classical art for purposes of education. Copying Greek art perforce employed a more common medium, white plaster, which, following Winckelmann, they purposefully left unpainted. Thus Winckelmann's white aesthetic marched on, trampling the fact that smooth white Italian marble was neither the original medium nor the original color of ancient Greek statuary. 5. We owe this knowledge to a Scot, Thomas Bruce, the Earl of Elgin, British Ambassador Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary to the Ottoman Court at Constantinople. Bruce's admiration of Winckelmann's Greeks extended to decorating his new house in Fife, Scotland, with Greek art in order, he said, to elevate the standard of British art. On his way to Constantinople in 1799, he stopped at Athens, then a neglected Ottoman backwater, intending to draw and to take away a few smaller sculptures. But Bruce's desire soon grew into lust for larger pieces, and he started removing sculpture from the Parthenon, Greece's symbol of Athenian democracy. When local Turkish authorities balked, Bruce appealed to Central Ottoman authorities far away in Constantinople. Swayed by his argument that the Parthenon was already prey to Vandals, the Ottoman court finally allowed him to pry off and ship huge pieces of the Parthenon's architectural sculpture metopes, friezes, and pedimental figures between 1802 and 1806. The cost ultimately exceeded Bruce's pocketbook, forcing him to sell the sculpture to the British government in 1816 for exhibit in the British Museum, where it remains, despite Greek campaigns for its return. The Parthenon marbles Elgin took to Britain do consist of marble, but a darkly pitted Greek marble rather than the smooth, snowy white variety more common in Italy. Here lay an aesthetic problem, whiteness versus color. The alarming history of European marble cleaning includes a chapter on this statuary describing a drive to make ancient Greek art white that nearly destroyed the art itself. In the 1930s, workers in the British Museum were directed to remove the dark patina with metal tools on the mistaken assumption that their proper color should be white. Such a cleaning seriously damaged the Parthenon marbles, prompting an inquiry by the museum's standing committee that halted the work. 6 Clearly, Winckelmann's obsession with whiteness had a large and lingering downside. Winckelmann was murdered in Trieste in 1768 under questionable circumstances on his way back to Dresden from Rome. His most recent biographer contends that the murder occurred in the course of a robbery that Winckelmann was resisting, but other authorities suspect that Winckelmann, an older gay man with a taste for adventure, ran afoul of rough trade. 7 When Winckelmann died, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, 1749–1832, Germany's towering intellectual and the quintessence of German Romanticism, was 21 years old. Before Goethe, German aristocrats had studied the ancient Greek language as one facet of a classical education. But Greek culture overall lacked mythic status, and after centuries of Ottoman rule, modern Greeks were considered little more than Turks. Sharing Winckelmann's love of ancient Greek beauty, Goethe eventually added to it an adoration of Greek intellectual superiority in what an English scholar termed the tyranny of Greece over Germany. 8 Goethe's dear friend Friedrich von Schiller, 1759–1805, wrote several poems on Greek themes, notably Die Götter Griechenlands, The Gods of the Greeks, 1788, and Goethe published Winckelmann und sein Jahrhundert, Winckelmann and His Century, 1805. Over time, Goethe's prestige made ancient Greek intellectual superiority so dominant that German intellectuals began to claim ancient Greek bodies and culture as their true ancestors. Goethe first encountered Winckelmann's work as a student in Leipzig in the mid-1760s. During his 1786–88 visit to Italy, Goethe employed Winckelmann's letters and books as guides, just as Ralph Waldo Emerson would rely on Goethe's Italianus Greece, Italian Travels, 1817, half a century later. Also like Winckelmann, Goethe never actually went to Greece. In the same way, Emerson adored Goethe and the Saxons without ever setting foot on German soil. In his own work, Goethe repeatedly addressed Greek themes, such as those in Iphigenia in Taurus, 1787, and in the unfinished Achilles, abandoned in 1800. Faust, 1808, 1832, his masterpiece, includes an implausible section featuring Helen of Troy, herself an embodiment of perfect human beauty. In Faust's second part, Helen takes refuge from an angry Menelaus in Germany. There she meets Faust, who seduces her, and they have a son, Euphorion, an allegorical Lord Byron. The most famous of the English Romantics and a martyr to the Greek War for Independence, Byron synthesized Nordic and Greek ideals. Like Lord Byron, Euphorion must die. Helen follows Euphorion back to the underworld, and Faust returns to Germany. Here we see in Goethe how the mythologies of Germany and ancient Greece tightly intertwine and how, through Goethe, Winckelmann's aesthetic dominated 19th-century German thought. In this Greco-Manic epidemic the anthropologists of Europe played a big role. Anthropological charts proliferated during the 18th century, many featuring images of whiteness borrowed from fine art. Two of the best-known illustrators, Petrus Camper, 1722–89, of the Netherlands, and Johann Caspar Lavater, 1741–1801, of Switzerland, intended their elaborately illustrated books for artists as well as for natural scientists. Camper's solid academic background in anatomy and art at the University of Leiden made him a formidable figure in both worlds. Over time he taught at the universities of Franeker, Amsterdam, and Groningen, and traveled widely to demonstrate the theoretical soundness of his facial angle, an angle between two lines drawn on a face. One line ran vertically from the forehead to the teeth, the other line went horizontally across the face through the opening of each ear. The result was a quantification of the relationship between the projection of the forehead, mouth, and chin, a relationship that was visual rather than functional. The popularity of so simple and beautifully illustrated a method of human classification took Camper quite a long way. Welcomed in England, he was made a Fellow of the Royal Society. Camper's most famous chart, likely drawn in the 1770s but not published until 1792, after his death, delivers sharply conflicting messages in a deeply confusing manner. See Figure 5.3, Petrus Camper's chart of contrasted faces. Apparently comparing faces and skulls as viewed straight on with lines drawn through several points on each skull and face, the chart is intended to depict the facial angles of an orangutan, chimpanzee, at top left, a Negro, a Kalmuk, over to a European, an Apollo Belvedere, in that order. One source of confusion lies in the use of frontal views to illustrate measurements reckoned in the profile. The facial angles shown are 58 degrees for the orangutan/chimpanzee, whose mouth projects beyond his forehead, 70 degrees for both the Negro and the Kalmuk, whose faces are more vertical, 80 degrees for the European, and 100 degrees for the Greek god. Camper's order introduces a further, crucial ambiguity. As an advocate of human equality, Camper held all along that this chart demonstrates the near parity of the human races. The numbers associated with the chart 58, 70, 80, and 100 do, in fact, reveal Negro and Kalmuk facial angles closer to the European than to the orangutan/chimpanzee and less separate from the European than the European is from the Greek god. This, Camper maintained, was his message, whose fundamental meaning lay in his numbers. He insisted on the unity of mankind, even going so far as to suggest that Adam and Eve might well have been black, because no one skin color was superior to the others. Brotherhood, however, was not the meaning the chart conveyed to others. A far different message emerges from Camper's chart's visual layout, one that completely undercut his egalitarian beliefs. Circulating at the height of the Atlantic slave trade in the late 18th century, his image places the Negro next to the orangutan/chimpanzee and the European next to the Apollo Belvedere. Position, not relative numbers, came across most clearly. The apparent pairing in this visual architecture soon embodied anthropological truth among laymen. European scholars, meanwhile, were asking harder questions. In France and Germany, Camper faced mounting criticism, and in the long run his paltry record of publication hindered his scholarly reputation. While he produced hundreds of papers and drawings, he published no one dominant book, and the facial angle lost credibility in academic science. By the mid-19th century, methodical measurers of skulls had denounced Camper's simplistic reliance on a single head measurement. But even as Camper lost scholarly standing in continental Europe, scientific racists in Britain and the United States such as Robert Knox, J.C. Knott, and G.R. Glidden went on reproducing his images as irrefutable proof of a white supremacy that Camper himself had never embraced. Johann Caspar Lavater of Switzerland travelled a somewhat parallel trajectory. As a Protestant clergyman and poet in Zurich, Lavater firmly believed that God had decreed one's outer appearance, especially the face, to reflect one's inner state. His illustrated books Von der Physiognomik, on Physiognomy, 1772, and Physiognomische Fragment, zur Beforderung der Menschenkenntnis und Menschenliebe, Essays on Physiognomy designed to promote the knowledge and love of mankind, 1775–78, were immediately translated and widely circulated. Familiar among scholars and laymen alike, these works lavishly demonstrate the supposed correlation between personal beauty and human virtue, between outer looks and inner soul, an attractive and simple-minded notion. Lavater amplified Winckelmann's views on the ancient Greeks, dedicating sections of his masterwork, on physiognomy, to the ideal beauty of the ancients. He also repeated the commonplace that modern Greeks differed fundamentally from the ancients. The Grecian race was then in antiquity more beautiful than we are, they were better than us, and the present generation of Greeks is vilely degraded. 9. Although Lavater, like Camper, saw Greek beauty as typically European, he disagreed with Camper over the ideal facial angle, and this was an important feature in their minds. The forehead of Lavater's Apollo sloped backwards rather than rising vertically. Of course, none of these, to us, trivial disagreements undermined the central concept of white beauty's embodiment in the same Greek god. Opinions swept back and forth across Europe on these racial matters. At first Lavater, like Camper, impressed practically everyone, including the young Goethe, with his vivid illustrations, and his books became bestsellers. But Goethe and other supporters soon fell away as Lavater faced critics led by Blumenbach's friend, the Göttingen intellectual Georg Christoph Lichtenberg, 1742–99, known then for his witty epigrams, none understandable in English and now remembered mainly in Germany. Lichtenberg had excellent reasons for mistrust. According to Lavater's theories, he being humpbacked and uncommonly ugly in the popular view would thereby lack inner worth. There was nothing Grecian about Lichtenberg. Camper, too, viewed Lavater's work skeptically, even though the two men shared the same conceptual weaknesses. Scholars also ultimately rejected Lavater's views as too simplistic, yet his conceits that the skull and face, in particular, reveal racial worth and that the head deserves careful measurement lingered on among natural scientists. 10 Lavater, for his part, went much further, publishing books filled with portraits of the illustrious and the lowly in order to document what he deemed the close relationship between head shape and character. Both Camper and Lavater correlated outer appearance with inner worth through the instinct of physiognomonical sensation, and both used images of Greek gods to stand for the ideal white person, others they took from people off the street. Their theories and images, a huge extension of the association of whiteness with beauty, soon reverberated through the work of authors writing in English, as Camper's and Lavater's images moved across the English Channel through the learned lectures and publications of John Hunter and Charles White. 11. Dr. John Hunter, 1728–93, an overbearing, arrogant, unpolished Scot, had served as a surgeon in the British Army during the 7 Years/French and Indian War in North America. Returning to London in 1763, and now possessed of much practical knowledge, he gained high patronage positions, Surgeon Extraordinary to the King, Surgeon General of the Army, Inspector of Army Hospitals, through advantageous political connections in prosperous Hanoverian London. By the mid-1780s Hunter also enjoyed the recognition conferred by membership in several learned societies. Scholarly communication between Europe and England flourished. Hunter knew Camper's work and, like Camper, had analyzed a series of human and animal skulls to illustrate gradations of the vertical profile, an exercise rather similar to Camper's work on the facial angle. Hunter compared various human skulls, the European, the Asian, the American, the African, to the skulls of an ape, a dog, and an alligator. And although he specifically denied any hierarchical intent, Hunter's imagery inspired the obstetrician Charles White, 1728–1813, to think about race as physical appearance. Like Hunter, White had made his reputation as an innovative surgeon. Specializing in obstetrics, he was known as a man midwife and initially practiced alongside his physician father. As 18th-century industrial Manchester grew in wealth and power, White's social and intellectual reputation soared. Long interested in natural history, he increased his study of the links between various kinds of humans and animals in the 1790s. One of White's illustrated 1795 lectures to the Literary and Philosophical Society of Manchester, of which he was a founding member, appeared in print in 1799 as an account of the regular gradation in man, and in different animals and vegetables, and from the former to the latter, see Figure 5.4, Charles White's chart. Following Camper, White arranges his human heads, skulls and faces in profile, hierarchically, left to right, and names them by race, status, and geography. The Negro, whose mouth juts far out in front of the rest of his face, sits next to the ape. On the other side of the Negro are, in ascending order, the American savage, the Asiatic, and 3 Europeans, one the model of a Roman painter. At the far right, next to the Roman painter's model sits the Grecian antique, whose nose and forehead hang far over his mouth. White's text crucially departs from Camper's, however, by questioning the descent of all people from a single Adam and Eve pair. Occasionally employing the word species rather than race, White surmises that different colored humans grew from separate acts of divine creation. This view, soon known as polygenesis, traced humanity to more than the one origin of Genesis. Polygenesis went on to flourish in the mid-19th century among racists of the American School of Anthropology. While the publication of The Origin of Species in 1859 much reduced the allure of creationism of all kinds, Darwinism did not kill off polygenetic thinking entirely. White correlated economic development with physical attractiveness, joining the lengthening lineage of those who considered the leisured white European not only the most advanced segment of humanity but also the most beautiful of the human race. To close his account of the regular gradation in man, White poses a series of rhetorical questions focused on two persistent themes of racial discourse, intelligence and beauty. White asks, where shall we find, unless in the European, that nobly arched head, containing such a quantity of brain? The mention of brain leads to a physiognomy of intelligence that recalls Camper's facial angle. White continues, where the perpendicular face, the prominent nose, and round projecting chin. He ends with a soft porn love note to white feminine beauty that incorporates the fondness for the blush found in many a hymn to whiteness. White and Thomas Jefferson shared with many others this enthusiasm for the virtuous pallor of privileged women. White asks, in what other quarter of the globe shall we find the blush that overspreads the soft features of the beautiful women of Europe, that emblem of modesty, of delicate feelings, and of sense? Where that nice expression of the amiable and softer passions in the countenance, and that general elegance of features and complexion? Where, except on the bosom of the European woman, two such plump and snowy white hemispheres, tipped with vermilion? 12. In gushing prose or in drier scientific utterance, beauty early rivaled measurement as a salient racial trait. While scholars seldom approached White's exuberance of language, others of much greater influence got the science of race barreling along, with beauty steadily rising as a meaningful scientific category. 6. Johann Friedrich Blumenbach names white people Caucasian. A reader might sensibly wonder why the social sciences, the criminal justice system, and, indeed, much of the English-speaking world label white people Caucasian. Why should this category have sprung from a troublesome, mountainous, borderland just north of Turkey, from peoples perpetually at war with Russia in the present-day regions of Chechnya, Stavropol Krai, Dagestan, Ingushetia, North Ossetia, South Ossetia, and Georgia? The long story begins in Göttingen, Lower Saxony, in 1795, and the better-known part of it belongs to Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. See Figure 6.1, Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. Blumenbach, 1750–1840, was born into a well-connected, academic family in the east-central German region of Thuringia. Recognized as a prodigy by age 16 in 1768, he delivered a flattering address to an influential audience on the occasion of the local duke's birthday, thereby opening the way to further recognition. 7 years later, his 1775 Göttingen doctoral dissertation, De Generis Humani Varietate Nativa, on the natural variety of mankind, only 15 pages long in revision, was the fruit of a year's study with an older professor who owned an extraordinarily large and disordered natural history collection. De Generis Humani went into several editions and made Blumenbach both a medical doctor and an instant star in the German academic firmament. Now in his mid-twenties, he quickly joined the faculty of the George August University at Göttingen, the most prestigious center of modern education for young German nobles. Much sought after as an intellectual mentor, Blumenbach taught a bevy of aristocrats and other privileged men, including 3 English princes, the Crown Prince of Bavaria, and the scholarly, aristocratic brothers Wilhelm and Alexander von Humboldt. 1. The university in Lower Saxony, whose capital was Hanover, offered not only the most up-to-date scholarship but also an opening to the educated, English-speaking world, for Hanoverians ruled Britain in the 18th century. Thus Göttingen's situation accounts for a good part of the rapid spread of Blumenbach's ideas. Maintaining the status of a world-renowned scholar demanded more than profound thinking on important topics such as the place of humankind in nature. It also required influential contacts, honors, the backing of strong institutions, and something to show off. For instance, a collection of skulls or a royal garden. In the 2 generations preceding Blumenbach, the greatest European naturalists had tended royal gardens. Carolus Linnaeus in Uppsala, Sweden, and Georges Louis Leclerc, Comte de Buffon, in Paris, France, offer 2 prominent examples. In a sense, Blumenbach's garden was his collection of human skulls. And he knew how to cultivate his learned connections. Scholarly networking explains Blumenbach's dedication of the 3rd edition of On the Natural Variety of Mankind to the immensely rich and powerful English wool merchant naturalist Sir Joseph Banks, 1740–1820, someone he hardly knew. Blumenbach thanks Banks fulsomely for skulls and other precious scientific items and for his hospitality in London in 1792. As president of the Royal Society, Banks ruled the natural history establishment of the day, dominating worldwide scientific exploration. Point 2 Blumenbach's dedication to Banks was intended to cement this tie between a humble researcher in Göttingen, still a provincial town compared with London and Paris, and a sovereign in Europe's scientific kingdom. For Blumenbach, corresponding with Banks not only bolstered his standing as a scientist with international connections, it also eased the way for requests to Banks for exotic skulls and other specimens Banks controlled. Among Banks's many sponsorships was his support of the collection of the unique plant and animal specimens gathered during Captain James Cook's second voyage, 1772–75, to the bay in newly discovered Australia that Cook named Botany. Blumenbach coveted these rare specimens for his collection, but without success. In 1783 he initiated a correspondence, in French, with Banks, sending him information on German plants. Blumenbach soon joined the legions of pilgrims to Banks's home and his vast scientific collection. In a 1787 letter back to Blumenbach, Banks explains the impossibility of sending Blumenbach a skull from the South Sea, because Petrus Camper in the Netherlands has an earlier claim. Point 3 But Blumenbach was not easily deterred. By dint of persistent correspondence in French and then in English, he finally wangled a South Seas skull out of Banks, who sharply reminded Blumenbach of the difficulty of wresting body parts from native peoples. At any rate, continuing to flatter the most powerful figure in late 18th century natural history, Blumenbach proclaimed the South Seas skull as representative of a new variety, the Malay, and placed it between the beautiful Caucasian and the ugly Mongolian. Thus Blumenbach's 1795 dedication to Banks both cemented a Western European alliance and made an offering to a god of science. By the end of his life Blumenbach owned Europe's greatest collection. He called it his Golgotha: 245 whole skulls and fragments and 2 mummies. Point 4. Blumenbach was no firebrand. He worked along strictly scientific lines of the time, advancing the burgeoning science of human taxonomy in 2 important aspects. First, he eliminated the popular and long-standing classification of monsters, including diseased people, as separate human varieties, a category that had appeared even in the otherwise solid work of Linnaeus. Second, he used what he and his peers saw as a complete and scientific means of classification. In addition to the now commonly accepted index of skin color, he factored in a series of other bodily measurements, notably of skulls. Unlike Petrus Camper, Blumenbach measured skulls in a number of ways, inaugurating a mania for ever more elaborate measurement. Placing scores of human skulls from around the world in a line and measuring the height of the foreheads, the size and angle of the jawbone, the angle of the teeth, the eye sockets, the nasal bones, and also Camper's facial angle, Blumenbach came up with what he called the Norma Verticalis. Point 5, see figure 6.2, Blumenbach's Norma Verticalis. Adding skin color to the Norma Verticalis, he classified the single species of human beings into 4 and then 5 varieties. As we shall see, such meticulous measurement endowed the Caucasian variety with an unimpeachable scientific pedigree. The first edition of On the Natural Variety of Mankind, 1775, has many strengths. For one thing, it corrects a serious misconception about differences between various peoples. Climate, Blumenbach says reasonably but in contradiction to others, produces differences in skin color, so that dark-colored people live in hot places and light-colored people live in cold places, a fact noted in antiquity but subsequently acknowledged only intermittently in the scholarly literature. He reminds readers that all individual human bodies contain lighter and darker places. The genitals, for instance, of light-colored people may be dark, and outdoor work darkens even people with light skin. Poor people who work outside become darker, and European skin becomes lighter in winter. Our own experience teaches us every year, when in spring very elegant and delicate women show a most brilliant whiteness of skin, contracted by the indoor life of winter. If those women are careless and go into the summer sun and air, they lose that vernal beauty before the arrival of the next autumn, and become sensibly browner. 6. Blumenbach also cautions against drawing conclusions about whole peoples on the basis of only a small sample, a warning unfortunately not heeded, as the world of anthropology invariably continued to speak of human types embodied in the image of one single person. Take as an example the aforementioned Kalmucks of the northeastern Caucasus and western Asian regions, says Blumenbach. Well aware of the stereotype of Kalmucks as epitomes of ugliness, he warns us quite properly that one traveler's drawing of an ugly Kalmuck's skull cannot sustain conclusions about the group as a whole. Blumenbach imagines that another traveler might describe Kalmuck men as beautiful, even as symmetrical, and conclude that their young women would find admirers in cultivated Europe. 7. Blumenbach's allusion to young women's sexual attractiveness to European men evokes a gauge common among European travelers and scholars as far back as François Berny in the 17th century. The French naturalist Buffon, for instance, pronounced Kalmucks the ugliest of peoples, the women as ugly as the men, but Circassians and Georgians the beautiful wives of Eastern sultans. 8. As we are seeing, Kalmucks remain salient exemplars of homeliness well into the 19th century. However, photographs from William Z. Ripley's 1899 Races of Europe and Corliss Lamont's Peoples of the Soviet Union of 1946 show two rather ordinary Kalmucks and a handsome one. See Figure 6.3. Ripley's Kalmucks, and Figure 6.4, Lamont's Kalmuck sailor. Thus assumptions about the beautiful or the ugly pertained more to ideas than to actual physical appearance. As we have also seen regarding Circassians, Caucasians, and Georgians, the notion of their surpassing beauty became codified more by repetition than by any circulation of actual images of real people. Like other race theorists, Blumenbach walked a tightrope between contradictions. On the one hand, he held fast to the prominent role that culture and climate play in determining outward appearance. Even so, he believed that certain groups maintain their distinctive physical and cultural characteristics over successive generations. Among the people of Europe, say, the Swiss retain their open countenance, the Turks remain manly and serious, the people of the far north keep their simple and guileless look, and, despite long residence among Gentiles, the Jewish race presents the most notorious and least deceptive example, which can easily be recognized everywhere by their eyes alone, which breathe of the East. 9. This last statement, delivered as scientific fact, turns up throughout racial science, deathless as the worship of the beautiful Caucasian/Circassian/Georgian. All of this classification appears in Blumenbach's first edition. Revising on the natural variety of mankind in 1781, he adds the newly discovered Malays, thereby introducing a five-fold categorization. Note, however, that Europeans are not yet labeled Caucasian. Blumenbach explains that five groups, termed varieties, are more consonant to nature than the four Linnaeus had enumerated and that Blumenbach had originally accepted. In 1781 Blumenbach also returns to the problem of the Lapps, finally admitting them as Europeans of Finnish origin, white in color, and if compared with the rest, beautiful in form. 10. As Europeans continued to discover ever more human communities, increasing numbers of peoples and their geographical boundaries aggravated the chaos of classification. Blumenbach revised once again. In his third edition, published on April 11, 1795, Blumenbach does not increase the number of human varieties. But he gamely notes the existence of 12 competing schemes of human taxonomy and invites the reader to choose which of them he likes best. 3 experts, including his Göttingen colleague Christoph Meiners, designate 2 varieties, Meiners as were handsome and ugly, 1 posits 3, 6 designate 4, 1, Buffon, speaks of 6 varieties, Lap or Polar, Tatar, South Asian, European, Ethiopian, and American, and 1 designates 7.11. Such anarchy had dogged human taxonomy from the beginning, for scholars could never agree on how many varieties of people existed, where the boundaries between them lay, and which physical traits counted in separating them. Nor have 200 and more years of racial inquiry diminished confusion on this issue. Blumenbach's idea of 5 varieties gained acceptance, but it was his introduction of aesthetic judgments into classification in 1795 that gave us the term Caucasian 12. By 1795, 20 years had passed since the first publication of On the Natural Variety of Mankind. In the interim, skin color, not heretofore the crucial factor for Blumenbach, had risen to play a large role. He now sees it necessary to rank skin color hierarchically, beginning, not surprisingly, with white. Believing it to be the oldest variety of man, he puts it in the first place. His reckoning includes a large dose of aesthetic reasoning, led by the blush. 1. The white color holds the first place, such as is that of most European peoples. The redness of the cheeks in this variety is almost peculiar to it, at all events it is but seldom to be seen in the rest. After white comes the yellow, olive tinge. Then, third, copper color, father bronze, fourth is tawny, father bazan, last, the tawny black, up to almost a pitchy blackness, jet black. 13 Like the first and second editions, this third edition of On the Natural Variety of Mankind keeps on ascribing differences of skin color to climate and individual experience in non-Europeans as well as Europeans. Blumenbach seems once again to be arguing with himself, disregarding his own equitable explanation of individual difference and yet describing the racial face of each of his 5 human varieties. He dwells longest and lovingly on the Caucasian, from whom Lapps, having in 1781 been allowed a place, are once again excluded. Caucasian variety. Color white, cheeks rosy, hair brown or chestnut colored, head subglobular, face oval, straight, its parts moderately defined, forehead smooth, nose narrow, slightly hooked, mouth small. The primary teeth placed perpendicularly to each jaw, the lips, especially the lower one, moderately open, the chin full and rounded. In general, that kind of appearance which according to our opinion of symmetry, we consider most handsome and becoming. To this first variety belong the inhabitants of Europe, except the Lapps and the remaining descendants of the Finns, and those of Eastern Asia, as far as the river Obi, the Caspian Sea and the Ganges, and lastly, those of Northern Africa. 14. Like many other anthropologists, Blumenbach labels North Africans Caucasian. No problem there, at least not for the moment. But by placing the Caucasian variety's eastern boundaries farther to the east than the Ural Mountains and as far south as the Ganges, Blumenbach enlarges Caucasian territory beyond the limits then becoming accepted as European. Russia, always a problem, was sometimes placed within, sometimes outside Europe. By bringing India into the Caucasian fold, Blumenbach was doubtless thinking linguistically. In 1786, the linguist Sir William Jones had traced similarities in various European and Asian languages to the archaic language of Sanskrit. Blumenbach's colleague and friend George Forster had translated Jones's version of an ancient Sanskrit classic drama into German in 1791. Others soon transformed a linguistic category, the Indo-European or Aryan, into a race, giving rise to the idea of a biologically determined Indo-European people. By the mid-19th century, scrupulous scholars had rejected any biological basis to the Indo-European/Aryan language group, but that hardly mattered. The judgment of sound scholarship did not suffice to kill off the notion of an Indo-European/Aryan race, with Germans and Greeks within and Semites outside. For determined racists, especially in the 20th century, racial identity and language always had to coincide, and appearance would always figure in concepts of race. Race begot beauty, and even scientists succumbed to desire. With the concept of human beauty as a scientifically certified racial trait, we come to a crucial turning point in the history of white people. Now linking Caucasian firmly to beauty, Blumenbach remained divided of mind. Holding first place in his classification was always the scientific measurement of skulls. But second within human variety came a concern for physical beauty, going well beyond the beauty of skulls and giving birth to a powerful word in race thinking, Caucasian variety. I have taken the name of this variety from Mount Caucasus, both because its neighborhood, and especially its southern slope, produces the most beautiful race of men, I mean the Georgian. A long footnote follows, quoting the 17th century traveler Jean Chardin as only one of a cloud of eyewitnesses praising the beauty of Georgian women. Blumenbach's quote leaves out Chardin's disapproval of Georgians' heavy use of makeup, their sensuality, and the many bad habits Chardin had deplored. Now Chardin intones to Blumenbach the gospel of Georgian beauty. The blood of Georgia is the best of the East, and perhaps in the world. I have not observed a single ugly face in that country, in either sex, but I have seen angelical ones. Nature has there lavished upon the women beauties which are not to be seen elsewhere. I consider it to be impossible to look at them without loving them. It would be impossible to point to more charming visages, or better figures, than those of the Georgians. 15. Beauty's charms reached into science, but what of science's bedrock, the measurement of skulls? Now Blumenbach squirms. By turns he embraces Enlightenment science, the measurements of his skulls, then lets go to reach for Romanticism's subjective passion for beauty. Yes, skull measurements count, but when it comes down to it, bodily beauty counts for more, but no, not conclusively. Even while extolling Caucasian beauty, he adopts a third line of reasoning meant to puncture European racial chauvinism. Consider the toads, says Blumenbach. If a toad could speak and were asked which was the loveliest creature upon God's earth, it would say, simpering, that modesty forbade it to give a real opinion on that point. 16. As in the first edition of On the Natural Variety of Mankind, Blumenbach qualifies his estimation of European beauty as rife with European narcissism. Even so, he uses the word beautiful 5 times on one page in describing the bony foundation of his favorite typology, a Georgian woman's skull. It is my beautiful typical head of a young Georgian female which always of itself attracts every eye, however little observant. See figure 6.5, Blumenbach's beautiful skull. The story of Blumenbach's skull belongs within a long and sorry history of Caucasian vulnerability to 18th century Russian imperialism. Blumenbach's benefactor George Thomas, Edger Fedotvuk, Baron von Asch, 1729–1807, is little known today. Born in St. Petersburg of German parents, Asch had secured his medical degree from the University of Göttingen in 1750 and then joined the Russian army's medical service in the imperial forces of Catherine the Great. A military man and a leader of Russia's learned societies in St. Petersburg and Moscow, Asch traveled around the expanding Russian Empire both in his official capacity and as a patron of science. Regarding the latter, he collected skulls, manuscripts, and various other trophies from throughout Russia and its hinterlands in the 1780s and 1790s, specimens he showered on Blumenbach and the research collections of his Göttingen alma mater. In 1793, shortly after Catherine had won her Second Caucasian War against the Ottomans, Asch sent Blumenbach a pristine female skull, explaining its provenance in a cover letter. 17 The skull came from a Georgian woman the Russian forces had taken captive, precisely the kind of situation figuring in so many descriptions of beautiful Caucasian and Circassian women. As an archetype, she is a pitiful captive lovely in her subjection. Actually, the perfect appearance of the teeth support a suspicion that the owner was a very young person, indeed, more adolescent than woman. In this case, the story continued to its tragic end when the woman or girl was brought back to Moscow. Although Asch sheds little light on her life in Russia, he does tell us that she died from venereal disease. An anatomy professor in Moscow had performed an autopsy before forwarding the skull to Asch in St. Petersburg. Ironically, perhaps, the woman whose skull gave white people a name had been a sex slave in Moscow, like thousands of her compatriots in Russia and the Ottoman Empire. Blumenbach labeled his prize skull beautiful and female Georgian, going on to call the human variety it inspired Caucasian, a mysterious slippage he did not explain. Why not call it Georgian, we may ask, since the skull came from Georgia? The answer may lie in North America, where the newly formed United States already included a state called Georgia and, presumably, people called Georgians. At any rate, during Blumenbach's time, the notion of Caucasian achieved wide circulation. Blumenbach's idea of Caucasian was as much mythical as geographical. On the one hand, he means the 170,000 square miles of land separating the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, comprising the embattled Muslim Chechnya as well as Christian Georgia and being home to some 50 ethnic groups. Today anthropologists parse these ethnicities into three main categories: Caucasian, Indo-European, and Altaic. Among the Altaic peoples are the Kalmyk/Kalmuk, whom Western tradition deemed ugly. Right beside them live the Circassians and Georgians, those beautiful white slave people of legend, both in the category of Caucasian peoples. Note that in 1899 William Z. Ripley pictured Caucasians in his authoritative Races of Europe. See Figure 6.6, Ripley's Caucasus Mountains. Whiteness now takes its place in racial classification, reorienting the science of human taxonomy from Linnaeus's geographical regions to Blumenbach's emphasis on skin color as beauty. Once Blumenbach had established Caucasian as a human variety, the term floated far from its geographical origin. Actual Caucasians, the people living in the Caucasus region, cheek by jowl with Turks and Semites of the eastern Mediterranean, lost their symbolic standing as Ur-Europeans. Real Caucasians never reached the apex of the white racial hierarchy. Indeed, many Russians call them Chernyi, black, on account of their supposed wild troublesomeness. 18 Somehow specificity faded while the idea of a supremely beautiful Caucasian variety lived on, eventually becoming the scientific term of choice for white people. When scholars nowadays use Caucasian as racial terminology, they are harking back to the illustrious Blumenbach. But the term has a more complex genealogy, too, one connecting it to the larger history of race, beauty, and reactionary politics. That part of the story brings in Blumenbach's cranky Göttingen colleague Christoph Meiners, 1747–1810. See Figure 6.7, Christoph Meiners. For lack of documentation, we cannot know the exact degree of the personal interaction between Blumenbach and Meiners. 19 Clearly, however, Meiners, with his preoccupation with human beauty and his counter-revolutionary politics, shadows the background of German racial theory. Both Blumenbach and Meiners studied and then taught at the University of Göttingen, where Meiners assumed a professorship in 1776, about the same time as Blumenbach. The eminence of the egalitarian-minded Blumenbach lives on, and when Blumenbach died at 88, in 1840, his membership in 78 learned societies attested to his eminence in the masculine realm of letters. 20 Led by the illustrious Humboldts, Blumenbach's students had supervised the celebration of his jubilee, the 50th anniversary of his doctorate in 1825. The politically retrograde Meiners has largely been forgotten. During the 1790s Blumenbach, already the more distinguished colleague, seems to have taken note of Meiners's voluminous, if obscure, publications. 21 To be sure, Meiners's name appears only once in the 1795 edition of Varieties of Humankind, but Blumenbach's emphases, notably beauty, and the evocation of an ancient Greek ideal, the repeated mention of Tacitus and the ancient Germans' racial purity, and even the name Caucasian betray the pull of his contrary colleague. Both Meiners and Blumenbach focused on the same towering subject, humankind's divisions, but otherwise their views diverged over methodology, politics, and conclusions, converging only on the naming of varieties and, increasingly, the importance of personal appearance. Blumenbach, as we know, accorded pride of place to skull measurement, whereas Meiners relied on travel literature, with its inevitable ethnocentrism. Another difference: Meiners wrote hastily and at great length, distorting the meaning of scholars he cited and filling his pages with wildly contradictory claims. Blumenbach and more rigorous colleagues, though themselves no paragons of consistency, objected to such sloppiness, criticizing Miners's reactionary intellectual one-sidedness. Miners made no bones about it: inferior people's inferiority justified, even required, their enslavement and the use of despotism for their control. 22 Beauty and ugliness, he said, led naturally to different fates. Blumenbach did not agree. Miners initially posited a counterintuitive binary racial scheme whose strange two-way racial classification appears in Grundriss-der-Geschichte der Menschheit, Foundations of the History of Mankind, published in 1785. Tartar-Caucasian, divided into Celtic and Slavic, and Mongolian. The Tartar-Caucasian was first and foremost the beautiful race. The Mongolian was the ugly race, weak in body and spirit, bad, and lacking in virtue, as characterized by the Kalmucks. Miners classifies Jews as Mongolian, i.e., Asian, along with Armenians, Arabs, and Persians, all of whom Blumenbach defined as Caucasian. Miners makes his ugly Mongolian race dark-skinned. And he joined most of his German contemporaries in locating the ideal of human beauty in ancient Greece, but, he adds immodestly, the Germans rival the Greeks in beauty and bodily strength. 23. Göttingen's scholarly community muttered a good deal about Miners's lack of rigor and cranky conclusions, but mostly the criticism remained buried in private and rather academic letters. In any case, Miners's fringy popularity was widespread, and his work circulated extensively. Grundriss der Geschichte der Menschheit went through 3 editions and was translated into several languages. His circle included French counter-revolutionaries who later fed the intellectual history of 20th-century National Socialism. Blumenbach may well have borrowed the name Caucasian from Miners. But even if that borrowing took place, Blumenbach reached for higher authority in publication. He cited the illustrious Jean Chardin, not his neighbor's cantankerous book. Though Miners lacked the status of a member of the Royal Society, he did convince a certain circle of his own acolytes. In the early 1790s, Miners began to move racial discourse in Göttingen beyond comparisons between Europeans and non-Europeans and to concentrate on an intra-European hierarchy of lightness and beauty, with ancient Germans on top. 24 In a series of articles vaunting the superiority of Germans among Europeans, Miners describes non-German Europeans' color as dirty white and compares it unfavorably with the whitest, most blooming and most delicate skin of the Germans. The early Germans he describes as taller, slimmer, stronger, and with more beautiful bodies than all the remaining peoples of the earth. Miners maintains, following Tacitus, that Germans possess the prized quality of racial purity. By the late 18th century, Miners was making claims for stereotypical Nordic/Teutonic attributes that some in the academic world would echo for another 100 years. 25 That was radical enough, but he did not stop there. As his thought continued to evolve, Miners teased out distinctions not only between different kinds of Europeans but also between different kinds of Germans, Germans of the North and Germans of the South. Northerners, such as the Protestants of Dresden, Weimar, Berlin, Hanover, and Göttingen were in, Southerners the Catholics of Vienna were out. This may seem a strained dichotomy, but, in fact, it was not new. At this time the idea of southern Germany meant Vienna, the sophisticated, 1900-year-old capital of the Holy Roman Empire. That empire, self-proclaimed heir of the Roman Empire of antiquity, sprawled across Europe from the Low Countries to the Czech, Slovak, and Hungarian lands bordering the Ottoman Empire. It might have been on its next to last legs, but Vienna, created as a barrier against the Germani tribes, still occupied at least a rhetorical space between peoples within and those outside civilization. Thus differences between southern and northern Germans in the late 18th century could be thought to resemble Caesar's and Tacitus's civilized Gauls within the Roman Empire and wild Germans those northerners outside. Envy also played its part. A wealthy imperial capital, Vienna had long boasted a high culture beyond the means of Germans of the north. Such envy coupled easily with contempt. It was only a small step for North Germans to feminize the Viennese, to turn them into soft Gauls and trumpet the enduring masculinity of untamed Northerners. This anti-civilization strategy gendered North and South, Gaul and German, a Gaul/French, German/German metaphor that held a promising future as an anthropological strategy. It also contained a political dimension. Like most advocates of racial hierarchy, miners resented the French for their revolution, which had led to unfortunate leveling tendencies in the German lands and, critically, to Jewish emancipation. It is not surprising, therefore, that miners later became the Nazis' favorite intellectual ancestor, for he knew his Tacitus and built castles upon it. In phrases characteristic of 19th-century Tudomania, Miners describes Germans' possession of the whitest, most blooming and most delicate skin, the tallest and most beautiful men not only in Europe, but in the entire world, and a purity of blood that made them the physical, moral, and intellectual superiors of everyone. The ancient Germans were strong like oak trees, but their descendants, though still better than everyone else, had degenerated through indulgence in civilization's luxuries. Rigorous practice of the martial arts would restore Germans to their former virility and beauty. 26. Some in Europe lapped up this super-racist theory, as miners attracted a coterie of French counter-revolutionaries in the late 1790s, including Jean-Joseph Viry, whose Histoire naturelle du genre humain, 1800, divided humanity into beautiful whites and ugly browns or blacks, and Charles de Villers. 27. A correspondent with Madame Germaine de Staël and an expert on Kant, Villers settled in Göttingen and studied with miners. With his influence on de Staël, German racial theory moved west. It consisted of a bundle of notions predicated on contrasts between European and African, but also between European and Asian, Northerner and Southerner, lighter and darker, and Germans and French. 7. Germaine de Staël's German lessons. In the world of influence and the transmission of ideas, it is good to be rich, and Anne-Louise Germaine Necker de Staël, 1766–1817, was one the richest materially and intellectually. 1. See Figure 7.1, Madame de Staël. Without question a giant of her age, de Staël wrote novels featuring beautiful, smart, and independent protagonists who star as foremothers for women writers to come. Reaching across time and space, her work has inspired women writers as various as George Sand, George Eliot, Harriet Beecher Stowe, and Willa Cather. De Staël also furnished a template for the American transcendentalist Margaret Fuller, the brainiest in her company of elevated spirits. 2. All of that was yet to come, but in her own time de Staël also built the crucial conveyor belt between German thinkers of all kinds and a vast audience of lay readers in France, Britain, and the United States who lacked direct access to writing in German. She publicized the genius of Goethe, the naturalist religion of transcendentalism, and the way of categorizing Europeans as members of several different races. Her book De l'Allemagne, on Germany, 1810–13, in particular, forms the vital link between German and non-German intellectuals. Possessing a European spirit in a French soul, Germaine Necker displayed a passionate intellectual curiosity early on. 3. Her mother, Suzanne Kirkcode Necker, 1737–94, nurtured Germaine's intelligence, exposing her to the best minds, Denis Diderot, Jean d'Alembert, Claude Helvétius, and other luminaries frequenting Madame Necker's salon, and encouraging her even as a child to write novels and poetry. Such nurturing came naturally to the phenomenally wealthy Necker family. Jacques Necker, a Protestant banker originally from Geneva, had made a fortune in the financial world and gone on to serve as Controller General of Finances for Louis XVI. When Germaine at age 20 married an aristocratic Swedish diplomat, her husband received a dowry of £80,000, the equivalent of more than $1.5 million in the early 21st century. 4. Fig 7.1 Germaine de Staël as Corinne, by Elizabeth Vigillerbre, French painter of the aristocracy, ca. 1807. Oil on canvas, 140 x 118 cm. Although her husband soon squandered the dowry, Madame de Staël still continued to enjoy ample wealth and a large retinue throughout her life. She lived in her own chateau, travelled in comfort, and met other aristocrats on an equal footing. She and her fellow exiles ran short of money while in England in 1792 only because the revolutionary government froze her French accounts. Towering German intellectuals served her pedagogic needs. She learned German from Wilhelm von Humboldt, the Berlin aristocrat responsible for Prussia's educational system and the founding of the University of Berlin and brother of the noted traveling scholar Alexander von Humboldt. She also employed August Wilhelm Schlegel, a poet and critic known as an originator of German Romanticism, as her son's tutor. Because she was a woman, descriptions of de Staël always mention her appearance. More charitable observers balance their evaluation of her looks with an appreciation of her brilliance. One 1802 visitor noted, "The man who should murmur against her lack of beauty would fall at her feet dazzled by her intellect." She was born an intellectual conqueror. 5. The English avatar of Romanticism, Lord Byron, thought she towered over all other women, concluding, she ought to have been a man. Like most of the men she encountered, Byron found her overwhelming in avalanche. 6. Her first American biographer, the American feminist abolitionist author Lydia Maria Child, began her 1832 study of de Staël as follows: in a gallery of celebrated women, the first place unquestionably belongs to Anne-Marie Louise Germaine Necker, Baroness de Staël-Holstein. But brilliance could not outweigh the nearly universal impulse to make unattractiveness. She was a fairly ordinary-looking, slightly plump matron. Madame de Staël's main characteristic. Maria Child chose to note only her finely formed hands and arms, which Child described as of a most transparent whiteness. 7. In linking transparency to whiteness, Child employs a trope of white beauty whose illogic has not diminished its longevity. Transparent skin with a minimum of melanin is not white. Instead, it reveals the subcutaneous body as a mottled pink, blue, and gray. This is the blue of blue bloods. On the other hand, the appearance of whiteness, of light skin color, requires some melanin to mask the darker blood vessels and flesh underneath. Thus, the metaphor of transparent whiteness may signify an idea of perfect whiteness in language, but it has little to do with actual physical appearance. De Staël matured during an age of literal revolution. The French Revolution, starting in 1789, with its Enlightenment ideals of human equality and brotherhood, reinforced trends already underway. On one side, it undercut arguments supporting slavery and inequality, fostering emancipation even in places beyond the reach of French power. On another side, however, French revolutionary ideology annoyed conservative believers in natural human hierarchy. De Staël rather tended toward the liberal side, but her lofty social status also attracted trouble. In fact, de Staël fell quickly on two wrong sides of turbulent French politics. The too radical and too bloody revolution trampled her preference for a constitutional monarchy, which she loudly proclaimed. Her opposition to tyranny, her defense of unlimited freedom of speech, and her outspokenness as a woman made her persona non grata first in Paris and then in all of France. At least she had places to go. Fleeing Paris in 1792, she crossed over to England and then doubled back to her family's chateau at Coppet, Switzerland. Her parents, originally from the Lake Geneva region, had purchased the Coppet chateau on the lake before the Revolution. Returning to Paris in 1794, after the Reign of Terror, she leaped into politics, promoting Napoleon Bonaparte's coup in September 1799, or 18 Fructidor, according to the French revolutionary calendar, and maneuvering her former lover, the agile aristocratic diplomat Charles Maurice de Talleyrand, into his post as Minister of Foreign Affairs. But politics did not occupy de Staël totally. Her literary career took off commercially with two novels, Delphine, 1802, and Corinne, 1807. Both feature the aforementioned brilliant, free-spirited, autobiographical heroines who soar intellectually and emotionally but must eventually fall victim to their limitations as women. Delphine and Corinne were widely translated and widely read, but Corinne became so famous that the very name still symbolizes a smart, independent-minded woman. This was not a figure likely to please Napoleon, whose relationship with de Staël quickly soured. In a conflict of the Emperor of Matter versus the Empress of Mind, Napoleon disapproved of Madame de Staël for almost 2 decades, from their first meeting in 1797 until his ultimate downfall in 1815. Toward the end of his life, Napoleon reread her Corinne, reminding him what he thought of her. "I detest that woman." Ostensibly it was her outspoken opposition to his policies and her Anglophilia that motivated his persecution, but he also simply could not stand a woman who was so loud. And de Staël did talk incessantly, about politics and anything else. A friend called her a talking machine. To the men who heeded her views, her femininity seemed less essential than her intelligence. Although 3 children survived her, she failed to embody one of Napoleon's fundamental womanly ideals, fecund motherhood. In 1803 he forced her to put 150 miles between herself and Paris. So she went to Weimar, in the Saxon center of German Romanticism, starring the poets Johann Wolfgang von Goethe and Friedrich von Schiller, and on to Berlin, where she associated with the brothers Schlegel and Johann Gottlieb Fichte, inventors of early German Romanticism, with its nature-centered themes of transcendentalism. De Staël had already written a study of European literature, De la littérature considérée dans ses rapports avec les institutions sociales, literally on literature considered according to its relationship to social institutions, usually translated simply as On Literature, 1800. This work examines the literatures of Italy, France, and Germany. Because Germany was only just becoming visible as a source of interesting literature, German intellectuals appreciated notice from a representative of French letters, even in exile. Even a woman. The success of On Literature and the warmth of its reception in Germany inspired 3 German research trips, in 1803, 1804, and 1807, in preparation for de Staël's greatest work of non-fiction, De l'Allemagne, on Germany. During most of Napoleon's reign, de Staël remained exiled outside her beloved Paris, her book on Germany unpublished. Napoleon had seen to that, ordering the destruction not only of the entire 5,000 copy print run of On Germany but also of its plates and manuscript. Fortunately, de Staël somehow managed to salvage the plates and manuscript for later publication. Such a severe blow to her writing raised fundamental questions: should she admit defeat, give up on life in Europe, and start afresh in the New World? She and her 17-year-old son, Albert, secured passports and prepared to immigrate to the United States. In 1810 de Staël wrote to President Thomas Jefferson, saying she and her son planned to make a life in the United States. The President and de Staël were not strangers. Decades earlier he had frequented her Paris salon. In a warm return letter, Jefferson assured her that her military-aged son would find a good welcome in the United States. About Madame de Staël herself, however, he said nothing, a silence that spoke volumes about the current state of American society. Jefferson knew de Staël could never have survived a long stay in such a crude land. Charles Maurice de Talleyrand, one of de Staël's closest friends, had spent much of 1795 in the United States as a young man, and the experience had driven him to a singular conclusion: if I stay here another year I'll die. 9 Certainly, no American city of the early 19th century could give de Staël the brio she enjoyed in Paris. Furthermore, by 1810 not only was de Staël no longer young at 44 years old, but she was also addicted to opium, and fragile in health. She obviously needed her brilliant retinue as much as her European setting. De Staël actually owned land in Upper New York State on the shores of Lake Ontario, purchased in 1800. An important factor in this purchase had been one of New York's founding fathers, Gouverneur Morris, 1752–1816, whom de Staël's family had met in the early 1790s when Morris represented the United States in France. Ever the booster, he urged the rich Neckers to invest in American land. After de Staël and her father did so, Morris advised them on the management of their holdings. Boosterism notwithstanding, Morris joined the chorus advising de Staël to stay put. During his years in Paris, Morris had experienced the gulf between American and French levels of sophistication. In the Necker/de Staël salon at Coppet, the Estates General of European thought, Morris felt like a provincial bumpkin. I feel very stupid in this group, and I am not sufficiently brilliant for this consultation, he wrote in a letter back home. Hardly a dull American, Morris at home belonged to the highest reaches of American society. He had attended King's College, now Columbia University, and studied with New York's most prominent lawyer. No mean wordsmith, Morris wrote the phrase "We the people of the United States," in order to form a more perfect union. Among Americans, Morris could never be a bumpkin. But even upon its highest summit, American society lacked the brilliance of de Staël's French milieu. Morris described her salon as a kind of temple of Apollo. Utterly lacking counterparts in the United States, she would wilt and die, for Americans are ignorant of the charms of good French society. 10. Over to the east, Alexander Pushkin, Russia's leading poet, drew parallel conclusions. He had seen how the cream of Russian society bored de Staël to death when she visited there as a refugee from Napoleon's France in 1812. Moscow's best and brightest had tried to entertain her, but Pushkin realized they were simply not good enough. How empty our high society must have looked to such a woman, not a thought, not a remarkable word during these 3 long hours, frozen faces, a stiff attitude. How she was bored. 11 Over time, Americans and Russians would often find themselves equated as members of young and promising, but crude, societies. In any event, Madame de Staël did not emigrate to the United States. In fact, she never even visited or wrote a book about the United States and its people. She continued to hold strong opinions regarding American society, however, and viewed slavery as the country's weak spot. In Considerations sur la Révolution Française, 1813-16, she glimpsed the possibility of American future greatness, but with a major caveat: there is one nation that will one day be truly great, that is the Americans. Only one stain obscures the perfect reflection that brightens that country, it is the slavery that still exists in the South. 12 Unlike many others, she could not separate the institution of slavery from the meaning of the United States as a society. Meanwhile, though Napoleon foiled the intended French publication of De l'Allemagne in 1810, it did appear in London in 1813. In the early 19th century the rest of the Western world was waking up to the value and power of German scholarship, but knowledge of it remained shadowy in France, Britain, and the United States because very few non-German intellectuals read German. Some means was needed to internationalize German thought and views. De Staël's accessible introduction to German thinking filled that need. De l'Allemagne on Germany took the British intelligentsia by storm. France, the rest of Europe, and a number of cosmopolitan Americans began singing its praises. The reason is not hard to see. First, many of de Staël's readers largely shared her unrepublican inclinations and thus her conservative picture of German thought. Importantly, her chapters on German mysticism and enthusiasm, God in Us, introduced Americans to what became known as transcendentalism. But for our purposes, her discussion of race, which appears at the beginning of On Germany, is paramount. Various analysts had, through the years, posited a varying number of European races. De Staël chooses 3: Latin, German, and Slav, tracing differences between them to climate, government, language, and history. In her view, Roman dominance, political and religious, had shaped the Latins, Italians, French, and Iberians and endowed them with earthy interests and pleasures. Being proud, she explains, the Germanic or Teutonic races, Germans, Swiss, English, Swedes, Danes, and Dutch, had long successfully resisted Roman conquest and Christianization. In the process, Germans had grown more adept at abstract thought than Latins and more deeply marked by medieval chivalry. Regarding the Slavic race led by Poles and Russians, de Staël has little to say, for she considers Slavs too new and unformed a race to have struck a balance between their European and Asiatic components. 13. Much of de Staël's racial commentary in De l'Allemagne flows directly from one of her prime advisors on German thought, a little remembered bicultural counter-revolutionary from the French-German boundary region of Lorraine who thought the French ought to take lessons from the Germans. 14 After a career in the French military, Charles-François Dominique Villers, 1765–1815, had begun studying at the University of Göttingen at the late age of 31 in 1796. Between 1797 and 1800 he was a prime contributor to the Hamburg Spectateur du Nord, Journal Politique, Littéraire et Moral, in which he published some 60 articles. 15 These articles cover much of what de Staël relates in On Germany. Villers had first come to de Staël's attention as an essential guide to the notoriously difficult philosophy of Immanuel Kant. In addition to several short pieces on Kant, Villers published La philosophie de Kant, aux principes fondamentaux de la philosophie transcendantale in 1801, and he began corresponding with de Staël in 1802 after reading her De la littérature, with its survey of the literature of Germany. Thereafter, Villers guided de Staël through German thought. In return, On Germany includes a note praising him as one always at the forefront of all noble and generous views. He seems called, by the grace of his spirit and the profundity of his studies, to represent France in Germany and Germany in France. 16. As a member of the reactionary, race-obsessed Göttingen circle of Christoph Meiners, Charles Villers felt certain that race determined culture. In an 1809 essay on German history and literature, he divides Europe between two opposite peoples, one Gallic, the other Germanic. To Villers, Gallic literature encompasses the empire of reality, while the literature of Germanic peoples encompasses the empire of ideas. According to Villers, our little Europe includes two neighboring peoples whose genius and character fall at the two extremities of the intellectual line which it is given to man to traverse. These are the French and the Germans, who offer in their general ideas and the views which they take of life such contradictions and such total opposition, that it appears as if all means of understanding one another were impracticable, and all efforts to do so superfluous. 4 years later, de Staël repeats this supposed contradiction in On Germany. 18. De Staël also reiterates Villers's definition of Romanticism, but in better French. She preferred to speak of enthousiasme. Villers had so thoroughly Germanicized himself that he expresses his contempt for the French language by speaking of la romantique, a suspiciously German turn of phrase. The French romantisme is a masculine noun, the German romantic is feminine. De Staël Villers's view that German romanticism has grown out of a native national literature based on medieval chivalry and Christianity, never mind the definition of Germans as people who had resisted the Romans and their Christian religion. This she contrasts with Greek and French classicism. 19. The theme of French/German opposition resonated throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, in belles lettres, anthropology, war, and peace. Until the turn of the 19th century, the genealogy of European genius and the source of its power had run directly back through the French Enlightenment and the Italian Renaissance to Greco-Roman antiquity. Villers, de Staël, and their followers took another path. In their view, it was medieval Northern European paganism that fueled the fire of 19th-century greatness. Paradoxically, perhaps, enthusiasm for the Dark Ages and its pagan barbarians increased as Northern Europe grew richer and more powerful. For the most part, Charles de Villers's influence on Germany remains in the background, much like his colleague Christoph Meiners's near invisibility in the anthropological work and Caucasian theories of Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. By contrast, another rising leader of German letters stands at the forefront of On Germany's text. Northern German genius needed an iconic figure to make the Meiners-Villers de Staël race theory work, and it found one in the person of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. On Germany contains a chapter on Goethe's intellect, additional chapters on his principal writings, and excerpts from his work. De Staël concludes, Goethe alone can represent the whole of German literature, for he possesses all by himself the principal traits of German genius. 20 Goethe, as we have seen, was closely associated with the town of Weimar in eastern Germany, and the German cultural renaissance was centered in Saxony. For the purposes of the present book, we need to keep in mind the existence of three different Saxonies. One Saxony, important for Europeans, would remain anchored in this Eastern German province bordering Poland, with Dresden and Leipzig prominent as Central Europe's richest cultural and mercantile cities. Another, Western Lower Saxony, produced the Hanoverian kings of England and the university at Göttingen. The Third Saxony, the mythical homeland of the medieval Saxons of England, lay on the western side of the Germans' lands, off between Denmark and the Netherlands on the North Sea. This third, obscure Saxony towered in importance only in the minds of British and American Anglo-Saxonists. De Staël had admired Goethe's work since the publication of The Sorrows of Young Werther, 1774, praising its sublime combination of thoughts and feelings, enthusiasm and philosophy. In return, Goethe had reviewed Delphine positively. 21 Yet their personal relationship did not run smoothly when de Staël came to Weimar in 1807 to work on her German book. Goethe avoided her as long as possible. When she finally caught up with him, he found her hard to take, despite respecting her as a celebrated French intellectual at a time when the French led the world intellectually. She talked too much, she clung too fiercely to her own convictions. She let it be known that Goethe spoke most brilliantly only after finishing off a bottle of champagne. She did not, in short, defer to him sufficiently. 22 In the end, however, on Germany pretty well satisfied Goethe as a means of increasing German national self-esteem after its Napoleonic manhandling in 1806–07 and perpetual intellectual subservience to the French and, doubtless, as a very nice puff piece for himself. De Staël's admiration of Goethe as the quintessence of German genius contained serious contradictions. On the one hand, she conveyed his Winckelmann-inspired fascination with ancient Greece into the 19th century. On the other, however, she accepted Villers's depiction of Romanticism as quintessentially German, stemming from medieval Christianity. On Germany promotes Romanticism, briefly, and depicts Classicism, at length, without ever solving the long-standing ancient medieval contradiction. Greeks and Germans frequently appear together in De l'Allemagnie, as though modern Germans descended from ancient Greeks. They stayed together in the 19th century, as on Germany soared in influence. The cosmopolitan American abolitionist author Maria Child reckoned that de Staël did more than any other mortal to give foreigners a respect for German literature, and German character. 23 And, indeed, de Staël did. London's first edition of 1813 sold out in 3 days. French and German editions appeared in 1814. Positively and internationally reviewed in 1814, On Germany inspired at least 5 pamphlets within a year and remained the most traveled route into German thought, the Bible of the Romantics, well into the 1830s. 24. De Staël not only introduced German thinking to Westerners who did not read German, she clearly located German genius in northern, not southern, Germany. She found energy and imagination in the north, whereas Vienna, the cultural capital of Germany, seemed stuck in a monotonous, Frenchified past. In this way de Staël replaced Vienna with Saxon Weimar, Dresden, and other northern German intellectual centers where the identification between Germans and ancient Greeks flourished. She made German genius Saxon. It was by virtue of such influences that, by the 19th century, virtually all Western belletrists echoed de Staël's and Villers's location of worthiness in the north and frivolity in the south. German theory thus inspired writers in English, and English thinkers, in turn, passed along to Americans German theories of racial meaning. With German assumptions at its base, Anglo-American thought thoroughly incorporated notions of personal beauty as an index of inner worth and of ancient Greeks as perfect beauty's singular representation. And that was important because, while lofty themes of ancient Greek beauty and German theories of race originated worlds away from the muddy facts of American life, by the late 18th and early 19th centuries, Western intellectuals were recognizing the United States as an important white outpost. Race theory there fell on fertile ground, for the emergence of class as a dimension of race thought was already underway across the Atlantic. 8. Early American white people observed. North America's unique jumble of peoples appealed to Western intellectuals as a test case for humanity. Who are the Americans? What are they like? Might the United States, so far across the Western Sea, reveal mankind's future? Or at least Europeans' future? Some observers saw Americans as white and egalitarian, others perceived a multiracial assortment of oppressors and oppressed. Meanwhile, the government of this new republic went about its own mundane business, answering its own questions by counting its people according to its own devices. In Article 1, Sections 2 and 9, of the Constitution, the United States created a novel way of apportioning representation and direct taxation, a national census every 10 years. The first U.S. Census, taken in 1790, recognized 6 categories within the population: 1. The head of each household, 2. Free white males over 16, 3. Free white males under 16, 4. Free white females, 5. All other free persons by sex and color, and 6. Slaves. 1 U.S. Marshals conducted this first census, recording results on whatever scraps of paper lay at hand. The effort required 18 months and counted 3.9 million people, incidentally a number George Washington called too low. The first undercount. 3 terms parsed the only race mentioned white, and 2 categories demarcated slave and free legal statuses. See Figure 8.1, U.S. Census, 1790. Unfree white persons, of whom there were many in the new Union, seem to have fallen through the cracks in 1790, though the fourfold mention of the qualifier free by inference recognizes the non-free white status of those in servitude. Had all whites been free and whiteness meant freedom, as is often assumed today, no need would have existed to add free to white. The 1800 census fixed this problem through an enumeration of all other persons, except Indians not taxed. For these early censuses, free formed a meaningful classification not identical with white. Fig 8.1. Schedule of the whole number of persons within the several districts of the United States, 1790. Census categories kept changing every 10 years, as governmental needs changed and taxonomical categories shifted, including taxonomies of race. Throughout American census history, non-Europeans and part Europeans have been counted as part of the American population, usually lumped as non-white, but occasionally disaggregated into black and mulatto, as in the censuses of 1850 and 1860. Counting free white males by age sprang from a need to identify men eligible for militia service, the only armed service of the time. To calculate each state's congressional representation, Congress counted all the free persons, women, too, although they did not have the vote, and 3/5 of others, that is, indentured laborers and slaves. Later on, realities behind the census's careful separation of bondage and race changed, calling for new categories. As politics freed all white people and ideology whitened the face of freedom, free white males seemed a useless redundancy. During the early 19th century, when free white males was losing its usefulness because fewer and fewer whites were not free, another phrase was coming into use, one with a much longer life: universal suffrage. The United States was the first nation to drastically lower economic barriers to voting. Between 1790 and the mid-1850s, the ideology of democracy gained wide acceptance, so that active citizenship was open to virtually all adult white men, including most immigrant settlers. Mere adult white maleness thus replaced 18th-century requirements of a stake in society, property ownership, tax-paying, and political independence, one's own steady income, before a man could vote. With the vote came inclusion in public life, so that the antebellum period associated with the rise of the Jacksonian common man witnessed the first major extension of the meaning of what it meant to be American. 2. All women, people ineligible to become citizens, Native American Indians and Asians, the enslaved, and free people of African descent outside New England continued to be excluded, as well as paupers, felons, and transients such as canal workers and sailors. Even today, children, non-citizens, and most convicted felons cannot vote. People who cannot meet residency requirements and do not register prior to voting are also disenfranchised. In this situation, universal suffrage meant adult white male suffrage, though from time to time the definition of white came into question. Were men with one black and one white parent or three white and one black grandparent white? Did white mean only Anglo-Saxons, or all men considered Caucasian, including those classed as Celts? The abolition of economic barriers to voting by white men made the United States, in the then common parlance, a white man's country, a polity defined by race and limited to white men. Once prerequisites for active citizenship came down to maleness and whiteness, poor men could be welcomed into the definition of American, as long as they could be defined as white, the first enlargement of American whiteness. We can date the pairing of American with descendants of Europeans to the quickly translated, widely read, and endlessly quoted letters from an American farmer of 1782, by the French soldier diplomat author Michel Guillaume Jean de Crèvecoeur, 1735–1813. Crèvecoeur inaugurated a hardy tradition, that of contrasting class-riven Europe, the land of opulent aristocrats and destitute peasants, with the egalitarian United States, home of mobility and democracy. Crèvecoeur's road to fame meandered far and wide. After immigrating to Canada and fighting on the French side during the 7 Years/French and Indian War of 1754–63, he moved to New York and changed his name to J. Hector St. John. The gratifying picture of Americans in letters from an American farmer and Crèvecoeur's subsequent success as a French diplomat in the United States raised him high, earning election to the exclusive American Philosophical Society, plus many a local honor. The Vermont legislature so revered Crèvecoeur that it named a town St. Johnsbury after him. It became the largest city in Vermont's impoverished and deeply conservative northeast region. Crèvecoeur's letter 3 asks, "What then is the American, this new man?" And answers, "He is either an European or the descendant of an European, hence that strange mixture of blood, which you will find in no other country. I could point out to you a family whose grandfather was an Englishman, whose wife was Dutch, whose son married a French woman, and whose present 4 sons have now 4 wives of different nations. He is an American who, leaving behind him all his ancient prejudices and manners, receives new ones from the new mode of life he has embraced, the new government he obeys, and the new rank he holds. Here individuals of all nations are melted into a new race whose labors and posterity will one day cause great changes in the world. From involuntary idleness, service dependence, penury, and useless labor in Europe, he has passed to toils of a very different nature, rewarded by ample subsistence. This is an American. Point 3. In addition to a willingness to innovate and to think new thoughts, heterogeneous but purely European ancestry characterizes the American. This new man escapes old Europe's oppression, embraces new opportunity, and glories in freedom of thought and economic mobility. Now a classic description of the American, Crèvecoeur's paragraph constantly reappears as an objective eyewitness account of American identity. But letter 3 is only one part of the story. When other classes, races, sexes, and the South entered Crèvecoeur's picture, all sorts of revisions became necessary. For instance, poor and untamed white people, particularly Southerners, continued to occupy a separate category well below the American. While the American and the poor white might both be judged white according to American law, poor white poverty and apparent wildness kept him at a remove from the charmed circle. Such complexity ensured that the who question could not be answered clearly. But European and American observers never stopped pursuing it. Crèvecoeur conceded the existence of other Americans, other white Americans who do not afford a very pleasing spectacle. He offers a hope that the march of American progress would soon displace or civilize these drunken idlers. Meanwhile, white families living beyond the reach of law and order exhibit the most hideous parts of our society. Crèvecoeur cannot decide whether untamed frontier families represent a temporary stage or a degeneration beyond redemption. Once hunters, farewell to the plow. Indians appear positively respectable beside mongrelized, half-savage, slothful, and drunken white hunting families. Concerning slavery, ugly scenes in Charleston, South Carolina, break Crèvecoeur's heart, but his pessimism arises most from the shock of his host's callousness. The rich slaveholders entertaining Crèvecoeur are the gayest people in America, but gay at the cost of their humanity, they neither see, hear, nor feel the woes of their slaves or the blood-curdling violence of their social arrangements. Crèvecoeur can only marvel at such insouciance. In their situation, he says, never could I rest in peace, my sleep would be perpetually disturbed by a retrospect of the frauds committed in Africa in order to entrap them, frauds surpassing in enormity everything which a common mind can possibly conceive. Can it be possible that the force of custom should ever make me deaf to all these reflections, and as insensible to the injustice of that slave trade, and to slaves' miseries, as the rich inhabitants of this town seem to be? For, face to face with the realities of Southern slavery, Crèvecoeur becomes the first to predict slave insurrection as an inevitable consequence of inveterate resentment and a wish of perpetual revenge. This is a European thinking in terms of rampant poverty and obscene wealth, and seeing the enslaved as the poor, not simply as a race of people. Thus Crèvecoeur's America is split as much by class as by race, a society in contrast with the sunny, democratic image of his more popular pronouncement. Writing a few years after Crèvecoeur, Thomas Jefferson, 1743–1826, missed the class dimension that so alarmed Crèvecoeur. Born and raised in Virginia, Jefferson never questioned that American society was structured according to race, not class. To him, the poor people who served, including most prominently his slaves, belonged to a naturally servile race. By taking note of black people, he did not concede them status as Americans, who are our people. Like many other intellectuals, Jefferson held that slavery harms whites more than blacks. Query 18, Manners, in Notes on the State of Virginia, 1787, reflects upon the unhappy influence of slavery on the slave-owning class, scarcely mentioning the suffering of the enslaved. Rather it dwells on the price paid by the South's white slave owners. Slave-owning children mimic their parents' abuse of the people they own, coarsening their character and, thereby, their society. The white child, thus nursed and educated, and daily exercised in tyranny, Jefferson warns, cannot but be stamped by it with odious peculiarities. The man must be a prodigy who can retain his manner and morals undepraved by such circumstances. 5. In apportioning the injuries of slavery, Jefferson and Crèvecoeur mostly agreed. But their theories of American ancestry conflict, for the eloquent Jefferson rejected any idea of a mongrel American, even though he fathered 7 of them with Sally Hemings, a woman he owned. He also rejected Crèvecoeur's Dutchman, probably meaning a Deutschman, or German, as essential to the American family tree. Jefferson's family tree was of sturdy oak, the Saxons of England. Throughout his life Thomas Jefferson believed in the Saxon myth, a story of American descent from Saxons by way of England. He had conceived a fascination with it as a student at William and Mary College in 1762 and never wavered in it. Over 50 years of book collecting his personal library formed the basis of the Library of Congress. Jefferson came to own the country's largest collection of Anglo-Saxon and Old English documents. 6. As a founding father, Jefferson theorized Americans' right to independence on the basis of Saxon ancestry. Laying out that claim in July of 1774, he makes English people our ancestors, and the creators of the Magna Carta our Saxon ancestors. Though the Magna Carta dates from 1215 and the Norman Conquest from 1066, Jefferson maintains that the system of rights of our ancestors was already in place when Norman lawyers connived to saddle the Saxons with unfair burdens. 7. He continued to associate Saxons with the liberal Whigs and Normans with the conservative Tories, as though liberal and reactionary parties had existed from time immemorial, almost as a matter of blood. 8. For Jefferson, English-style Saxon liberty was not a trait to be found in Germans. Jefferson's Saxon genealogy ignored a number of inconvenient facts. The oppressive English King George III was actually a Saxon and also the Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg as well as Elector of Hanover in Lower Saxony. Furthermore, George III's father and grandfather, Hanoverian kings of England before him, had been born in Germany and spoke German as a first language. It hardly mattered. To Jefferson, whatever genius for liberty Dark Age Saxons had bequeathed the English somehow thrived on English soil but died in Germany. In the Philadelphia Continental Congress of 1776, Jefferson went so far as to propose embedding his heroic Saxon ancestors in the Great Seal of the United States. Images of Hengist and Horsa, the Saxon chiefs from whom we claim the honor of being descended, would aptly commemorate the new nation's political principles, government, and physical descent. 9 This proposition did not win approval, but Jefferson soldiered on. In 1798 he wrote Essay on the Anglo-Saxon Language, which equates language with biological descent, a confusion then common among philologists. In this essay Jefferson runs together Old English and Middle English, creating a long era of Anglo-Saxon greatness stretching from the 6th century to the 13th. With its emphasis on blood purity, this smacks of race talk. Not only had Jefferson's Saxons remained racially pure during the Roman occupation, there was little familiar mixture with the native Britons, but, amazingly, their language had stayed pristine 2 centuries after the Norman conquest. Anglo-Saxon was the language of all England, properly so called, from the Saxon possession of that country in the 6th century to the time of Henry III in the 13th, and was spoken pure and unmixed with any other 10. Therefore Anglo-Saxon/Old English deserved study as the basis of American thought. One of Jefferson's last great achievements, his founding of the University of Virginia in 1818, institutionalized his interest in Anglo-Saxon as the language of American culture, law, and politics. On opening in 1825, it was the only college in the United States to offer instruction in Anglo-Saxon, and Anglo-Saxon was the only course it offered on the English language. Beowulf, naturally, became a staple of instruction. Ironically, the teacher hailed from Leipzig, in eastern German Saxony. An intensely unpopular disciplinarian, George Bleyeterman also taught French, German, Spanish, Italian, Danish, Swedish, Dutch, and Portuguese. After surviving years of student riots and protests, Bleyeterman was fired in 1840 for horsewhipping his wife in public. 11. Jefferson's enthusiasm for teaching Anglo-Saxon stayed confined to Southern colleges until the 1840s, and his essay on the Anglo-Saxon language, a rambling 5,400 words composed mostly in 1798, did not appear in print until 1851. Clearly, slavery and the characteristics of black people were stirring more passion than any American claim to Anglo-Saxon ancestry. By contrast, Jefferson's Notes on the State of Virginia, 1784, immediately enjoyed a wide and impassioned readership. This eloquent, though very self-centered, summary of American, not just Virginian, identity, impugns the physical appearance of African Americans and makes them out to be natural slaves. Not that this insult toward an oppressed people inspired only approval. One of a multitude of critics resided at the most Virginian of Northern colleges, the College of New Jersey. Handsome, elegant Samuel Stanhope Smith, 1751–1819, became president of the College of New Jersey, later Princeton College, at 43, its first alumnus president. See Figure 8.2, Samuel Stanhope Smith. Both of Smith's parents had strong Princeton connections. His mother's father had been a founding trustee, and Smith's father, a Presbyterian minister and schoolmaster, also served as a trustee. Smith graduated from Princeton with honors in 1769. As a tutor and postgraduate student with John Witherspoon, an eminent scholar from Scotland, Smith imbibed the common-sense ideals of Scottish realism. Following an established Princeton trajectory, Smith went south to Virginia as a missionary and became rector and then president of the academy in Prince Edward County that became Hampton-Sydney College. His future secure, he married John Witherspoon's daughter and bought a plantation, evidently intending to remain among his appreciative Virginia hosts. However, a Princeton professorship in moral philosophy lured Smith back to New Jersey. Ensconced once again in Princeton, Smith collected the young nation's honors. Yale made him Doctor of Divinity in 1783, and in 1785 the American Philosophical Society took him into its membership. After Thomas Jefferson proposed a measure advocating widespread primary education in Virginia in 1788, he and Smith exchanged letters in its support. The measure did not pass, and the politics of the two men subsequently diverged. By 1801 Smith had turned politically conservative enough to deplore Jefferson's presidential candidacy as likely to cause turbulence and anarchy. 12. By then Smith had succeeded his mentor Witherspoon as president of Princeton, and had turned into an intellectual maverick, downgrading the college's classics and Presbyterianism in favor of science, thereby antagonizing its trustees. 13 As Smith grew older and Princeton students more rowdy, he expelled 3/4 of the student body for rioting in 1807. When the Presbyterian Church established a theological seminary right inside the college's Nassau Hall, Smith grasped just where his lack of orthodoxy was leading. In 1812 he was forced to resign the presidency, and he died 7 years later. 14 All that lay ahead in 1787, when he addressed the American Philosophical Society on differences in skin color, and his star was still ascendant. Smith's address looked back to the polygenetic essay of a Scottish philosopher named Henry Home, Lord Kames, entitled Discourse on the Original Diversity of Mankind, 1776. One of Kames's main points was a rejection of biblical doctrine that traces the unity of humanity through descent back to a single originating couple. Smith disagreed with Kames. Every people did belong to the same species, and differences sprang from circumstance. I believe that the greater part of the varieties in the appearance of the human species, Smith declares, may justly be denominated habits of the body. Where people live, not their ultimate ancestors, explains variations in human skin color, in tracing the origin of the fair German, the dark-colored Frenchman, and the swarthy Spaniard, and Sicilian. It has been proved that they are all derived from the same primitive stock. 15 All mankind descended from Adam and Eve, subsequently diverging through adaptation. Smith's defense of biblical truth met so warm a reception that the lecture appeared immediately in print. Mary Wollstonecraft, the feminist pioneer, favorably reviewed Smith's essay in the London Analytical Review, welcoming his insistence on the unity of mankind. Smith's distinguished physician-historian brother-in-law, David Ramsay, a Pennsylvanian living in South Carolina, pitched in. Ramsay seconded Smith's views on skin color, lauded his criticism of Thomas Jefferson's anti-black slurs, and agreed with Smith about the dominance of climate in shaping human culture. Writing directly to Jefferson, Ramsay noted that the state of society also plays a crucial part. In complete agreement with Crevecoeur and Smith, Ramsay added, "Our backcountry people are as much savage as the Cherokees." 16 Jefferson seems not to have replied to Ramsay. But encouraged by support, Smith continued tinkering with his essay. One influence was Blumenbach's 1795 edition of De Generis Humani Varietate Nativa, which Smith read in its original Latin and incorporated into an enlarged 1810 edition of his lecture, an essay on the causes of the variety of complexion and figure in the human species. 17 Here Smith assumes that civilization, not barbarism, was humanity's original condition. Uncivilized people would have regressed on account of their harsh living conditions. Different climates, for instance, create differences in human skin color, not a new explanation. Beauty is not all that important, in any case, Smith goes on to say, citing the physical attractiveness of even some black people, in Princeton, and its vicinity I daily see persons of the African race whose limbs are as handsomely formed as those of the inferior and laboring classes, either of Europeans, or Anglo-Americans. A bit but only a bit of a cultural relativist, Smith recognizes more emphatically than Blumenbach or Camper the cultural specificity of beauty ideals. Each nation differs from others as much in its ideas of beauty as in personal appearance. A Laplander prefers the flat, round faces of his dark-skinned countrywomen to the fairest beauties of England. 18 Meanwhile, as we have seen, anthropologists of the time were debating whether Lapps in the north of Sweden and Finland might count as Europeans at all. Linnaeus, the great taxonomist, for instance, said no. Blumenbach, Germany's leading racial classifier, wavering, said yes. Eventually the question faded into insignificance as anthropology's terms of analysis moved away from questionable attempts to rank order of physical beauty. We should note that Smith was no multiculturalist. His Americans, like Crevecoeur's, descend only from Europeans. While acknowledging the presence of Native Americans and Africans on American soil and occasionally comparing the height of Osage Indians to that of the ancient Germans, Smith had no intention of widening the category of American. Thomas Jefferson and Samuel Stanhope Smith had both prospered in a Virginia of many mixed-race people, some right in Jefferson's own family. We do not know the makeup of Smith's household in Virginia, but we do know that the two men figured the notion of purity differently. Jefferson somehow kept the rainbow people of Monticello beyond the reach of his race theory, allowing him to conceive of a Platonic pure and unmixed Saxon ideal. For Smith there could be no such European thing, in consequence of the eternal migrations and conquests which have mingled and confounded its inhabitants with the natives of other regions in a continuing process of perpetual change. 19 Smith and Jefferson found words for purity and mixture in Europe, even among Europeans in the New World. But the African-Indian-European mixing occurring right under their noses in 18th-century Virginia overwhelmed their rhetorical abilities. The leaders of American society could not face that fact squarely. For them mixing produced a unique new man, this American, but mixing only among Europeans. So if climate is paramount, what of the American climate, with its extremes of heat and cold and its stagnant waters? Not much good comes of it, Smith feels, for it imparts to Americans a certain paleness of countenance, and softness of feature. In general, the American complexion does not exhibit so clear a red and white as the British, or the German. And there is a tinge of sallowness, paleness, sickliness, yellowness spread over it. Elevation and proximity to the sea also affect skin color. Hence the white people of New Jersey have darker skins than white people in hilly Pennsylvania. White skin darkens farther south. White Southerners, especially the poor, living in a hot climate and at lower elevations, are visibly darker than Northerners. Americans living in different climates look different, but, all in all, Americans look pretty much the same. 20. To justify his tortured climatic theories, Smith has to practice a sort of wild conflation of climate to skin color to savagery. Even when all their ancestors were European, Smith finds that lower-class Southerners look very much like Indians and live in a state of absolute savagism. This idea, that living among Indians made white Americans resemble them in skin color, enjoyed wide currency in the 18th and early 19th centuries. Crevecoeur exclaimed that thousands of Europeans are Indians, and others in colonial America testified to the tendency in Europeans living with Indians to come to resemble them in color as well as in dress. Moreover, such a life rendered their bodies so thin and meager that their bones showed through their skin. Had poor Southerners been discovered in some distant land, Smith surmises, polygeneticists would display them as proof of multiple human origins. 21 Echoing Crevecoeur, Smith calls uncivilized poor Southerners without any mixture of Indian blood a potential drag on American society. So much for the bottom of the American barrel. But Smith also demeans elite Southern whites like Thomas Jefferson and his self-satisfied, privileged class. In Notes on the State of Virginia, Jefferson had scorned the poetry of the Boston slave Phillis Wheatley as proof that the Negro could never demonstrate genius. Smith's retort vindicates black people and insults Southern whites. Jefferson was just plain wrong to deride the abilities of a race living so wretchedly, first in Africa, then in American slavery. Genius, Smith says, requires freedom and the educational and psychological conditions permitting creative thought. Not stopping there, Smith goes after the intellectual abilities of Jefferson's own class, asking, Mr. Jefferson, or any other man who is acquainted with American planters, how many of those masters could have written poems equal to those of Phillis Wheatley? 22 In all of this we can see that for 100 more years, identity of the American would contain a contradiction. Americans look and act pretty much the same, but Southerners are different and inferior. As long as observers thought only of European peoples as Americans, the country's rosy egalitarian image glowed nicely. Always present, however, though little known, was a counter-argument that calculated Americanness by experience rather than skin color. Though black authors often generalized about the character of white people, most of their commentary came in the form of asides embedded in work focused on people of African descent. David Walker and Hosea Easton represented their views, addressing their fellow Americans as critics of white supremacy. 23. In 1829, David Walker, 1785–1830, a thoughtful and politically engaged African American living in Boston, published an 80-page tract with a jaw-breaking title, David Walker's Appeal, in 4 articles, together with a preamble, to the colored citizens of the world, but in particular, and very expressly, to those of the United States of America. Born free in Wilmington, North Carolina, Walker had moved to Boston around 1825 and made his living as a dealer in used clothing. Among his many activities, he wrote for and distributed the nation's first black newspaper, Freedom's Journal, and frequently delivered public addresses at black Bostonians' celebrations of Haitian independence, for instance, or a visit to Boston by an African prince recently emancipated from Southern slavery. A Mason and Methodist, but a critic of black religiosity, Walker was well known and well respected as an activist among Boston's black people, who numbered about 1,000, and within the anti-slavery community that surrounded William Lloyd Garrison. Garrison reviewed Walker's appeal positively in an early number of The Liberator, soon to become the nation's most influential abolitionist periodical. Walker's appeal spread a wide net, excoriating whites and, indeed, Christian America for its inhumanity and hypocrisy. Over the long sweep of immutable racial history, Walker traces 2 essences. On one side lies black history, beginning with ancient Egyptians, Africans or colored people, such as we are, and encompassing our brethren the Haitians. On the other lie white people, cradled in bloody, deceitful ancient Greece. Racial traits within these opposites never change. The whites have always been an unjust, jealous, unmerciful, avaricious, and bloodthirsty set of beings, always seeking after power and authority. We view them all over the Confederacy of Greece, where they were first known to be anything. In consequence of education, we see them there, cutting each other's throats, trying to subject each other to wretchedness and misery, to effect which, they used all kinds of deceitful, unfair, and unmerciful means. We view them next in Rome, where the spirit of tyranny and deceit raged still higher. We view them in Gaul, Spain, and Britain. In fine, we view them all over Europe, together with what were scattered about in Asia and Africa, as heathens, and we see them acting more like devils than accountable men. Murder, Walker concludes, remains the central feature of whiteness, though a sliver of hope for their future might reside in the American heritage of freedom. He ends by quoting the Declaration of Independence, which he exempts from white Americans' wickedness. The English, for instance, had surmounted their history, turned their backs on slaving, and offered black people the hand of friendship. Once the English stopped oppressing the Irish, Walker opines, their regeneration would be complete. 24. At bottom, David Walker's appeal speaks to white Christians, blaming, ridiculing, and threatening them with destruction in retribution for their mistreatment of blacks. Given white people's moral and behavioral weaknesses, he wonders, coyly, just which is the inferior race. I, therefore, in the name and fear of the Lord and God of heaven and of earth, divested of prejudice either on the side of my color or that of the whites, advance my suspicion of them whether they are as good by nature as we are or not. 25. This is not to say that Walker was ready to boast about the slaves. As for black people, we, colored people of these United States of America, are the most wretched, degraded and abject set of beings that ever lived since the world began. He aimed pointed criticism at free northern blacks. Some of them can write a good hand, but who, notwithstanding their neat writing, may be almost as ignorant, in comparison, as a horse. Walker discerns a mean, servile spirit among the people he calls my color. Only when black people organize and throw off the oppressor's yoke will they arise from this death-like apathy and be men. 26. Walker's appeal testifies to its author's immersion in the classics of American and European culture as well as to his familiarity with current politics affecting the Irish, Jews, and Greeks. He strongly indicts white American hypocrisy as exhibited by the Declaration of Independence and the work of Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson had died in 1826, but Walker, like Samuel Stanhope Smith, felt that the insults from an American of Jefferson's stature demanded a response. How could Jefferson, a man of enormous learning and excellent natural parts, stoop to judge a set of men in chains? Jefferson may have believed that black people wanted to be white, but in this he is dreadfully deceived. We wish to be just as it pleased our Creator to have made us. 27. An effective promoter, Walker spread his appeal widely, even, via black and white sailors, into the slave-holding South, where it made its author well known and much hated. The incendiary pamphlet, addressed directly to African Americans, so alarmed Virginia's upper classes that discussion of it took place in a closed-door session of the General Assembly. In New Bern and Wilmington, North Carolina, any black readers associated with Walker's appeal paid with their lives. 28. In 1830, at only 45 years of age, Walker died of tuberculosis. That scourge of the 19th century urban poor had, only days before, taken his daughter. A few months earlier, he had issued what became, by default, the final edition of Walker's appeal. Now, Boston's Maria Stuart, the first American woman to publicly address promiscuous audiences, i.e., audiences including women as well as men, eulogized Walker as most noble, fearless, and undaunted. In the Revolutionary year of 1848, the Reverend Henry Highland Garnet lauded Walker as a tireless fighter for freedom. Walker's activism, Garnet concludes, made his memory sacred. Walker's memory remained vivid among abolitionists well into the mid-19th century, only to fade after the Civil War. But meanwhile, he had struck a strong blow against the notion that whiteness, throughout history, deserved to be judged positively. 29. The Reverend Hosea Easton, 1799–1837, of Hartford, Connecticut, had been born into an activist family with a quintessentially American mixed background, but of a sort Crevecoeur had not been able to see. Easton's mother was of at least partial African ancestry, and his father, James, a veteran of the Revolutionary War, had descended from Wampanoag and Narragansett Indians. After the war, James Easton had prospered as an iron manufacturer in North Bridgewater, now Brockton, Massachusetts. With his complicated lineage, Hosea identified himself as colored, effectively suppressing the Indian ancestry, probably in the interest of achieving undisputed citizenship. Color lines were hardening in the first quarter of the 19th century in Massachusetts, with the result that the Easton family found itself rejected from the public sphere. After a long, spirited, dispiriting, and losing protest against enforcement of racial segregation in their local school and church, James Easton opened a school for colored youth in the mid-1810s. Becoming a minister and following in his father's activist footsteps, Hosea Easton attended the first meeting of the National Convention of Free People of Color in Philadelphia in 1831, when he was 32. Times were harsh for people of color, and a mob of angry white supremacists attacked Easton's parishioners and burned down his church in Hartford in 1836. Not one to back off, Easton issued his response the following year in the form of a treatise on the intellectual character and civil and political condition of the colored people of the U-States, and the prejudice exercised towards them, with a sermon on the duty of the Church to them. 30. Citing ancient and current history, Easton's treatise echoes David Walker's appeal by comparing the history of Africa starting with Ham and ancient Egypt to Europe's from its roots in ancient Greece. A stout Afrocentrist, Easton maintains that black and brown ancient Egyptians taught the Greeks everything of value. Conversely, he considers European history one long saga of bloodletting, a particular irony since 19th-century Europeans and white Americans loudly proclaimed themselves superior in civilization. It is not a little remarkable, that in the 19th century a remnant of this same barbarous people should boast of their national superiority of intellect, and of wisdom and religion, who, in the 17th century, crossed the Atlantic and practiced the same crime their barbarous ancestry had done in the 4th, 5th, and 6th centuries, bringing with them the same boasted spirit of enterprise, and not unlike their fathers, staining their route with blood, as they have rolled along, as a cloud of locusts, toward the west. The late unholy war with the Indians, and the wicked crusade against the peace of Mexico, are striking illustrations of the nobleness of this race of people, and the powers of their mind. 5.5 pages of grisly wrongs perpetrated by Europeans through the ages close. Anyone who has the least conception of true greatness, on comparing the two races by means of what history we have, must decide in favor of the descendants of Ham. The Egyptians alone have done more to cultivate such improvements as comports to the happiness of mankind, than all the descendants of Japhet put together. What white supremacists praise as the products of energy and enterprise, Easton describes as booty obtained by the dint of war, and the destruction of the vanquished, since the founding of London, AD 49. Their whole career presents a motley mixture of barbarism and civilization, of fraud and philanthropy, of patriotism and avarice, of religion and bloodshed. And instead of their advanced state in science being attributable to a superior development of intellectual faculties, it is solely owing to their innate thirst for blood and plunder. 31. In a slight concession, Easton connects civilization to white people, but only as an outcome of violence rather than of innate intelligence. White people are not smarter, they are meaner. Despite their pungency, neither Walker's appeal nor Easton's treatise on the intellectual character ever truly penetrated the public consciousness at home or in Europe during the 19th century. The visibility of Walker's appeal grew in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, but never approached the reputation of the champion of foreign analysts. Democracy in America must hold a record as the most quoted French text in the United States. The Princeton University Library holds 31 English editions of the originally 2-volume work, published to great acclaim in 1835 and 1840. The reason for such popularity is not far to seek. Alexis de Tocqueville, 1805–59, not only approved of the United States, he possessed a lineage Americans prized in their visiting friends. See Figure 8.3, Alexis de Tocqueville. Tocqueville's conventionally Catholic, conventionally conservative aristocratic family lived in Normandy. As a young man, he rose in the legal service of King Charles X, prospering in Versailles until the king's abdication in the wake of the 1830 July Revolution. Such upheaval at the top of French management threatened Tocqueville's future. So much so, it seemed a good moment for Tocqueville and a dear friend, Gustave de Beaumont, another aristocratic lawyer of progressive turn of mind, to take a sabbatical from France in the United States, ostensibly to study prison reform. In fact, Beaumont and Tocqueville did publish a report on prisons, in 1833.32, but it was Tocqueville's subsequent study on the United States, Démocratie en Amérique, Democracy in America, 1835, which made him famous. Democracy in America is seldom cited as part of any tradition of racial thought, for Tocqueville ascribes American behavior to the whole of American society rather than to any racial trait. Society grows out of laws, governance, and economic opportunity. Finding an exceptional society in the United States, Tocqueville locates the source of this exceptionalism in American democracy. While American religion plays a role in American life, democracy trumps it, setting the tone in spheres both private and public. Equality provides the keyword. On its first page, Democracy in America mentions the equality of social conditions 3 times, and many of the following 800+ pages elaborate that basic point. The opening statements and the hundreds more pages label the United States a country populated by white people directly descended from the English. The phrase "the English race" appears repeatedly in headings and in the body of the text. In the conclusion to Volume 1, Tocqueville glimpses the whole future of the English race in the New World. Chapter 3 of Volume 2 bears the title "Why the Americans Show More Aptitude and Taste for General Ideas Than Their Forefathers, the English." 33. The American of democracy in America is primarily a Northerner, usually a New Englander of British, Puritan descent. If he lacks brilliance and bores his guests, it is because he concentrates on making money. But the American's heart is in the right place, right enough, at any rate, for him to be about building a country of certain future greatness. Tocqueville does not make slavery a crucial theme of analysis, for his The American is a citizen of Massachusetts, a quintessential free state. Therefore he nestles his discussion of slavery in the chapter on race, admittedly a topic he prefers to leave to his friend Beaumont, and thereby minimizes one of the core issues in American politics and culture. Only after 370 pages, in the Penguin Classic edition, does Tocqueville concede any racial heterogeneity to the United States, and with heterogeneity comes much unpleasantness. The following 100 pages, entitled A Few Remarks on the Present-Day State and the Probable Future of the Three Races Which Live in the Territory of the United States, contrast sharply with the rest of Volume 1. On the lower Mississippi River, Tocqueville and Beaumont encounter Indians on the Trail of Tears, these forced migrations whose fearful evils are impossible to imagine. I have witnessed evils, Tocqueville admits a couple of paragraphs later, I would find it impossible to relate. Regarding the plight of Indians in the United States, words practically fail Tocqueville. As for black people, they seem less fated for extinction than Native Americans, but their situation is nevertheless dire. Black people, enslaved or free, only constitute an unhappy remnant, a poor little wandering tribe, lost in the midst of an immense nation which owns all the land. Such an assessment seems strange, if not ridiculous, to the 21st century ear, since this poor little wandering tribe comprised more than 2 million people, more than 18% of the total population. Tocqueville very clearly realizes that slavery damages Southern white people as well as the Southern economy. Because of slavery, Southern white people's customs and character compare poorly with those of other Americans. Echoing Crevecoeur and Jefferson, Tocqueville complains, from birth, the Southern American is invested with a kind of domestic dictatorship, and the first habit he learns is that of effortless domination, which turns the Southern American into a haughty, hasty, irascible, violent man, passionate in his desires and irritated by obstacles. But he is easily discouraged if he fails to succeed at his first attempt. While impatience robs Southerners of the determination necessary to succeed, energy constitutes the American's great talent. He goes about taming the wilderness and wrenching riches from the land. Not the Southerner. The Southerner loves grandeur, luxury, reputation, excitement, pleasure, and, above all, idleness. Nothing constrains him to work hard for his livelihood, and, as he has no work which he has to do, he sleeps his time away, not even attempting anything useful. 34. The severity of discrimination against African Americans alarms Tocqueville, prompting his prediction of an inevitable war of the races that will entail great misfortunes. If America ever experiences great revolutions, they will be instigated by the presence of blacks on American soil, that is to say, it will not be the equality of social conditions but rather their inequality which will give rise to them. 35. While the danger of revolution presses imminently in the South, the North enjoys no exemption. The specter of race war constantly haunts the imaginations of all Americans like a nightmare, but Tocqueville leaves his fears with that. 36. Pursuing this line of thought would distort his egalitarian image of the United States. In truth, Tocqueville does not know what to do with the problem of slavery or how to integrate the South into his depiction of the United States. Revolutions do not arise on a level playing field, and he needs a level playing field to justify his sunny, democratic analysis. He solves his conundrum by cutting the South, slavery, and black people out of his theory, admitting, in a footnote in Volume 2, that only Americans living in the free states conform to his image of a democratic, egalitarian society. 37. The Ohio River offers a convenient dividing line. In Ohio, the American, driven to succeed, achieves through ingenuity. South of the Ohio River in slave-holding Kentucky, the Southerner disdains labor, living in a relaxed idleness. He has the tastes of idle men, money has lost a part of its value in his eyes, he is less interested in wealth than excitement and pleasure. Slavery, therefore, not merely prevents the whites from making money but even diverts them from any desire to do so. Northerners own the ships that ply the nation's rivers and seas, the factories that produce untold wealth, the railroads that deliver produce to market, and canals that link the continent's great natural waterways. 38 Only the North possesses these symbols of America. This long and tortured chapter seldom figures in the broadcast image of Tocqueville's United States. Little read and less often heeded, it has even been omitted from abridged editions. Whether or not literally cleansed of anything pertaining to race war and the general American nastiness surrounding questions of race, Tocqueville's America does not face all its racial facts. 39 As he finally walks away from the topic of multiracial America, Tocqueville excuses the brevity of his own discussion by sending readers along to the novel of his friend Beaumont. Gustave de Beaumont, 1802–66, Tocqueville's fellow lawyer, roommate in Versailles in the 1820s, traveling companion, lifelong friend, biographer, and literary executor, accompanied him in travels across the United States and Ireland in 1835. See Figure 8.4, Gustave de Beaumont. Beaumont, not so theory-driven, took more interest than Tocqueville in slavery and the conventions of racial identity. His sociological novel, Marie, Ouls Clavage Auxiliary Etats Unis, Tableau de Moeurs Américains, Marie, or Slavery in the United States, a picture of American manners, in fact made slavery an integral, rather than an incidental, facet of American society. Marie appeared in 2 volumes in 1835, the same year as the first volume of Tocqueville's Democracy in America. Both books won the Prix Montyon of the Académie Française, and both authors were elected members of the Académie des Sciences Morales et Politiques, but only Tocqueville was eventually inducted into the far more prestigious Académie Française, after an assiduous campaign for acceptance. In his novel, Beaumont's protagonists are Ludovic, a French immigrant to the United States, and his beloved American, Marie, the daughter of parents who both look white, a Bostonian father and a mother who grew up in New Orleans. According to American Maurice, Beaumont says, the father really is white, the mother is not. Marie's Louisianan mother, whose great-grandmother was a mulatto, transmits to Marie the invisible taint of black blood. Although Marie's imperceptible mixed ancestry does not dissuade her French suitor Ludovic, American's one-drop rule makes her black even in the so-called Free North. Marie's drop of blackness marks her marriage to the Frenchman as miscegenation, an infraction sufficient to inspire a riot in New York City. The marriage cannot proceed. Ludovic and Marie seek peace in the wilds of Michigan. But before they can settle down, Marie dies. Ludovic remains an exile in the wilderness. Despite his novel's grim message, Beaumont evinces a sly sense of humor. In the foreword to Marie, he relates an anecdote illustrating Americans' preposterous racial rules. Although the theater was actually in New Orleans, Beaumont relates the incident as though taking place in Philadelphia. The first time I attended a theater in the United States in October 1831, I was surprised at the careful distinction made between the white spectators and the audience whose faces were black. In the first balcony were whites, in the second, mulattoes, in the third, Negroes. An American, beside whom I was sitting, informed me that the dignity of white blood demanded these classifications. However, my eyes being drawn to the balcony where sat the mulattoes, I perceived a young woman of dazzling beauty, whose complexion, of perfect whiteness, proclaimed the purest European blood. Entering into all the prejudices of my neighbor, I asked him how a woman of English origin could be so lacking in shame as to seat herself among the Africans. That woman, he replied, is colored. What? Colored? She is whiter than a lily. She is colored, he repeated coldly. Local tradition has established her ancestry, and everyone knows that she had a mulatto among her forebears. He pronounced these words without further explanation, as one who states a fact which needs only be voiced to be understood. At the same moment I made out in the balcony for whites a face which was very dark. I asked for an explanation of this new phenomenon. The American answered. The lady who has attracted your attention is white. What? White. She is the same color as the mulattoes. She is white, he replied. Local tradition affirms that the blood which flows in her veins is Spanish. Following the anecdote, Beaumont explains the deadly meaning of race prejudice in the United States. Echoing Crevecoeur and Jefferson, he concludes that white supremacy in America corrupts white people by schooling them in domination and tyranny, while blasting Negro fate and engendering in them violent hatreds and resentments bound to provoke bloody crisis. 40. Although as much an aristocrat as Tocqueville, Beaumont deeply disagrees with his friend over the nature of U.S. society. Tocqueville, it seems, can only see a virtuous democracy where Beaumont focuses on barriers as impassable as Europe's. White Americans, Beaumont concludes, belong to a hereditary aristocracy by dint of a mythology driven by the notion of tainted blood and a belief in invisible ancestry. This fact alone suffices to destroy the possibility of a true democracy. David Walker's indictment of hypocrisy reappears. Beaumont's mouthpiece Ludovic instructs a young traveler from France who is drawn to the United States by the laws and customs of this country. They are liberal and generous. Every man's rights are protected here. Not so, advises Ludovic, who having lived with a family of color, knows that such impressions are mere illusions and chimeras. 41. These two seminal books, very much two sides of the same coin, experienced contrasting fates in translation. Democracy in America was translated into English immediately upon publication in 1835, but Marie had to wait 123 years, until 1958, for its first English translation. An accessible paperback in English did not appear anywhere for 164 years, when published in 1999 by the Johns Hopkins University Press. One fact, a title change, says much about the elevation of Tocqueville at the expense of Beaumont. In 1938 George Wilson Pearson published Tocqueville and Beaumont in America, a scholarly analysis based on their notebooks and letters. When Johns Hopkins University Press republished Pearson's book in 1996, its contents unaltered, Beaumont had disappeared from the title, now simply Tocqueville in America. Thus quietly but definitely, Beaumont and his troubled, multiracial United States ceded place to Tocqueville's egalitarian, democratic, white male America. Walker, Easton, and Beaumont, each in his own way, cast a wary eye on the myth of American democracy. Concurrently, another story was playing in the history of American whiteness. 9. The first alien wave. 2 centuries ago, Americans had already fallen into a number of thought patterns familiar to us. In a society largely based on African slavery and founded in the era that invented the very idea of race, race as color has always played a prominent role. It has shaped the determination not only of race but also of citizenship, beauty, virtue, and the like. The idea of blackness, if not the actual color of skin, continues to play a leading role in American race thinking. Today's Americans, bred in the ideology of skin color as racial difference, find it difficult to recognize the historical coexistence of potent American hatreds against people accepted as white, Irish Catholics. But anti-Catholicism has a long and often bloody national history, one that expressed itself in racial language and a violence that we nowadays attach most readily to race as color bigotry, when, in fact, religious hatred arrived in Western culture much earlier, lasted much longer, and killed more people. If we fail to connect the dots between class and religion, we lose whole layers of historical meaning. Hatred of black people did not preclude hatred of other white people, those considered different and inferior, and flare ups of deadly violence against stigmatized whites. By 1850, a prideful Saxon American juggernaut was elevating Protestant Americans above Catholics of all classes and provenance. Obviously Irish Catholics were white, and, especially in the South, white enough to hold themselves above black and Chinese people in the name of whiteness. As Celts, however, the poor Irish could also be judged racially different enough to be oppressed, ugly enough to be compared to apes, and poor enough to be paired with black people. Before about 1820, most Irish immigrants had been Protestants from the north of Ireland, fairly easily incorporated into American society as simply Irish. On the other hand, Irish Catholic immigration, while moderate before 1830, had now and then drawn Federalists and then Whigs toward nativist rhetoric, prompting the Protestant Irish to term themselves Scotch-Irish, as distinguished from Catholics. 1 And after 1830, as hardship in Ireland pushed the poor to America in growing numbers, opposition to them and their religion grew. To understand this antagonism we need some historical background. Anti-Catholic legislation had long existed in the British colonies, inherited from the anti-Catholic struggles of England, led most notably by Henry VIII in the mid-16th century and Oliver Cromwell during the mid-17th century English Civil War against Charles I. Various American colonial statutes forbidding, for example, the practice of the Roman Catholic religion, endured long past their rigorous enforcement. Until 1821 New York denied citizenship to Catholics unless they renounced allegiance to the Pope in all matters, political or religious. In Massachusetts, all persons, Catholic and Protestant alike, were taxed to support state-sponsored Protestant churches until 1833. New Jersey's constitution contained anti-Catholic provisions until 1844.2. When Ireland's potato famine came to a crisis in the 1830s and 1840s, it turned the starving Irish into a sort of perverse tourist attraction. Intellectuals of all sorts, including Alexis de Tocqueville, Gustave de Beaumont, and Thomas Carlyle, sailed to Ireland to see for themselves whether such gut-wrenching reports could possibly be true. After their visit to the United States, Beaumont and Tocqueville toured Ireland and recorded their impressions. Tocqueville's notes remained in manuscript until the mid-20th century, but Beaumont published his study as L'Irlande sociale, politique et religieuse, Ireland, social, political, and religious, in 1839.3. Before his time in Ireland, Beaumont had figured that parallels between American people of color and the Irish poor would make good sense. Thinking he had seen unmatched degradation in the United States, he considered Indians and Negroes the very extreme of human wretchedness. He was astonished to see in Ireland the worst of both American worlds. The impoverished Irish lacked the freedom of the Indian as well as the slave's relative security. Consequently, Irish misery formed a type by itself of which neither the model nor the imitation can be found anywhere else. At bottom, Ireland lacked other countries' varied histories, in which poor and rich played a part. For Beaumont, as for many others unable to see beyond the famine, Ireland had only a single essence: the history of the poor is the history of Ireland. 4. Beaumont located the roots of the curse of Ireland in its history of pernicious British policy. Since occupying Ireland in the 17th century, Protestant English settlers had dispossessed the Catholic natives, depriving them of ownership or even unfettered use of the land, reducing them to abject poverty. Irish natives lived on potatoes, and when the potato blight destroyed this staple food, more than 1 million died of starvation. Twice that number emigrated, many to the United States. In the grimmest irony, while Irish people starved, Ireland was exporting food from settler-owned farms. Beaumont investigated this colonial history and drew his own conclusions. Blaming politics rather than the Irish themselves, he contradicted the prevailing assumption that inherent racial defects caused Irish wretchedness. According to 19th-century popular wisdom and anthropological science, the Irish were Celts, a particular race separate from and inferior to the Anglo-Saxon English. Beaumont's enlightened views would ultimately prevail, but at the time they found few supporters among the Western world's theorists. Thomas Carlyle, 1795–1881, the most influential essayist in Victorian England, held the racial deficiency view, having fled Ireland's scenes of destitution in disgust after brief visits in 1846 and 1849. In one cranky article he called Ireland a human dog kennel. 5. From his perch in London, Carlyle saw the Irish as a people bred to be dominated and lacking historical agency. He took it for granted that Saxons and Teutons had always monopolized the energy necessary for creative action. Celts and Negroes, in contrast, lacked the vision as well as the spunk needed to add value to the world. Pushing the analogy further, Carlyle played on the anti-slavery question: am I not a man and a brother? But whereas the abolitionist query stresses the brotherhood of man, Carlyle refashioned the question to denigrate the oppressed. In his essay The Present Time, the first of several splenetic latter-day pamphlets, 1850, he asks, "Am I not a horse, and half-brother?" then juxtaposes black Jamaica and white Connemara as our black West Indies and our white Ireland. 6. The sluttishly starving Irish remind him of shiftless emancipated Negroes in the West Indies, a black Ireland, free, indeed, but an Ireland, and black. 7. Carlyle was hardly singular in turning the Irish into animals. A younger British Teutonist, the Oxford professor Charles Kingsley, termed the poor Irish white chimpanzees. Robert Knox in Scotland considered intermarriage between Saxons and Celts as much contrary to natural law as unions between Saxons and Hottentots. 8. By the mid-1840s, as 2 million desperate Irish immigrants poured into the northern port cities of the United States, a backlash had developed. The Native American Party had appeared in New York City in 1835, and a number of anti-Catholic journals and organizations followed in New York and New England. Samuel F. B. Morse, father of the American Telegraph, and Lyman Beecher, Yale-educated Presbyterian minister and father of the novelist Harriet Beecher Stowe and the Reverend Henry Ward Beecher, published slashing denunciations of Catholicism. Morse's work carried windy titles: Foreign Conspiracy Against the Liberties of the United States and Imminent Dangers to the Free Institutions of the United States Through Foreign Immigration and the Present State of the Naturalization Laws, by an American. In it Morse evokes the great truth, clearly and unanswerably proved, that the Catholic monarchies of Europe, especially Austria and its allies the Jesuits, were sending shiploads of Roman Catholic emigrants, and for the sole purpose of converting us to the religion of Popery. 9. Beecher's plea for the West accused Europeans of trying to subvert the Protestant virtues of American democracy, also by flooding the country with Catholics. In Beecher's view, it was tragic that poor Catholics could vote and hold office just like white men. In New York City and many another northeastern city, bourgeois voices joined those of Morse and Beecher in deploring the very scum and dregs of human nature and the low Irishmen who decided election outcomes. 10. In 1834, Beecher was heading the Lane Seminary in Cincinnati, a city housing a large number of Germans. From time to time, however, he returned to Boston, where he had lived during the 1820s. On one such occasion he preached 3 violently anti-Catholic sermons in a single day, and within 24 hours a mob had burned down the Ursuline Convent School in neighboring Charlestown, setting off a wave of church burnings throughout New England and the Midwest. 11. More obscenity was yet to come. After serial publication in 1835, the sensational, pornographic awful disclosures of Maria Monk, The Hidden Secrets of a Nun's Life in a Convent Exposed, appeared in book form in 1836 and went on to sell some 300,000 copies by 1860. Second only to Uncle Tom's Cabin, Awful Disclosures of Maria Monk became antebellum America's most popular book. 12. A Canadian born in 1816, Monk begins her expose by explaining, "One of my great duties as a nun was to obey the priests in all things, and this I soon learnt, to my utter astonishment and horror, was to live in the practice of criminal intercourse with them." 13. Monk vividly describes priests' rape of nuns, the murder of the offspring, and the beating to death of recalcitrant nuns. Monk's story traced just one example of a favorite plot, the escaped nun's tale, a more or less graphic depiction of a former Protestant girl seduced by a priest. Such books pictured the Catholic Church as inherently sexually immoral. Not only were Catholics not Protestant, they drank liquor, partied on the Sabbath, and had near constant sex, especially in their convents and churches. 14. Although investigation quickly disproved Monk's allegations, the book excited nativists as much as later abolitionist descriptions of sex between masters and slaves. Failing to capitalize on her literary fame, Monk disappeared into the urban underworld and died in 1839, a poor, obscure, and abandoned single mother. 15. While Monk's ignominious end passed unnoticed, anti-Catholic hatred surged. Between 1830 and 1860, some 270 books, 25 newspapers, 13 magazines, and a slew of ephemeral publications carried on. 16 This plethora of anti-Catholic newspapers included New York City's The Protestant Vindicator, which had published awful disclosures of Maria Monk in serial form, and The Downfall of Babylon. In truth, the era's socio-political context had created much anxiety. The Western world was being buffeted by an extraordinary set of crises in the mid-1840s. In France, Germany, Italy, and Central Europe, political unrest spurred by widespread unemployment and poverty culminated in revolution in 1848. Such uprisings crystallized the thinking of writers eager to interpret class conflict as race war. In France, Arthur de Gobineau wrote his essay on the inequality of races, published in the mid-1850s. Robert Knox in London published his mean-spirited lectures on race in 1850 as Races of Men, a fragment. The revolutionary year of 1848 also generated unrest among educated women and workers. The first conference for women's rights took place in Seneca Falls, New York. In Great Britain, Chartists advocating workers' rights and universal male suffrage presented their third, and last, People's Charter to the House of Commons. As Chartism was dying and revolutionary sentiment strengthened throughout Europe, the Irish situation grew ever more desperate. Ireland attracted the most attention in English-speaking lands, but continental Europe, where background conditions were similar, was sending distressed immigrants to the United States from German-speaking lands. Central Europeans were fleeing reactionary politics and the poverty caused not only by industrialization's displacement of hand workers but also by failed harvests of wheat, wine, and potatoes. Such an upsurge of hard-pressed immigrants alarmed the U.S. government. For the first time, it answered the need to tabulate just how many desperate people were entering the country. The U.S. Census of 1850 was the first to collect statistics on immigrants. In a total population of 23,191,876, some 2,244,600 were deemed immigrants, among them, 379,093 from Great Britain, 583,774 from Germany, and a whopping 961,719 from Ireland. In the years of hardship in Western Europe, especially 1845–55, 1,343,423 came from Ireland and 1,011,066 from the German-speaking lands. 17. The Germans were a heterogeneous group in terms of wealth, politics, and religion. Settling largely in the Midwest in the German triangle of Milwaukee, Cincinnati, and St. Louis, they stirred relatively little controversy, compared with the outcry against the Irish. 18 For one thing, German Americans had been blending into Protestant white American life since before the Revolution, and many had climbed to the top of the nation's economic ladder. Johann Jacob Astor, for instance, born near Heidelberg in 1763 and immigrating to the United States in 1784, was the richest man in the United States at his death in 1848. In the 19th century, the radical Republican Carl Schurz and the railroad magnate Henry Villard also presented a certifiably loyal image of middle and upper-class German Americans. Schurz had joined hundreds of other Germans turning to the United States after the failed revolutions of 1848. A taint of radicalism might dog them locally, but only sporadically did German radicalism raise the alarm on a national scale. The Catholic Irish were something else entirely. Some 50,000 Irish lived in Boston by 1855, making the city one-third foreign-born, the Dublin of America. There they found low-paying work in manufacturing, railroad and canal construction, and domestic service. Before long, Irishmen had gained a sorry reputation for mindless bloc voting on the Democratic, Southern-based and pro-slavery ticket, and also for drunkenness, brawling, laziness, pauperism, and crime. All these defects attached to the figure of the Paddy. When Ralph Waldo Emerson, the leading American intellectual before the Civil War, casually referred to poor Irishmen as Paddies, he drew upon stereotypes of improvidence and ignorance as old as Sir Richard Steele's 1714 description of poor Paddy, who swears his whole week's gains away 19. As a young minister in the late 1820s, Emerson posited a multitude of inferior peoples that included Irish Catholics. Cataloguing the traits of backward races, he set stagnation atop the list, as though stagnation ran in the blood of human beings. Over the years, Emerson's caste of incompetent races would rotate indiscriminately around the globe, but two peoples nearly always figured, the African and the Irish. In a very early musing, Emerson actually expels the Irish from the Caucasian race. I think it cannot be maintained by any candid person that the African race have ever occupied or do promise ever to occupy any very high place in the human family. Their present condition is the strongest proof that they cannot. The Irish cannot, the American Indian cannot, the Chinese cannot. Before the energy of the Caucasian race, all the other races have quailed and done obeisance. That was in 1829. Nothing had changed by 1852, when Emerson wrote, "The worst of charity is, that the lives you are asked to preserve are not worth preserving. The calamity is the masses. I do not wish any mass at all, but honest men only, facultied men only, lovely and sweet and accomplished women only, and no shovel-handed Irish, and no 5 Points, or St. Giles's, or drunken crew, or mob, or stockingers, or 2 millions of paupers receiving relief, miserable factory population, or lazzaroni, at all." 20. Here we have the heart of Emerson's view of the poor, typified by the Irish. After the failure of the Hungarian Revolution in 1848 and Lajos Kossuth's triumphant tour as a hero in exile, Emerson found a way to view the Hungarian situation through an Irish lens. The Paddy period lasts long. Hungary, it seems, must take the yoke again, and Austria, and Italy, and Prussia, and France. Only the English race can be trusted with freedom. 21. Emerson pontificated against Central Europeans as well as the Irish races. Our idea, certainly, of Poles and Hungarians is little better than of horses recently humanized. 22. Emerson would probably not have been surprised that Polish jokes abounded in the late 20th century. Certainly during his time Paddy jokes amused the better classes, having been recycled from 18th century English jester books. This one about the two sailors, one a dumb Irishman, lived for more than a century. Two sailors, one Irish the other English, agreed reciprocally to take care of each other, in case of either being wounded in an action then about to commence. It was not long before the Englishman's leg was shot off by a cannon ball, and on his calling Paddy to carry him to the doctor, according to their agreement, the other very readily complied, but he had scarcely got his wounded companion on his back, when a second ball struck off the poor fellow's head. Paddy, who, through the noise and disturbance, had not perceived his friend's last misfortune, continued to make the best of his way to the surgeon. An officer observing him with a headless trunk upon his shoulders, asked him where he was going. "To the doctor," says Paddy. "The doctor?" says the officer. "Why, you blockhead, the man has lost his head." On hearing this he flung the body from his shoulders, and looking at it very attentively, "By my soul," says he told me it was his leg." 23. Cartoons played an important role in reinforcing the Paddy stereotype. Frequently ape-like, always poor, ugly, drunken, violent, superstitious, but charmingly rascally, Paddy and his ugly, ignorant, dirty, fecund, long-suffering Bridget differed fundamentally from visual depictions of sober, civilized Anglo-Saxons. See Figure 9.1, Contrasted Faces. Most Paddy phrases such as Paddy Doyle for a jail cell, in a Paddy for being in a rage, Paddyland for Ireland, and Paddy for white person have lost currency in today's vernacular. Only Paddy Wagon endures to link Irishmen to the American criminal class. American visual culture testifies to a widespread fondness for likening the Irishman to the Negro. No one supplied better fodder for this parallel than Thomas Nast, the German-born editorial cartoonist for Harper's Weekly. In 1876, for instance, Nast pictured stereotypical Southern freedmen and Northern Irishmen as equally unsuited for the vote during Reconstruction after the American Civil War. See Figure 9.2, Nast, the ignorant vote. This cartoon does two things at once: it draws upon anti-Irish imagery current in Britain and the United States, and depicts both figures in American racial terms. Bumpkin clothing and bare feet mark the figure labeled black as a poor rural Southerner, while the face, expression, and lumpy frock coat of the white figure are stereotypically Irish. It is important here to recognize that the Irish figure is not only problematical but also, and most importantly, labeled white. Nast drew for a Republican journal identified with the struggle against slavery. However, figures on the other side of the slavery issue could just as easily draw the Black Irish parallel. James Henry Hammond, nullifier congressman, U.S. Senator, and Governor of South Carolina, denounced the British reduction of the Irish to an absolute and unmitigated slavery 24, and George Fitzhugh in Cannibals All, or Slaves Without Masters, 1855, intended his Irish comparisons to prove that enslaved workers fared better than the free. 25 Fitzhugh hardly meant to recommend freedom to either poor community. Abolitionists saw the other side of the coin, frequently championing kindred needs for emancipation. In the 1840s, Garrisonians made Irish Catholic emancipation an integral part of their campaign for universal reform. Visiting the United States, Daniel O'Connell, 1775–1847, the first Catholic since the Reformation to sit in the British House of Commons, the leading Irish champion of Catholic emancipation, and an indefatigable campaigner for Irish independence, saw the needs of starving Irish and enslaved blacks as analogous. The American abolitionists Wendell Phillips and Frederick Douglass adopted the same rhetorical ploy. In a visit to Ireland in the famine year of 1845, Douglass likened the circumstances of Ireland's poor to those of enslaved black people. Such a tragic physiognomy of the two peoples wrenched his heart: the open, uneducated mouth, the long, gaunt arm, the badly formed foot and ankle, the shuffling gait, the retreating forehead and vacant expression, and their petty quarrels and fights all reminded me of the plantation, and my own cruelly abused people. The Irish needed only black skin and woolly hair, to complete their likeness to the plantation Negro. 26 For Douglass and other abolitionists, the tragedy of both peoples lay in oppression. Neither horror stemmed from weakness rooted in race. One group, however, utterly repudiated the notion of black Irish similarity, and that was the Irish in the United States. Irish immigrants quickly recognized how to use the American color line to elevate white no matter how wretched over black. Seeking fortune on the white side of the color line, Irish voters stoutly supported the pro-slavery Democratic Party. By the mid-1840s, Irish American organizations actively opposed abolition with their votes and their fists. In the 1863 draft riots that broke out in New York and other northeastern cities, Irish Americans attacked African Americans with gusto in a bloody rejection of black Irish commonality. In Ireland and in Britain, too, cultural nationalists seeking to shed racial disadvantage counterattacked, forging a Celtic Irish history commensurate with that of Anglo-Saxonists. While Ireland's political struggle for independence from Britain delayed an Irish dimension of the Celtic literary revival until late in the 19th century, political Irish nationalism had flourished long before the struggle for Irish independence succeeded in 1921. Irish nationalists could turn Saxon chauvinism inside out in ways similar to those of abolitionists like David Walker. In 1839 Daniel O'Connell won over American abolitionists' hearts with a scathing condemnation of American imperialism. Abolitionists advocated peace, as expansionists were lusting after a seizure of Mexican territory. There are your Anglo-Saxon race, your British blood, your civilizers of the world, the vilest and most lawless of races. There is a gang for you, the civilizers, forsooth, of the world. 27 For O'Connell, Anglo-Saxons were nothing but natural-born thieves. At the same time, two non-Irish literateurs laid a basis for the study of Celtic literature. In the mid-19th century, the French philosopher Ernest Renan, 1823–92, and the English cultural critic and poet Matthew Arnold, 1822–88, offered admiring portraits of the mystic, romantic, and doomed Celtic race in Poetry of the Celtic Races, 1854, and On the Study of Celtic Literature, 1866. Renan was a highly respected philosopher of religion, Arnold, one of Britain's leading poets and literary critics. Their works, both very mixed blessings, were evidently meant to be affectionate. But in praising the Irish closeness to nature as a salutary counterweight to Anglo-Saxon and Teutonic modernity, Renan and Arnold reduced them into dumb, pathetic natives. Witness Renan. Originally from Brittany, France's self-proclaimed Celtic homeland, Renan fondly cites the natural Christianity of that gentle little race, the Celts. The Teutons, in contrast, only received Christianity tardily and in spite of themselves, by scheming or by force, after a sanguinary resistance, and with terrible throes. Compared with the brutal Teutons, the avatars of modernity, Renan's Celts are childlike and superstitious, of all nations the least provided with practical good sense. 28 In the face of the onrushing, mechanized world of industry, this is meant as a compliment. Arnold's portrait drips with similar presumption. Claiming distant connection to Celts through his mother, yet identifying himself firmly as Saxon, Arnold sets the racial characteristics of Saxon English in opposition to those of the Celtic Irish, because balance, measure, and patience are ever required for success. Even when a race has the most fortunate temperament to start with, the Celtic Irish are doomed. For balance, measure, and patience are just what the Celt has never had. Arnold extended Celtic incapacity even further, and as in material civilization he has been ineffectual, so has the Celt been ineffectual in politics. In fact, Arnold serenely predicts failure for the race. For ages and ages the world has been constantly slipping, ever more and more, out of the Celts' grasp. They went forth to war, Ossian says most truly, but they always fell. 29. Here is a puzzlement. How could any of this have pleased the Celts? And yet, believe it or not, Renan and Arnold actually counted as friends of the Celtic race at the time. Arnold's campaign for a chair in Celtic studies at Oxford University succeeded in 1877, and he and Renan were praised for encouraging the late 19th and early 20th century flowering of an Irish Renaissance. True, their depiction of Celts had a distinctly racial flavor. But race was in the air at the time, and the alternative to Renan's and Arnold's patronizing lay in insults from the likes of Thomas Carlyle. Defenders of the Celtic Irish race replied to English-Saxon chauvinism with an older and more Christian version of their racial history. The popular, multi-volume History of the Anglo-Saxons, 1799–1805, by the English historian and bookseller Sharon Turner provided the template by portraying the modern English as direct descendants of Dark Age Saxons. So Irish nationalists could do that, too, and they did, claiming their pure descent from a bevy of ancient and luminous Celtic ancestors. There were, for instance, the prehistoric Firbolgs, Tuatha De Danann, and the followers of King Milesius from Spain, said to be the invaders of Ireland 1,500 to 1,000 years before the birth of Christ. Furthermore, Milesians traced their history back to Scythia, Ukraine and Russia, Vyascata, an Egyptian pharaoh's daughter who gave her name to the Scots. Whether friends or foes, British intellectuals seeking root causes of Irish distress rarely rose above the doubt that the Irish, as Celts and as Catholics, possessed any racial qualities for greatness. On the other side of the Atlantic, however, race functioned differently in the long run. As we have seen, Irish people lived in disparate political cultures. In Britain and Ireland they were labelled as Catholic Celts, linked by race with the despised French. In the United States their situation was more complex. In Britain and Ireland religion carried far more weight than in the United States. Religious wars, after all, had long raged over England. For centuries Britain had dubbed Anglicanism the national, Protestant religion. In the United States no sect enjoyed constitutional recognition. The United States also lacked a long history of antagonism and entanglement with Catholic France. No wars had been fought over religion in North America, and no long history implanted religious identity at the root of American national consciousness. So while an aversion to Catholicism and Catholics was hardly a trivial facet of American life and could flare up in deadly violence, it never defined American identity over the long haul. And then there was the ugly history of British colonialism and Ireland's situation as a colony. England was, first and foremost, a colonial power centuries before the Act of Union of 1800 purportedly united the Irish and British crowns. During the 19th century, a question festered what to do with Ireland. The firm assumption that the Irish were unfit for self-government often dominated domestic politics. The United States had black people and slavery to contend with, issues so huge that they blunted anti-Irish sentiment as a source of political conflict, but not before a decade of turmoil. As we have already noted, the 1840s were a tense time in the United States, an era of rising nativism. The blood-stained Order of United Americans first appeared in New York City in 1844 and soon spread to Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Catholic churches had been torched now and then since the mid-1830s, actually black churches, too, but not on account of religion. In 1834 a nativist mob had burned the convent of the Ursuline nuns in Charlestown, Massachusetts. Now arson became endemic, climaxing in Philadelphia in 1844, when a mob of 600 self-proclaimed American Republicans burned down St. Michael's and St. Augustine's Catholic churches and torched many Irish residences. The rioting lasted 3 days, killing 13 and wounding 50.30 in Pittsburgh in 1850. A candidate running on the People's and anti-Catholic ticket won the mayoral race. During the 1850s, Massachusetts and Connecticut enacted voter literacy tests in an attempt to curtail immigrant Democratic voting power. 31 By the mid-1850s, clubs of the Order of United Americans flourished in 16 states. 32 Much early anti-Catholic violence was more or less spontaneous and poorly organized, driven by fear that the Irish would lower wages or increase crime. But nativism gained an important institutional basis with the founding in New York City, in about 1850, of the secret Supreme Order of the Star-Spangled Banner. Members soon became labeled Know-Nothings because they customarily responded to queries about their order with "I know nothing." Members had to be men born in the United States of native-born parents. Natives married to Catholics could not join. Know-Nothings had a broad agenda that differed according to their class and their region. They especially hated Catholics, but they also opposed liquor and political corruption. In New England, they challenged the mass voting of immigrants for the pro-slavery Democratic Party. In terms of their tactics, Know-Nothing clubs like the Order of United Americans and the Supreme Order of the Star-Spangled Banner traded on patriotism. Most local chapters took the names of founding fathers or heroes and battles of the American Revolution. 33 A political party spun out of the Supreme Order of the Star-Spangled Banner was actually named the American Party. So patriotic a title encouraged members to brand opponents anti-American. In the Midwest, for instance, where Germans had settled and voted in large numbers, refugees from the European revolutions of 1848 almost automatically seemed anti-American on account of their suspected radicalism. Such frequent mob violence made riot the signature Know-Nothing activity, against Irish people, against Catholic churches, and against other parties' voters. Matters grew worse with the 1853 visit of a papal envoy dispatched to arbitrate disputed church property claims, which riled up anti-Catholic secret orders and societies. At every stop along the envoy's itinerary, the American and Foreign Christian Union incited mobs. In Cincinnati, a crowd attempted to lynch him. Back east, in a decidedly bizarre event, a Know-Nothing mob assaulted a block of marble. The offending stone, taken from the Temple of Concord in Rome, was a gift from Pope Pius IX to be placed in the Washington Monument, still under construction. When the stone proved resistant to destruction, the mob dumped it into the Potomac River. In 1854 a mob in Ellsworth, Maine, tarred and feathered a Catholic priest before nearly burning him to death. In Newark, New Jersey, Know-Nothings and Orangemen, Protestant Irishmen from New York City broke the windows and statuary of St. Mary's Catholic Church and killed an Irish Catholic bystander. Elections particularly excited passions. Know-Nothing mobs beat up opposition voters in several cities, including Washington and Baltimore. After the election riots of 1855 in Louisville, a priest reported a reign of terror surpassed only by the Philadelphia riots of 1844. Nearly 100 poor Irish have been butchered or burned and some 20 houses have been consumed in the flames. 34 Here was a war of religion, deadly while it raged. Catholic-hating fervor swept Know-Nothings into office during the fall elections of 1854, as over 1 million followers in 10,000 local councils seized control of entire state governments. 35 Massachusetts, New York, and 6 or 7 other states elected Know-Nothing governors, and between 75 and 100 congressmen as well as a host of state and local officials, including mayors in Boston, Philadelphia, and Chicago. Numbers vary, owing to the difficulty of determining just who should be counted as a Know-Nothing. The movement went by an abundance of organizational names. The future President Rutherford B. Hayes was moved to exclaim, "How people do hate Catholics." 36. On assuming power, Know-Nothings pushed a variety of measures opposing political corruption and promoting temperance, but Catholic immigrants remained the primary target. A bill was put forward to bar people not born in the United States from holding political office and to extend the waiting period for naturalization to 21 years. Such barriers and extensions would obviously have prevented many in the working class from voting, precisely the Know-Nothing intent. Like most Know-Nothing measures proposed by neophyte legislators, these failed to become law. In Massachusetts, however, Know-Nothings did manage to enact a nunneries inspection bill, which empowered legislators to inspect Catholic convents and schools, a mandate the legislators pursued with questionable enthusiasm. Several luminaries played their part. Sam Houston, 1793–1863, leader of the Texas Revolution, President of the Republic of Texas, then Governor and Senator from the state of Texas, cobbled together a theory about the difference between old and new immigrants that functioned well into the 20th century. For Houston, the founding fathers and heroes of the American Revolution constituted the fine old immigrants, in sharp contrast to the new immigrants of the 1850s, people spewed loathingly from the prisons of England, and from the pauper houses of Europe. 37. Ulysses S. Grant, 1822–85, only a decade from the U.S. presidency, pitted himself for his lack of privileges compared with German job seekers who seemed to have all the luck. During the Civil War, seizing a chance to legalize his prejudices, Grant enacted one of the rare 19th-century anti-Semitic policies. Called General Orders No. 11, it expelled all Jews, including families with children, from the Department of Tennessee in December of 1862. Grant's excuse? He insisted that he had to control Jewish peddlers. In fact, his directive affected all Jews in Tennessee, no matter their vocation, sex, or age. President Abraham Lincoln quickly rescinded the order, but not before several families were displaced. 38. In the South, Know-Nothings also did well in the mid-1850s elections. An Alabama Know-Nothing congressman spoke for many when he declaimed, "I do not want the vermin-covered convicts of the European continent. I do not want those swarms of paupers, with pestilence in their skins, and famine in their throats, to consume the bread of the native poor. Charity begins at home. Charity forbids the coming of these groaning, limping vampires." 39. This kind of proclamation played as well in the South, with its few immigrants, as in the North, with its many. Eventually, as we know, fundamental political tensions destroyed Know-Nothingism as slavery, the elephant in the American living room, bumped about more aggressively. In 1855 the question of slavery in the Nebraska Territory set Southern Know-Nothings on one side, demanding explicit safeguards for slavery, and Northerners on the other, refusing to go along. Once the slavery issue split the Know-Nothing movement along sectional lines, the newly founded Republican Party picked up Northern Know-Nothings unwilling to bow to Southern devotion to slavery. In the South, Know-Nothings rejoined or ceded to Democrats. The split did not signal the definitive end of nativism. For instance, the Know-Nothing candidate for president in 1856, the former Whig President Millard Fillmore, polled some 800,000 votes, or over one-fifth of those cast nationwide, although he carried only the state of Maryland. Democrats elected James Buchanan of Pennsylvania, their last successful presidential candidate until the 1884 election of Grover Cleveland. Slowly the worst violence associated with Catholic hating in the United States ended, but poor Irish Catholics remained a race apart Celts. At the same time, 9/10 of African Americans remained enslaved, and they were not only abused as an inferior race, they were seldom counted as Americans. Towering over the notion of two inferior races, Celt and African, the figure of the Saxon monopolized the identity of the American. But at least the Celts had their whiteness. 10. The education of Ralph Waldo Emerson. Ralph Waldo Emerson, 1803–82, towers over his age as the embodiment of the American Renaissance, but not, though he also should, as the philosopher king of American white race theory. Widely hailed for his intellectual strength and prodigious output, Emerson wrote the earliest full-length statement of the ideology later termed Anglo-Saxonist, synthesizing all the salient 19th and early 20th century concepts of American whiteness. See Figure 10.1, Ralph Waldo Emerson. A quintessential New Englander born in Boston, Emerson descended from a family of scholarly ministers whose American roots reached back to 1635. Emerson's esteemed father, the Reverend William Emerson, had delivered a Phi Beta Kappa address at Harvard just as his son would a generation later and served as pastor at Boston's First Church. Such a lofty perch, while conferring eminent respectability, did not guarantee financial security even while the Reverend William Emerson lived. His death, when Waldo was not quite 8 years old, plunged the family into outright hardship. Luckily Waldo's diminutive aunt, she stood 4 feet 3 inches tall, Mary Moody Emerson, 1774–1863, was there to fill a crucial gap in his education at home. An 1814 American edition of De Staël's on Germany had introduced German Romanticism and the wisdom of India to intellectual Americans like Mary Moody Emerson. She kept the book at hand throughout her life and used it to transmit her enthusiasm for De Staël and German Romanticism to her nephew before, during, and after his formal studies. 1. He had a good, traditional New England education, attending the Boston Latin School, then following his forebears to Harvard College, where he waited on tables to cover tuition. He taught school for 4 years before enrolling in the Harvard Divinity School, which he left as a Unitarian minister in 1829. That same year he married Ellen Louisa Tucker and became minister of Boston's Second Church. Emerson's fascination with German thought was practically foreordained. At Harvard he studied with the confirmed Romanticists George Ticknor and Edward Everett, 2 young scholars recently returned from studies at Göttingen's George August University. Well schooled by Aunt Mary, Emerson had incorporated her comments into his Harvard senior essay, winning second prize in 1821. Even his older brother, William, pitched in, going abroad to study at Göttingen in 1824–25 and writing home to Waldo urging him to learn German as fast as you can in order to follow him to Germany. 2. Fig 10.1. Ralph Waldo Emerson carte de visite. German thought filled the air around Boston's young intellectuals. In the 1820s Emerson read English writers like Samuel Taylor Coleridge, who had studied at Göttingen with Blumenbach III and William Wordsworth, both necessary guides into things German since Emerson never gained great competence in the German language. All in all, his Harvard study, Aunt Mary Moody Emerson's keenness for German Romanticism, and Germaine de Staël's on Germany propelled Emerson ever deeper into study of German philosophy and literature. Transcendentalism, the American version of German Romanticism, à la Kant, Fichte, Goethe, and the Schlegel brothers, flourished in New England, particularly in eastern Massachusetts, from the mid-1830s into the 1840s. German Transcendentalism offered an odd mixture, including even a hefty dose of Indian mysticism inspired by Friedrich von Schlegel, which Mary Emerson had also found congenial. In place of established Christian religion, particularly the then prevailing Unitarianism, Transcendentalism offered a set of romantic notions about nature, intuition, genius, individualism, the workings of the spirit, and, especially, the character of religious conviction. At bottom, it prized intuition over study and emphasized the idea of an indwelling God who unified all creation. Guided by Aunt Mary, Emerson borrowed Transcendentalism's focus on nature as a spiritual force for his essay Nature, 1836, now considered the Transcendentalists' Manifesto. 4. Most leading New England Transcendentalists had attended Harvard College, and many had continued into Harvard's Divinity School preparing for the Unitarian ministry. Emerson fits the mold perfectly in several ways, as a minister and as one who resigned his pulpit after a crisis of faith. Even after leaving the ministry, however, Emerson remained intrigued throughout his life by the religious dimension of Transcendentalism. In Nature he announces American Transcendentalism as a new way of conceiving spirituality, amplified 2 years later in his classic Divinity School address. Within this German-driven transcendental swirl, one man, an Englishman, stood tallest. He was Thomas Carlyle, 1795–1881. See Figure 10.2, Thomas Carlyle. A reedy, stooped 6-footer and a lifelong hypochondriac, Carlyle was usually half-sick with a cold. The 24-year-old Emerson, also tall, thin, and hypochondriac, discovered Carlyle's unsigned reviews in the Edinburgh Review and the Foreign Review in 1827 and began to hail the British author as his Germanic New Light writer, as well as perhaps now the best thinker of the Saxon race. 5. Clearly Carlyle's take on German mysticism would lay the foundation for American Transcendentalism. Actually, Carlyle was, geographically speaking, just barely a thinker of the Saxon race, having been born in Scotland in the little town of Ecclefton, 8 miles from the English border. This provenance counted heavily for Carlyle, who wished to be known as a Southern Scot, that is, as a Saxon rather than a Celt. The Northern Scots, to his mind being the latter and therefore, as we have seen in this mindset, inferior. After study at the University of Edinburgh, Carlyle, like many other English speakers, encountered German thought in de Staël's On Germany in 1817. So impressed was he that he sent his future wife, Jane Welsh, a copy of de Staël's novel Delphine. Furthermore, what he saw in On Germany with its racial introduction, its elevation of Goethe to mythic status, and its concluding section on German transcendental mysticism encouraged Carlyle to study German. This enthusiasm for the German language and its literature gained him employment as a German tutor in Scotland and motivated his translation of Goethe's Wilhelm Meister's apprenticeship in 1824, which he sent along to Goethe in Weimar. That opening inaugurated a respectful correspondence lasting until Goethe's death in 1832.6. Carlyle actually came to think of Goethe as a kind of spiritual father, and took upon himself the task of spreading the transcendental gospel. 7 And spread it he did, writing the magazine articles Emerson was reading in New England in the late 1820s and early 1830s, many of them reviews of German authors and essays on German thought. 8 Like Carlyle, Emerson worshipped Goethe throughout his scholarly life. So thorough was this adoration that Goethe's Italianus Greece shaped Emerson's European itinerary of 1833, dictating a first stop in Rome. 9 Emerson even began collecting Goethe statuettes and portraits and named the Emerson family cat Goethe 10. Emerson was 30 when he first saw Europe. By then he had left his pastorate and lost his beloved young wife to tuberculosis 2 years after their marriage. Now he poured energy into seeing for himself the luminaries of this new philosophy. Coleridge and Wordsworth came first, and both disappointed Emerson greatly. He found Coleridge a short, thick old man who took snuff freely, which presently soiled his cravat and neat black suit. Even worse was Wordsworth, who abused the beloved Goethe and Carlyle and nattered on as though reading aloud from his books. Wordsworth later sneered at Emerson as well, calling him a pest of the English tongue and lumping him with Carlyle as philosophers who have taken a language which they suppose to be English for their vehicle, and it is a pity that the weakness of our age has not left them exclusively to the appropriate reward, mutual admiration. Emerson felt he had spent an hour with a parrot. 11. Fig 10.2. Thomas Carlyle. The visit in Scotland with Carlyle, however, went perfectly. Much younger than Coleridge and Wordsworth, Carlyle captivated Emerson through a day and a night of passionate exchange chock full of fresh ideas expressed energetically. At this point neither man had published canonical work, but recognizing kindred spirits, they fell into each other's arms, initiating a lifelong correspondence that even weathered ideological strains over slavery and the American Civil War. Mutual support immensely enhanced both their careers. At the time of Emerson's visit, Carlyle's novel Sartor Resartus had reached the public only in magazine form, and little wonder, for this ponderous, autobiographical tale drags English readers through a morass of German transcendentalism and the mysticism of Immanuel Kant, with nothing of de Staël's clarity. Carlyle's novel is clotted with German, making it a hard sell in Britain. Its protagonist, for instance, bears the challenging name Diogenes Teufelsdrockh. While a later admirer would pronounce Sartor Resartus part of a great spiritual awakening of the Teutonic race, at the time, only 2 readers that we know of lauded its magazine publication, a Father O'Shea of Cork, Ireland, and Ralph Waldo Emerson. 12. In fact, without Emerson's tireless promotion, Carlyle's writing career might have ended there. But Emerson took Carlyle's novel in hand, shepherding an American edition into print and contributing a preface. With this help, the thumping, clamorous, and obscure style of Sartor Resartus electrified the Americans becoming known as transcendentalists. Theodore Parker spoke admiringly of a German epidemic, and William Ellery Channing experienced it as a quickener of his own ideas. 13. Thanks to Emerson, an American edition of Carlyle's French Revolution soon followed. The first money £50 that Carlyle ever earned through his writing came from Emerson, acting as Carlyle's agent in the United States over the course of several years. 14. Indeed, Emerson made Carlyle more popular by far in America than he had ever been in Great Britain. Carlyle returned the favor, launching Emerson's career in the United Kingdom with the 1841 publication of essays. Carlyle's advocacy had a number of English critics calling Emerson a Yankee genius, a sterling compliment since genius offered the Romantics' highest form of praise. Given Emerson's inability to read German very well, Carlyle stepped in as his teacher of transcendentalism, and not always an uncritical one. Early in their friendship, Carlyle recognized the derivative nature of Emerson's thought, explaining later that Emerson had, in the first instance, taken his system out of Sartor and other of Carlyle's writings, but he worked it out in a way of his own. 15. Before meeting Emerson, the prominent English academic Henry Crabb Robinson, a founder of University College, London, had dismissed him as a Yankee writer who has been puffed by Carlyle into English notoriety but who was a bad imitator of Carlyle, who himself imitates Coleridge ill, who is a general imitator of the Germans. Once they met, Robinson's view of Emerson softened. John Ruskin's estimation of Emerson wavered over time. At one point Ruskin, one of England's leading intellectuals, considered Emerson only a sort of cobweb over Carlyle. 16. This image of Emerson as a watered-down Carlyle Teutonist never entirely dissipated, just as critics of Carlyle, Emerson, and transcendentalists have harped on the Teutonic opacity of their style. Southern critics, perhaps naturally, amplified these charges by tacking on an anti-New England, anti-slavery twist. As the American sectional crisis deepened in the 1850s and Emerson spoke more pointedly against slavery and the slave power, a Southern animus against him grew. 17. On the other hand, Americans adored Carlyle's emphatic writing style and his apparent, if vague, sympathy for ordinary people and a disdain for the elite. Even Garrisonian abolitionists and feminists who advocated civil rights for all, seemed blind to the broader tendency of his politics. By 1840 Carlyle had come to despise their movement outright and deprecate the whole notion of universal human rights. Had they read him attentively, American fans would have realized this. But they did not. Anti-slavery Americans visiting London for the World Anti-Slavery Conference in 1840 unwittingly sought Carlyle out, ignorant of his approval of slavery as a perfectly appropriate labor regime for those he considered inferior races. Elizabeth Cady Stanton preserved an admiration for Carlyle even after he threw the visiting abolitionists out of his house. In the late 1860s, when abolitionists were splitting over the enfranchisement of poor black men, before educated white women got the vote, Stanton turned into a mean-spirited, Saxon chauvinist more in line with Carlyle's thought. She happily quoted Carlyle's Sartor Resartus to the detriment of people she considered inherently inferior. 18. One notion guiding both Carlyle and Emerson, and supposedly liberal Americans like Stanton, was their heroic figuration of what they termed the Saxon race. Many other Americans including Thomas Jefferson, the novelist Harriet Beecher Stowe, and Sarah Josepha Hale, editor of the most popular 19th-century American women's magazine, proclaimed themselves Saxons. 19 Most of these just briefly and easily looked back to our Saxon ancestors, before moving on, but Emerson dedicated an entire book to the subject, as we shall see. Cobbled together as race history, it drew on the 8th-century English historian Bede, Norse mythology, and many prevailing versions of English history, notably the male historian bookseller Sharon Turner's wildly popular The History of the Anglo-Saxons, from their first appearance above the Elbe, to the death of Egbert, originally published in 1799 and in its 7th edition in 1852. Emerson owned a copy of the 7th edition and eagerly absorbed its Saxon chauvinism. Digging deep into Old Norse literature, Turner lumps Saxons and Norse together to come up with a list of undying traits of the English race. He proclaims liberty the first and foremost of these traits, which he believes persisted from the 5th century Saxon/Norse conquest and had remained valid ever since. Like Thomas Jefferson, Turner contrasts the Anglo-Saxon tradition of liberty with the Norman inclination toward tyranny. However, Turner's concept of a Norman graft onto England's original Anglo-Saxon stock disagrees with Jefferson's idea of permanently, racially pure Anglo-Saxons. 20. Carlyle, who imagined himself a representative of Britain's Norse heritage, infected his followers, including Emerson, with wee Saxon jargon. Even the cosmopolitan Margaret Fuller, a foremost American interpreter of German Romanticism, fell under the spell. On meeting Carlyle in London in 1846, Fuller portrays him admiringly, just the way he liked to be seen. Carlyle, indeed, is arrogant and overbearing, but in his arrogance there is no littleness, no self-love. It is the heroic arrogance of some old Scandinavian conqueror. It is his nature and the untamable impulse that has given him power to crush the dragons. You like him heartily, and like to see him the powerful smith, the Siegfried, melting all the old iron in his furnace. 21. This Teutonic/Saxon race chauvinism increased in Carlyle and Emerson as they aged, but far more so in Carlyle. His identification with his Saxons as Germans seemed boundless, as he completely embraced German nationalism and Teutonic race chauvinism along the lines of Charles Villars and romantics like the two Schlegels, de Stael's friends. 22 As early as 1820, in his 25th year, Carlyle was already admiring German writers for the muscle in their frames. 23 A decade later, he was delivering popular lectures on German themes. One of several 1837 lectures was entitled On the Teutonic People, the German Language, the Northern Immigration, and the Nibelungenlied, the pagan German epic that later inspired Richard Wagner's Ring Cycle. It may seem odd to readers today, but when Carlyle spoke of the German people, he was including much of the population of Britain. In any case, Carlyle came to sound a lot like the willfully excerpted version of Germania by the Roman author Tacitus, which was then beginning to circulate among German nationalists. Alert to the values of his time, Carlyle sexes his German nationalism masculine. His Germans are the only genuine European people, unmixed with strangers. They have in fact never been subdued, and considering the great, open, and fertile country which they inhabit, this fact at once demonstrates the masculine and indomitable character of the race. They have not only not been subdued, but been themselves by far the greatest conquerors in the world. 24 Those themes of masculinity and race purity would soon reappear in Emerson, with masculinity of far greater consequence. On the matter of racial purity Emerson would waver. But neither of them had a good word to say for France or the French people, an ape population, as Carlyle put it. France had turned revolutionary in 1789 and again in 1848, and Carlyle detested anything hinting of democracy. Such broad condemnation raised problems. What was one to make of the virile French Norman conquerors? Carlyle finessed that contradiction by pronouncing Normans to be Norsemen who had merely learned to speak French. Obviously, for him, the change of language had not altered their blood, their basic nature, or their manly might. The Norman conquest had clearly benefited Britain, entering with a strong man William the Conqueror, an immense volunteer police force, united, disciplined, feudally regimented, ready for action, strong Teutonic men 25. All of this went quite a bit over the top, but American readers loved it. Carlyle might have trashed the French more lustily, but Emerson did his bit. An 1835 lecture shows just how far Emerson would go. Permanent Traits of the English National Genius begins by connecting Americans to the English. The inhabitants of the United States, especially of the northern portion, are descended from the people of England and have inherited the traits of their national character. As for the French, their early enemies may be trusted when they hold. It is common with the Franks to break their faith and laugh at it. The race of Franks is faithless. An union of laughter and crime, of deceit and politeness is the unfavorable picture of the French character as drawn by the English and Germans, and even by the French themselves. 26 The unmanly vices of frivolity, corruption, and lack of practical know-how all afflicted the French. How else to view a people who invented the ruffle, while it took the English to invent the shirt? 27 For manly practicality, look to the English race. For the childish, singing and dancing nations, look south. 28 That north/south dichotomy would prove a durable theory, one Emerson trumpeted and his followers echoed, including his younger and rather priggish English admirer Matthew Arnold, ostensible defender of the beleaguered Celts. Emerson and Carlyle outlined a transatlantic realm of Saxondom also taken up by Arnold, among many others. In his first letter after Emerson's 1833 visit, Carlyle wrote, "Let me repeat once more what I believe is already dimly the sentiment of all Englishmen, Cisoceanic and Transoceanic, that we and you are not two countries, and cannot for the life of us be, but only two parishes of one country, with such wholesome parish hospitalities, and dirty temporary parish feuds, as we see, both of which brave parishes vivant, vivant." 29 In the late 1830s Emerson was urging Carlyle to visit the United States. Perhaps even to settle permanently. "Come, and make a home with me," Emerson wrote. 30 What a joy it would be to merge the intellects of Saxondom in their own two persons. This rhetoric of bonding seemed to have no ceiling. In 1841 Carlyle, following Goethe's infatuation with the ancient Greeks, wrote, "By and by we shall visibly be, what I always say we virtually are, members of neighboring parishes, paying continual visits to one another. What is to hinder huge London from being to universal Saxondom what small Mycale was to the tribes of Greece? A meeting of all the English ought to be as good as one of all the Ionians." 31 And Emerson agreed. Enjoying a reputation for genius in Britain as well as the United States by 1853-55, he repeated a lecture entitled The Anglo-American. He might well have been speaking autobiographically in his comments on the godly and grand British race. It is right to esteem without regard to geography this industrious liberty-loving Saxon wherever he works, the Saxon, the colossus who bestrides the narrow Atlantic. 32 But in all this mutual admiration, a rift would soon appear. Emerson saw himself as a New Englander, virtually as an Englishman, and therefore as a Saxon. We Saxons peppered his lectures, essays, and journals. In his classic 1841 essay Self-Reliance, Emerson exhorts his readers to wake up the courage and constancy, in our Saxon breasts, to realize that New Englanders are the final product of a process of distillation that had earlier turned Norsemen into Englishmen over the course of a millennium. Later on, he would portray New Englanders as even more English than the English, as double-distilled English. Carlyle would not go that far. For all his Germanicism, Carlyle saw London as the natural capital of Saxondom for the present and foreseeable future. Perhaps later, probably much later, the capital might move west, after centuries, if Boston, if New York, have become the most convenient all Saxondom, we will right cheerfully go thither to hold such festival. 33 Before long, this boil would fester and burst, for Emerson's timetable sprang from a conviction that England was already practically worn out from excessive commercialism, labor troubles, and luxury. The Saxons on American side of the ocean, woodsmen who reminded Emerson of the Germans of Tacitus, would inherit the mantle of Saxon leadership sooner rather than later. Emerson did not visit Britain between 1833 and 1847. When he later did, he found Saxon identity weakening as a glue of friendship. Britain was enduring the economic hard times and suffering that would inspire Charles Dickens's novel Hard Times, 1854. The ever-grumpy Carlyle grew more authoritarian, to the point that in 1848 he complained about Emerson's equanimity. Emerson was content with everything and becoming a little wearisome with his pleasant moonshiny lectures. Emerson fired back, reporting that Carlyle sits in his four-story house and sneers. 34 Basically, the friendship was over, but on one issue Emerson and Carlyle could still agree. Both looked askance at the Irish. Carlyle termed the Irish human swinery, playing on the commonplace analogy between Irish people and pigs. The Irish were believed to live with their pigs, and pigs were considered quintessentially Irish, as in the saying, as Irish as Paddy's pig. Over in Concord, Massachusetts, where Irish laborers worked in mud and lived in shanties, Emerson saw no reason to dispute this libel. One of his rare comments on the districts of the poor, where he spent very little time, reveals both prejudice and naivete. In Irish districts, men deteriorated in size and shape, the nose sunk, the gums were exposed, with diminished brain and brutal form. 35 Like Carlyle in Chartism, 1840, Emerson skirts the issue of whether race alone made the Irish ugly. On such an easy topic, the two found agreement. Then came the American Civil War. Emerson, no radical abolitionist, nonetheless opposed American slavery, particularly after the toughening of the fugitive slave law in 1850 and John Brown's raid on the Harper's Ferry, Virginia, Federal Arsenal in 1859. He also supported the Union during the war itself. Emerson did make a third and last trip to Europe, in 1872-73, only to find that he and Carlyle, both impaired by age, could no longer manage a meeting of the minds. Carlyle voiced a growing antipathy toward just about everybody. Gone were his youthful hints of sympathy for ordinary folk, an inclination always vaguely abstract. After his bitter pronouncements on what he called the nigger question in 1850, he expressed no sympathy whatever with the poor, whether recently emancipated in the Western Hemisphere or despised and impoverished in Ireland and Britain. But while their halcyon days may have gone, their influence lived on. Tutored in German race theory reaching back to Winckelmann and Goethe, each had become his country's national voice, eloquently equating Americans with Britons and Britons with Saxons. The Anglo-Saxon myth of racial superiority now permeated concepts of race in the United States and virtually throughout the English-speaking world. To be American was to be Saxon. 11. English traits. In the mid-1850s, Emerson cast about for new material and, at the same time, felt a need to get notes from his 2 European trips into print. Journal entries from those visits in 1833 and 1847-48 contained an abundance of raw material for a book on England and the Saxon race. But to buttress his arguments he read widely in history and science dealing with the race of men, and he did mean men, he considered permanent masters of the earth. Like all of Emerson's books, English Traits, which appeared in 1856, collects lectures delivered to various audiences over the course of a decade. Part travelogue, part autobiography, part historical ethnography, English Traits heightened his fame and gained appreciation as his wittiest book. Its popularity endured well into the 20th century, when its racial theories began to fall into disrepute. 1. Ideas about Saxons and the English people had long percolated in the United States. In his 1835 lecture Permanent Traits of the English National Genius, Emerson called attention to the similarities in Americans and Englishmen's appearance: the red and white complexion, blonde hair, blue eyes, and tall stature and, without doubt, ferocious manhood, all admirable traits quite unlike those of small and dark Celts, obviously, for Emerson, Asiatic in origin. These ideas reappeared in his 1843 lecture Genius of the Anglo-Saxon Race and in 1852-53 in Traits and Genius of the Anglo-Saxon Race and the Anglo-American too. These oft-repeated lectures made a ready audience for English traits. Within 3 months of publication, 24,000 copies were in print in the United States and Great Britain, and the book was widely and positively reviewed. 3. Despite its blatant English/Saxon chauvinism, or perhaps because of it, English Traits attracted readers of various political persuasions and racial backgrounds. Charlotte Forten, for instance, the daughter of wealthy black Philadelphians and, at 19, an abolitionist in her own right, championed the book. Forten, who was living in Massachusetts at the time, bought the book and finished reading it within 3 weeks of its publication. In February 1857 Forten went to hear Emerson speak on the topic Works and Days, which she found enlightening and the person of Emerson intimidating. She liked it, she said, very much. The author's views of English character are far more liberal than those of American travelers generally. He evidently appreciates dear old England, and, loving her as I do, I like his book and thank him for it with all my heart. For the anti-slavery U.S. Senator from Massachusetts, Charles Sumner, joined Forten and many other Americans in rampant Anglophilia. He pronounced himself attracted by famous London town, which he considered downright bewitching. 5. However clear-minded they might have been about the shortcomings of American society, New Englanders went gaga over the English. Emerson himself cared little for London society, but he was obsessed with Saxon violence and manly beauty, both of which qualities he lacked. He was, in fact, a tall and skinny man, who, like his friend Thomas Carlyle, suffered from various nervous and bodily ailments throughout his life. As a housebound intellectual when not lecturing before appreciative audiences, Emerson grew fascinated by the primeval virility of outdoor men of physical strength. Many others shared these anxieties, enough to make scenes of frontier violence staples of popular entertainment in Britain and the United States. 6. The core chapter of English Traits, called Race, begins in measured tones. Emerson enumerates the 3 components of the English population: first the Celt, to whom he gives less than a paragraph; second, the German, also briefly noted; and third, the Northman. The balance of the chapter revels in ancient Viking history, dominated by traits of personal beauty and bloodthirstiness. In the remainder of English Traits, race becomes ever more defined. The English race may be mixed, but, even so, racial stock determines national destiny. The early history of each tribe shows the permanent bias. In King Alfred the Great of Wessex, in the Northman, one may read the genius of the English society. Emerson's use of breeding terminology like stock anticipates the vocabulary of 20th-century eugenics. The race chapter expresses 2 thoughts rooted in concerns Emerson shared with masses of Americans, relishing his themes, 2 thoughts expressed as content and form. Brutality emerges as the chapter's prized quality, with manly beauty its outward appearance. As early as 1835 Emerson had praised the men he alternately termed Danes, Norsemen, Saxons, and Anglo-Saxons for their beastly ferocity. 7. He amplifies this theme in English Traits. Bodily strength, vigor, manliness, and energy emerge as natural outgrowths of early Saxon bloodthirstiness, presented lovingly. Nature created Saxons/Norsemen as a rude race, all masculine, with brutish strength, endowing their English descendants, in turn, with an excess of virility. 8. Homicidal history, synonymous to Emerson with gorgeous male energy, comes to life in his two quintessential Norsemen, the brothers Horsa and Hengist, legendary founders of Saxon England. Recall that Thomas Jefferson had considered honoring them on the Great Seal of the new United States of America. According to legend, the mid-5th century British warlord Vortigern invited the brothers Horsa and Hengist into what is now Kent, in the southeastern tip of England, to wrest the island from its Celtic population and their Roman overlords. A century later the monk Gildas described the tribes of Horsa and Hengist as vile unspeakable Saxons, hated of God and man alike, but their reputation rose considerably with the passage of centuries. 9. Today Horsa and Hengist are considered Jutes from what is now Denmark, but tradition claims them as founders of the Anglo-Saxon nation that King Alfred raised to greatness in the late 9th century. Emerson ignored particularities of geography and lumped together Norsemen, Jutes, and Saxons as marvelous Scandinavian pirates, a rude race, all masculine, with brutish strength. Let buffalo gore buffalo, and the pasture to the strongest. 10. Staying over the top, Emerson reveled in the Saxon/Jute/Norse brutality he had discovered in Samuel Lang's translation of Heimskringla, or Chronicle of the Kings of Norway. Though the term Norsemen usually refers to people of the far north, that is, to Dark Age Scandinavians in general, Emerson, by drawing on the Heimskringla, would seem finally to focus on Norway as the homeland in his theory. Actual German Saxons, in fact, hardly appear in English traits, because, with the exception of Goethe, Emerson questions Germans' fitness to serve as models of any sort. Along with the Asiatic races, he said back in 1835, Germans lack the racial constitution for political greatness, sharing as they do Asians' political impotence out of a defect of will. 11. Norsemen supply the bony figure of the Englishman-American's ancestor. Scandinavia might work as the ancestral home of northern whiteness, but Scandinavia of the 1850s created a dilemma: it was backward and really quite poor, a little nothing beside the British behemoth. How could Emerson reconcile that reality with his need for Scandinavian racial, hence permanent, brilliance? If the Norsemen endowed Britain with all its Saxon greatness, how to explain the relative obscurity of contemporary Scandinavia? Why had not Norwegians and Danes launched the Industrial Revolution, grown rich on worldwide commerce, and colonized the globe? Here Emerson resorts to a favorite metaphor, the fruit tree. Scandinavia, he surmises, lost its best men during the Dark Ages, lost them to England and never recovered. The continued draft of the best men in Norway, Sweden, and Denmark to their piratical expeditions exhausted those countries, like a tree which bears much fruit when young, and these have been second-rate powers ever since. The power of the race migrated and left Norway permanently exhausted. 12. It is a Lamé theory, and Emerson does not lean on it heavily. For his purposes, recent history of his Norsemen in Scandinavia need not loom large. The early days sufficed. Consider his affection for obscure Norwegian kings and princes. These Norsemen are excellent persons in the main, says Emerson, with good sense, steadiness, wise speech, and prompt action. But they have a singular turn for homicide. Then, in a spirit of great good fun, he goes on to detail their amusements. Their chief end of man is to murder, or to be murdered, or, scythes, harpoons, crowbars, peat knives, and hayforks, are tools valued by them all the more for their charming aptitude for assassinations. A pair of kings, after dinner, will divert themselves by thrusting each his sword through the other's body, as did Irvin and Alf. Another pair ride out on a morning for a frolic, and, finding no weapon near, will take the bits out of their horses' mouths, and crush each other's heads with them, as did Alric and Eric. The sight of a tent cord or a cloak string puts them on hanging somebody, a wife, or a husband, or, best of all, a king. If a farmer has so much as a hayfork, he sticks it into a king dag. King Ingiald finds it vastly amusing to burn up half a dozen kings in a hall, after getting them drunk. Never was poor gentleman so surfeited with life, so furious to be rid of it, as the Northman. If he cannot pick any other quarrel, he will get himself comfortably gored by a bull's horns, like Egil, or slain by a landslide, like the agricultural king Onund. 13. Beauty and strength, strength and beauty. Entwined they thread through English traits. On succeeding pages Emerson praises the fair Saxon man as handsome, 3 times, and associates him with beauty, 4 times. On one page, English and Scandinavians appear as a handsome race who please by beauty and are distinguished for beauty as handsome captives in Rome. In support, Emerson notes frequent references to the personal beauty of its heroes in the Heimskringla. A century earlier, the Swiss physiognomist Lavater had maintained that outer beauty betokens inner qualities, and Emerson repeats this conviction in English traits. The English face, he says, combines decision and nerve with the fair complexion, blue eyes, and open and florid aspect. Hence the love of truth, hence the sensibility, the fine perception, and poetic construction. The fair Saxon man, with open front, and honest meaning, is not the wood out of which cannibal, or inquisitor, or assassin is made, but he is molded for law, lawful trade, civility, marriage, the nurture of children, for colleges, churches, charities, and colonies. 14. He does not explain how Norse assassins turn into loving fathers without losing their racial character of manly brutishness. Such enthusiasm for physical attractiveness recalls Johann Friedrich Blumenbach's hymns to his lovely Georgian skull, although in Blumenbach's case, the skull was female. Such a progression came naturally to Emerson, educated at the hands of the Germanicists Mary Moody Emerson, George Ticknor, and Edward Everett, and immersed in Goethe, all enamored of ancient Greeks as paragons of beauty. Likewise, Horatio Greenough, a young American artist living in Rome. Emerson had met Greenough in Florence in 1833 and gone on in English traits to gush about his face, so handsome, and his person so well formed, truly a votary of the Greeks, and a good mind to go with his good looks. 15. Steeped in things Greek, Greenough had written his own artist's creed, Musings on Beauty à la Winckelmann, and he tutored Emerson on the Parthenon marbles in London and much else regarding Greek beauty. The friendship lasted nearly 20 years. Emerson had Greenough over for dinner shortly before the younger man died of brain fever in late 1852, at the age of only 47. 16. Emerson never fetishized Greeks the way Greenough and many another did, but comments scattered throughout his published and unpublished work reveal an acceptance of Winckelmann's ideals. In September 1855, for instance, he dedicated a new cemetery in Concord by praising the Greeks, who loved life and delighted in beauty. Bodily aesthetics were also central to German education and therefore to Emerson, but therein lay a problem. Blumenbach had coined the race name Caucasian as a concept of female beauty, full of feminine connotations of captive powerlessness. 17. Many earlier intellectuals, certainly Immanuel Kant, Edmund Burke, and the 18th century Edinburgh philosophers, had associated beauty with smallness, weakness, and women. For Emerson this would not do. He set out to wrench Saxon beauty away from female captives, away from the odalisques of the white slave trade, and away from French academic painting. He wanted the concept of beauty for his bloodthirsty, virile Norsemen. This task he took up in English traits, and it led him to practically homoerotic heights. Pondering, why England is England? What are the elements of that power which the English hold over other nations? Emerson settles on race, history, and bodily might. 18. Englishmen, he asserts, show great vigor of body and endurance. Other countrymen look slight and undersized beside them, and invalids. They are bigger men than the Americans. They are round, ruddy, and handsome, at least, the whole bust is well formed, and there is a tendency to stout and powerful frames. In all ages, they are a handsome race. 19. Such vigor leads naturally to a fine militarism echoing Thomas Carlyle's image of the English broad-fronted broad-bottomed Teutons, in solid phalanx foursquare to the points of the compass. They constitute the modern world. 20. Such bluster may strike the reader as odd, certainly it is narrow, for no other race or nation makes much of an appearance in this book. Celts in the French emerge briefly as negative reference. American Indians make a fleeting appearance as fast runners in a dependent clause in Chapter 2. Jews and Negroes peek through only once, as peoples defined by the concept of race. Alongside the Saxons, all others are lesser, gendered, and, by default, female. Behind these judgments lay a fear that Americans had already fallen away from their mother country's their fatherland's standard of greatness. Emerson did not originate this thought. George Louis Leclerc, Comte de Buffon, led a school of European naturalists who contended that animals degenerated in the Americas. In Volume 5 of his 36-volume Histoire naturelle, 1749-88, Buffon presents a theory of American degeneracy, asserting that nature in America is weaker, less active, and more circumscribed in the variety of her productions. This kind of slur cut deeply and cried out for refutation. Thomas Jefferson undertook the writing of notes on the state of Virginia in the 1780s to disprove Buffon's contention that American horses and, by implication, American men lacked the virility of their Old World counterparts. Jefferson even shipped the remains of an American moose to Paris as proof that American animals grew to heroic dimensions. As Emerson was composing English traits, the Scots anatomist Robert Knox was disparaging stringy Americans. Already the United States man differs in appearance from the European, the ladies early lose their teeth, in both sexes the adipose cellular cushion interposed between the skin and the aponeurosis fibrous connecting tissue binding muscle to bone and muscles disappears, or, at least, loses its adipose portion, the muscles become stringy, and show themselves, the tendons appear on the surface, symptoms of premature decay manifest themselves. 21. Emerson shared the commonplace fear that civilization kills manhood, but Americans seemed particularly afflicted. Take his comparison of educated Englishmen and educated Americans. Weird though it seems, Emerson could see the English as more civilized and better educated than Americans, but simultaneously bigger, stronger, and tougher. In his chapter on universities, Emerson reports that at Oxford diet and rough exercise secure a certain amount of Old Norse power, while they read better than we, and write better. 22 Emerson returns to this anxiety several times over the years in his journals. 1852, Englandish men are pasture oaks, ours are pine saplings, large men here do not look architectural, but slight, ill-woven. 23. 1853, I felt the extreme poverty of American culture beside English. A mere bag of bones, was the one, sticking out in forlorn angularity, the other was fat and unctuous, shining and cheerful. 24. 1855, 'tis clear that the European is a better animal than the American. Here you can only have Webster, or Parsons, or Washington, at the first descent from a farmer or people's man. Their sons will be mediocrities, but in England, you in Europe, the privileged classes shall continue to furnish the best specimens. The Tsars of Russia shall continue to be good stock. 25. Unwittingly, perhaps, Emerson connects the state of American masculinity to class. In Self-Reliance, his most often quoted essay, he steps out of his own Concord and Boston-based, Harvard-educated history to identify with those less educated and to contrast the brute rage of the multitude of common people with the decorous and prudent anger of the timid, feminine, college-educated, and cultivated classes. One rough, sturdy lad from New Hampshire or Vermont who tries everything and has no fear of failure is worth 100 of these city dolls, and the brutes at the bottom of society easily overwhelm the feminine rage of their betters. 26 Such philosophical noodling required a good deal of tortured analysis, even self-hatred. His definition of education, for instance, contains a regional dimension. Emerson began teasing out the characteristics of Southerners in the 1840s, when Southern belligerence over slavery began to roil the nation's politics and those of his state of Massachusetts, divided as it was between upholders and opponents of slavery. Rising sectional tensions in the wake of the annexation of Texas as a slave state in 1845 and the immense territory acquired after the defeat of Mexico in 1848 pushed along Emerson's perception of innate differences between Northerners and Southerners. Boston, indeed all of New England, serve as synecdoche for the North, in Emerson's concept a smarter but weaker race than Southerners. Southerners, meaning white male slaveholders, appear stronger and more brutal, but plainly lacking in intelligence. In terms of manhood, the balance between smart and strong tips against Northern opponents of slavery. In 1852, even as Emerson deplores the success of pro-slavery forces, he surmises that Democrats carry the country, because they have more virility, just as certain of my neighbors rule our little town, quite legitimately, by having more courage and animal force than those whom they overbear. 27 Once again, Emerson was undermining his own claim to manliness in the construction of this nutty but commonplace notion. Emerson may not have invented such stereotypes, but certainly his intellectual prestige lent them weight and longevity. That New Englanders were smarter and better educated than Southerners appeared a reassuring fact in light of the looming conflict. But for Emerson, Southerners' brute strength embodied a kind of savage masculinity. Westerners, those living beyond the Appalachian Mountains, did not figure in Emerson's philosophy until his first Western tour, in 1850. His 8 lectures earned him $500 each, money that drew him west several times more and engraved Western men in his consciousness as a special type of Saxon. In a way, Emerson saw white Western American men as a sort of Southern American tribe writ large, one possessed of more vitality than the Eastern tribe by dint of its closeness to the land. The notion that Saxons were always free, like so many of Emerson's ideas about England, is not true. When Emerson describes liberty and freedom as English or Saxon racial characteristics, he overlooks not only the slavery issue then roiling American politics but also recent history on both sides of the Atlantic. After all, American indentured servitude, one form of bondage, reached into his own lifetime, and English convicts were still being forced into exile overseas while Emerson studied at Harvard in the 1820s. Moreover, slavery remained the rule rather than the exception in British colonies when he began his ministry at Boston's Second Church. Nonetheless, Emerson, like Jefferson, claims in English traits that the Saxon seed carries an instinct for liberty, and he envisions freedom and liberty as crucial and permanent Saxon racial characteristics. 28 In a turn that would become commonplace, Emerson turns political practices into racial traits, racial genius, not historic or economic developments, made Anglo-Saxons both respecters of freedom within their brotherhood and natural rulers of other races. Thus political power was assumed to be a trait of the English race, emblemized in the Magna Carta of 1215, the cornerstone of English common law, and the Somerset decision of 1772, outlawing slavery within England. The Magna Carta actually grew out of a struggle between church and state. England's King John, an avid international adventurer, had imposed heavy taxes on his subjects to fund the Third Crusade and pay a ransom demanded by the Holy Roman Emperor for release of John's predecessor, Richard I, the Lionheart, taken prisoner near Vienna in 1192 as he wended his long way home from the Third Crusade. To gain Richard's release, John imposed especially heavy burdens on the churches. Those levies provoked the Archbishop of Canterbury to channel unrest among the aristocracy into a demand for a formal statement of liberties of the Church and liberties of the barons, who between them controlled virtually all of Britain's wealth. 29 After revisions to a first draft in June 1215, the king and the barons signed the Magna Carta at Runnymede, on the Thames River near Egham, in present-day Surrey County. In translation from the Latin, the Magna Carta begins with a clause guaranteeing the freedom of the English Church, first, that we have granted to God, and by this present charter have confirmed for us and our heirs in perpetuity, that the English Church shall be free, and shall have its rights undiminished, and its liberties unimpaired. N.B. It is a particular institution, the English Church, that is to be free. Use of the Magna Carta as proof of England's Saxon heritage dates back to the early 17th century, when Sir Edward Coke in 1610 first linked notions of a Saxon past to the Magna Carta and to English freedom, and in 1640, when John Hare added the German twist, "There is no man understands rightly what an Englishman is, but knows withal that we are a member of the Teutonic nation, and descended out of Germany." David Hume and Edmund Burke lent their luster to the mix in the 18th century. Emerson's own authority in English history, Sharon Turner, made his contemporary Englishmen the very same people as ancient Saxons. By Emerson's time, the 1689 Bill of Rights following the Glorious Revolution of 1688–89 and the evolving English Constitution, common law, had turned into talismans of English racial genius. Emerson took for granted a religious identity of the English or Saxon race, Protestantism, of course, in sharp contradistinction to Catholicism. The notion of a historic, Protestant English Church separate from the Catholic Church began with a 16th-century personal struggle between Henry VIII and Pope Clement VII. Henry intended to annul his marriage to Catherine of Aragon and Mary Anne Boleyn, who sympathized with the Protestant Reformation underway on the European continent. When the Pope would not agree to an annulment, Henry married Boleyn anyway, the Pope excommunicated him, Parliament validated the new marriage, and the conflict escalated. In addition to a power struggle over the royal marriage bed, the Catholic Church's wealth made it a tempting target. Once Parliament declared Henry head of the Church in England, possessions that had been Catholic became English. As English nationalism increased, Henry's disagreement with the Catholic Church blossomed into a symbolic struggle between supposed descendants of French Catholic Normans and supposed descendants of Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Emerson picked up and amplified a chain of association linking Saxons and Protestants, Protestantism to the English Church, the English Church to the Magna Carta, and the Magna Carta to Liberty 30. The 1772 Somerset decision over slavery was also key. The case involved James Somerset, an African enslaved in the Reverend William Emerson's Boston before the American Revolution. Somerset's owner had taken him to Britain, then prepared to send him to the West Indies for resale. Here was an issue that attracted the British anti-slavery movement. Granville Sharp, a reformist leader, championed Somerset in the King's Bench, the English functional equivalent of today's U.S. Supreme Court, arguing before Lord Mansfield, the presiding judge, who ruled that Somerset could not be forcibly removed from Britain. Mansfield's decision quickly acquired much broader meaning, for he supposedly added that as soon as any slave sets foot upon English territory, he becomes free, or the air of England is too pure to be breathed by a slave. Here was a notion pleasing to Emerson, that the air of England conferred freedom. It followed that American air would confer freedom as well, never mind the problem of existing slavery and American agitation against it. Emerson let English experts explain their history. For anthropology he also turned to Britain and Germany. Before writing English Traits, Emerson read voraciously in the anthropology of his day. Although familiar enough with the work of Johann Friedrich Blumenbach to include the word Caucasian once in English Traits, Emerson did not find Blumenbach's concept useful. Blumenbach's broad term Caucasian lumped together Celts and Saxons, while Emerson preferred a finer means of distinction. In the 1850s, American race theory, never straightforward, was still chaotic. The well-regarded monogenesis of the English physician James Cowles Pritchard, for instance, contradicted the hardline racism and craniometric polygenesis of the American ethnologists Josiah Nott and George Gliddon. Nott and Gliddon published a very loose translation from the French of the splenetic Arthur de Gobineau's then obscure essay on the inequality of races. None of these reigning experts pleased Emerson, especially not the mean-spirited, pro-slavery thought of Nott and Gliddon or that of their highly respected mentor, Samuel George Morton of Philadelphia. Instead, Emerson turned to Scottish scientists in vogue at the time. During the early 19th century, the brothers William and Robert Chambers published Chambers' Edinburgh Journal, a popular weekly magazine aimed at serious young men seeking to improve themselves through self-education. The Chambers boys had themselves risen the hard way after the failure of their father's cotton factory, and they only slowly began to thrive in the publishing business. As Chambers' Edinburgh Journal flourished in the 1850s, William Chambers stayed with the magazine, but Robert Chambers, 1802–72, wrote a series of courses on various popular topics, such as Scottish biography, marine biology, and literature. By 1844 he was a Fellow of London's Geological Society, carrying on a scholarly correspondence of international reach. Robert Chambers realized early on that the geological record revealed an Earth much older than the Bible posited, and also that living species had changed with the passage of time. Evolution as a term did not yet exist, rather, the theory was called transmutation and was associated with socialists, radicals, and Frenchmen. 31 In 1844 Chambers published Vestiges of the Natural History of Creation anonymously, correctly fearing reaction against his radical explanation of transmutation in place of divine creation. His theory that forms of life evolve was fundamentally sound, but the text was uneven, combining solid science, hearsay, and long-disproved theories. Emerson noted in his journal in 1845, Vestiges of Creation, everything in this Vestiges of Creation is good except the theology, which is civil, timid, and dull. 32 Emerson the Transcendentalist did not mind that Chambers contradicted Genesis, the problem with the text lay in its lack of conviction. Chambers did, in fact, state his assertions provisionally. Vestiges presents a unified theory of evolution encompassing the cosmos and all living things, including people. The stars and all the heavens had developed from spontaneous electrical generation, giving rise to every form of life through means of elaboration from the lowest, simplest organism to man's apex in Europeans. While only one of its 21 chapters deals with humans, its tone is ambivalent. Chambers is a monogenicist, seeing all people as products of the same origin. But he hesitates over the possibility of a brotherhood of man. Chambers, like the early American Samuel Stanhope Smith, stresses the influence of lifestyle on personal appearance, including beauty. Unlike Emerson, who compared Englishmen to oaks, Chambers contrasts the soft round forms of the English with the lank features of their descendants, the Americans. 33. Despite condemnation by experts, Vestiges leaped to bestsellerdom in Britain and the United States, with 7 printings in its first year, and in the 17 years between its publication and the appearance of Charles Darwin's Origins of the Species, it sold 23,750 copies. Emerson's copy belongs to an 1845 American printing. 34 In some quarters, Chambers' book is carelessly cited as a precursor to Darwin. Its thesis and methods differed greatly from Darwin's, but both authors faced the criticism that their science contradicted scripture. 35. Though Chambers wrote Vestiges in secrecy and published it anonymously, Emerson quickly learned the author's identity, most likely via the journalist Alexander Ireland, who knew both parties. When Emerson expressed a desire to meet the Chambers brothers, Ireland invited Emerson to Britain in 1846, sweetening his invitation with the promise of a lucrative speaking itinerary. 36 Ireland finally introduced Chambers and Emerson in London in 1848, and they evidently had a pleasant visit. 37 However, Emerson never met his other Scottish authority, Robert Knox. Emerson did read Robert Knox's The Races of Men, a fragment, 1850, and rather liked what he saw. 38 At bottom he agreed with Knox's sense of the importance of race and his conviction that races deteriorate away from their home territory. Emerson also shared Knox's aesthetic ranking of the races and denigration of the Irish Celts. Knox, like Carlyle, was a lowland Scot, and the Low counted as fully for Knox as for Carlyle, and for the same reason, Low would make them Saxons untainted by Celtic blood. Unlike Robert Chambers, Knox, 1791–1862, had been impeccably schooled as a medical doctor in Edinburgh and France. Still young in the 1820s, he lectured on anatomy in the famous medical school of the University of Edinburgh while publishing a score of papers on animal anatomy still to be found on the shelves of the Princeton University Library. Then, in Knox's 40th year, scandal struck. The cadavers so essential to his anatomy lessons, it turned out, had been supplied by a notorious pair of Irish thugs named Burke and Hare, who were murdering people for the express purpose of delivering their bodies to Knox's dissection table. Although Knox escaped conviction, he left Edinburgh in disgrace and turned to translating scientific papers and lecturing on the anthropology of man, starting, naturally, with the race he deemed best, the Saxon. For Knox, race or hereditary descent is everything, it stamps the man. Like all the other Western racists of the time, he placed the darkest-skinned and poorest people, Africans and Australians, at the bottom of his racial hierarchy. 39 That much was a given. But, as in German race theories, questions of color, indeed of any peoples outside of Europe, counted for little in Knox's racial scheme. He cared most about the locals, the Saxons and the Celts, whom he saw as permanently opposed. To enforce that view, Knox also needed to denigrate Blumenbach's Caucasian designation, a big tent encompassing peoples from North Africa, Spain, Europe, Russia, Turkey, and India. Far too broad, Knox grumbled, this was just Blumenbach's Caucasian dream. 40. Knox's prominence as an anthropologist peaked following the revolutions of 1848, which had also galvanized another political reactionary appalled by revolution, Arthur de Gobineau. The revolutions of 1848 happened to precede the time when Emerson was preparing English Traits. 41 In the 1850s, Knox's Saxonism accelerated a drift toward racial determinism in British and American anthropology that would dominate the field for another 75 years. Knox's 1850 treatise, The Races of Man, a fragment, was reissued in 1862 as The Races of Men, a philosophical inquiry into the influence of race over the destinies of nations. Then, as Darwin took over center stage, Knox's work fell into relative obscurity until its return to fame in our own times, when scholars seeking a racist bogeyman in science revived his work, only to revile it. Emerson had worked himself into a hole. He wanted to trumpet the determining force of race along the lines of Robert Knox, but he had trouble holding on to that view. In English Traits he waffles on purity and permanence, though in almost everything else he favors continuity, as in the traits of Norsemen constant in Saxons, Englishmen, and Americans. He proclaimed the existence of permanent traits in halls around the country in a popular lecture called Permanent Traits of English National Genius, first delivered in 1835 and repeated for years to appreciative audiences. A shared fascination with Englishness allowed Emerson and his readers to overlook a lot of nonsense in his ideas. Like so much race talk, the crucial race chapter in English Traits contradicts itself in tone and in word. It makes one statement and then, without a retraction, offers conflicting information. For instance, the chapter begins by dismissing the race determinist writing of an ingenious anatomist, Robert Knox, who rashly decrees races to be imperishable. Like others before him, including Blumenbach, Emerson notes the confusion over the number of actually existing races. 42 Citing Blumenbach by name, Emerson agrees that races shade into each other imperceptibly. Then, in utter contradiction, he continues to cleanly distinguish races according to their own unique traits. On the one hand, Emerson suspects that the spawning force of the race explains English imperial success. On the other hand, and this chapter contains a multitude of hands ascribing English success to race, merely flatters the English. After all, says Emerson, everybody likes to know that his advantages cannot be attributed to air, soil, sea, or to local wealth, as mines and quarries, nor to laws and traditions, nor to fortune, but to superior brain, as it makes the praise more personal to him. Then, on yet another hand, race actually does explain a lot. It is race, is it not? That puts the 100 millions of India under the dominion of a remote island in the north of Europe. Race avails much, if that be true, which is alleged, that all Celts are Catholics, and all Saxons are Protestants, that Celts love unity of power, and Saxons the representative principle. Race is a controlling influence in the Jew, who, for 2 millenniums, under every climate, has preserved the same character and employments. Race in the Negro is of appalling importance. The French in Canada, cut off from all intercourse with the parent people, have held their national traits. I chanced to read Tacitus on the manners of the Germans, not long since, in Missouri, and the heart of Illinois, and I found abundant points of resemblance between the Germans of the Hercynian forest, and our Hoosiers, Suckers, and Badgers of the American woods. Then, on a fifth hand, it is easy to add to the counteracting forces to race, such as civilization. Emerson adds in the hopelessly mixed nature of the English race, consisting not simply of Celts, Normans, and Teutons. Who can trace them historically, he asks, quoting Daniel Defoe to the effect that the Englishman is the mud of all races. 43. The true English type inhabits only a narrowly circumscribed territory, fashionable London. Coarse, provincial, and too anxious to please, the Scots harbour too many local dialects of speech. Ireland is worse. In Ireland, are the same climate and soil as in England, but less food, no right relation to the land, political dependence, small tenantry, and an inferior or misplaced race. 44. In the final analysis, Emerson comes out of his welter of contradiction agreeing with Robert Knox after all. In the chapter entitled Character, Race Determines History, it is in the deep traits of race that the fortunes of nations are written, and however derived, whether a happier tribe or mixture of tribes, the air or what circumstance that mixed for them the golden mean of temperament. Here in England exists the best stock in the world, broad-fronted, broad-bottomed, best for depth, range, and equability. 45. And this is where Emerson stood when he wrote English Traits in the mid-1850s. Later in the 19th century, scholars would trace the political genius of Saxons to the Mark, land held in common by ancient Germans, or to the German forest. But for Emerson, the beautiful, bloody, virile Norsemen of the Dark Ages hold the key to American racial identity. As author of English Traits and a font of themes usually located much later in the 19th century, Emerson qualifies as a full contributor to white race theory. His enormous intellectual strength and prodigious output made him the source of a crucial current of thought, for he enunciated virtually all the salient 19th and early 20th century concepts of Anglo-Saxonism. English Traits expressed the views of the most prestigious intellectual in the United States, elevating its formulation into American ideology. The American was the same as the Englishman, who was the same as the Saxon and the Norseman. Thus Saxon supplied the keyword exiling the Celtic Irish white though they may be from American identity. Wrenching his Saxon away from Blumenbach's female beauty, Emerson created a white racial ideal that was both virile and handsome. Towering over his age, he spoke for an increasingly rich and powerful American ruling class. His thinking, as they say, became hegemonic. 12. Emerson in the history of American white people. It hardly seems necessary to underline Emerson's importance in 19th-century American culture. One of his well-read contemporaries expressed this esteem: "I think Mr. Emerson is the greatest man, the most complete man that ever lived. He is indeed a supernal vision. I often think that God and his holy angels must regard him with delight." One another described him as the most American of our writers, the embodiment of the idea of America, which lies at the bottom of our original institutions, views that resonate still. Point 2. While so many of his 19th-century peers calibrated their thought according to the Bible, Emerson read everything and translated it into recognizable American terms. His enrichment of American intellectual life turned the phrase Ralph Waldo Emerson into a summary of Victorian America's intellectual history. Emerson expressed the best of his age, albeit in the most restrained terms. Looking kindly upon progressive reform, he denounced the barbarism he saw in American slavery and befriended a woman, Margaret Fuller, one of the smartest people of her generation. Truly, Emerson cemented the identification of liberal, anti-slavery New England with American intellect, while the luxury of his language, its very wealth of allusion and nuance, amazes readers to this day. Point 3. Much of his popularity grew out of his ability to mirror and to orchestrate the thinking of his age. As a mirror, he reflected back familiar notions already accepted, if only tacitly, by educated Americans. As an orchestrator, he arranged simple thoughts into elaborate, memorable performances. His every note seemingly rang true. But did it? It is important to notice that when Emerson said American, he meant male white people of a certain socio-economic standing. Without his saying so directly, his definition of American excluded non-Christians and virtually all poor whites. Native American Indians and African Americans did not count. In English Traits, when he tallies up the American population, Emerson explicitly excludes the enslaved and skips over native peoples entirely. Point 4. On the whole, Emerson's engagement with Saxon racial identity simply shut out all else. Certainly, insofar as race connects to blackness and slavery, Emerson remains outside the ranks of racial thinkers. Many others of the time were obsessed by color, but Emerson had little to say about black people. What he did say, with the exception of Voluntaries, a poem commemorating the Civil War exploits of the Massachusetts 54th Colored Troops, lacks sentiments of brotherhood. Point 5. Musings in the journals unpublished while he lived are mostly what we have to judge. In the mid-1840s, before his views had hardened, Emerson preferred abstractions to empathy, on the theory that only ideas could save races. He remained unsure, he said, of the ultimate worth of the Negro race. If the black man carries in his bosom an indispensable element of a new and coming civilization, for the sake of that element no wrong nor strength nor circumstance can hurt him, he will survive and play his part. However, if the black man is feeble and not important to the existing races, not on a par with the best race, the black man must serve and be sold and exterminated. 6. Thus the black man, a notion rather than an individual, remains a plaything of the forces of history. Such confusion is not lessened by the fact that Emerson hated slavery, especially the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. His excoriation of the law and of New Englanders who supported it takes up more space in his journals than any other political issue, 86 manuscript pages in his journal for 1851.7. But, like that of Thomas Jefferson, for instance, Emerson's disapproval of slavery in no way reflected racial egalitarianism. Rather, it connected to his sense of civilization. He considered slavery a relic of barbarism that was bad for civilization, that is, bad for his kind of white people. He harbored no doubt that American indulgence of slaveholders threatened the United States as a whole. The absence of moral feeling in the country whiteman is the very calamity I deplore, he notes in 1851, adding a chilling denouement, the loss of captivity of 1,000 Negroes is nothing to me. 8. Neither, by the mid-1850s, did it perturb Emerson that black people and Indians might become extinct. On the contrary, their eventual disappearance would improve the human race by widening the gap between man and beast. The black man is created on a lower plane than the white, and eats men and kidnaps and tortures, if he can. The Negro is reactionary imitative, secondary, in short, reactionary merely in his successes, and there is no origination with him in mental and moral sphere. 9. Occasional nameless black figures do appear fleetingly in the journals. One instance corroborates the multiracial nature of Emerson's Concord, his mention in 1845 of a heterogeneous church meeting where the whole various extremes of our little village society were for once brought together. Black and white, poet and grocer, contractor and lumberman, Methodist and preacher joined with the regular congregation in rare union. 10. If race means blackness, Emerson plays the tiniest part in American intellectual history, although quite a callous one. Proud of his ability to deliver unsentimental realism in the face of a racial hierarchy decreed by natural law, Emerson deviates only briefly from his concept of permanent racial hierarchy. But ever so briefly he did deviate. In the mid-1840s, know-nothing xenophobia and mob violence troubled Emerson, setting off a flirtation with the idea of hybridity. In an often-quoted journal entry he moves to praise multiculturalism, envisioning a new America forged from all the different constituents that make up this new country. In this continent asylum of all nations, the energy of Irish, Germans, Swedes, Poles, and the Cossacks, and all the European tribes of the Africans, and of the Polynesians, will construct a new race, a new religion, a new state, a new literature, which will be as vigorous as the new Europe which came out of the smelting pot of the Dark Ages, or that which earlier emerged from the Pelasgic ancient Greek and Etruscan barbarism. La nature mêlée croisements. 11. Emerson's reputation for ethnic racial broad-mindedness rests largely upon this generous and virtually unique statement of American identity. 12. Nowhere else, however, did he welcome multicultural America so warmly, despite occasional doodlings about mixture and crossings, usually phrased in French. His journals for 1847 contain 5 statements on mixture: la nature mêlée croissements, croissements, croisement, twice, and nature loved crosses, and inoculations of barbarous races prove, and marriages crossing 13, but there was nothing sustained, no sentence even completed. When race means white blood, however, Emerson surges to the 4.14. Since his views were already circulating in the United States and Great Britain, Emerson cannot be seen as an originator. He was what we might nowadays call an enabler. Nonetheless, by phrasing bromides in his learned and graceful prose, he endowed them with his own substantial intellectual prestige. No matter how contradictory and obtuse, they circulated as American orthodoxy. With the rare exception of the Fugitive Slave Act, Emerson paid scant attention to any of the historical processes that spawned hardship and political upheaval. To him, history served as racial prologue, as the opening scenes in a drama, rather than as events that affected people's relation to one another. Economic classes existed as though decreed by fate, not as outcomes of human interaction. Therefore, poor people, especially poor white people, native and immigrant, remain at the periphery of Emerson's field of vision. By the late 1850s, Emerson deemed an array of the poor to be poor by inherent nature. The Irish and others in the antebellum working class, the Jews, Italians, and Greeks of the turn of the 20th century had not yet arrived in massive numbers, whom he called guano, were fated by race to play dismal roles in a mechanistic world. By 1860, political upheaval had further hardened Emerson's racial views. Passage of the Fugitive Slave Act, which he considered a wreck of American civilization, had prompted him to publish a book of essays intended to advise fellow Americans on how to live in the face of nasty politics. These essays, entitled Conduct of Life, 1860, express much crueler views than any he had voiced in the 1840s. Here Emerson sounds practically as mean-spirited as Thomas Carlyle. Fate, for instance, contains an eloquent defense of the land-grabbing enthusiasms of manifest destiny. In it, entire races are consigned to extinction in the interest of nature's greater good. 15. Emerson had mulled over these issues in his journal as early as 1851, Too Much Guano. The German and Irish nations, like the Negro, have a deal of guano in their destiny. They are ferried over the Atlantic, and carted over America to ditch and to drudge, to make the land fertile, and corn cheap, and then to lie down prematurely to make the grass a spot of greener grass on the prairie. 16. The appearance of the German nation among Emerson's guano races recalls his distinction between wonderful Saxons in England and mere Germans. The sacrifice of the poor, hard-working races like the German, Irish, and African for the good of the more advanced, like the Saxon, was nothing other than the working out of inevitable and salutary, because inevitable laws of nature. Fate transformed national opportunism into the destiny of races. As harsh as Emerson sounds on races he thought inferior, his theories could have sunk a great deal lower. Counterparts living to the south of his beloved New England built their theoretical edifices on the foundation of African slavery. And slavery encouraged a good deal more meanness than Emerson could muster against those who were free. 13. The American School of Anthropology. Emerson died in 1882, but his cold formulations did not die with him. Such crabbed views of American ancestry, appearance, and masculinity rolled on well into the future and actually seem mild when compared with the mean-spirited school of American anthropology. Emerson was aware of the toxic racial thinking of his time and rejected the worst of it. From the 18th century onward, racial schemes have flourished, each offering a different number of races, even a different number of Caucasian races. Emerson had to make sense of this from his perch in Concord, and, thoroughly anglicized, he perforce looked not to his own country or to the European continent. He chose, rather, to seek reinforcement for his ideas in Great Britain, specifically in Sharon Turner's monumental, multi-volume History of the Anglo-Saxons, which had popularized the foundational concept of racial traits, and in the work of his Scots, the geologist Robert Chambers and the physician-anthropologist Robert Knox. Their ideas struck Emerson as cleaner and of much finer provenance. This had to do in part with the fact that most racial thought in the United States served to justify slavery and, as such, was pretty mean-spirited. This was uncongenial to Emerson, who leaned toward abolitionism. But had he been determined to denigrate black people, he might have looked to those widely respected American scholars who were eagerly consolidating a white supremacist American school of anthropology. Samuel George Morton, 1799–1851, the most revered American anthropologist among them, began as the hard-working son of an immigrant Quaker family from Ireland. His merchant father died in Samuel's childhood, and his mother followed in 1817, when Samuel was 18. When a rich uncle in the old country offered to finance his higher education, Morton seized the opportunity. He earned an MD degree in 1820 from the University of Pennsylvania and spent time in Edinburgh and Paris, the leading European centers for medical education. Along the way, Morton grew enamored with phrenology, then enjoying a great vogue as science. His University of Edinburgh MD, awarded in 1823, and his European contacts did much to burnish a growing international reputation. Back home in Philadelphia, Morton gradually established himself in the city's medical community and scholarly societies. As a professor of anatomy between 1839 and 1843 at the University of Pennsylvania, the best medical school in the United States, Morton reached a wide audience of leading American medical doctors and anthropologists. Skulls ruled the day in American anthropology, an enthusiasm that would lead seamlessly into the fetish of craniometry early in the 20th century and on into intelligence testing during the First World War and beyond. Morton owned a lot of skulls. At his death in 1851, his collection comprised 918 human skulls, 51 more were still in transit, 278 crania of other mammals, 271 of birds, and 88 of reptiles and fish, a collection worthy of Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. 1 Morton had diligently measured each human skull along 12 different axes up and down, sideways, back and forth, in, around, an interior volume and written up his findings in widely praised studies of American Indians, Crania Americana, 1839, and Ancient Egyptians, Crania Egyptiaca, 1844. Morton's fame stemmed from his measurements of cranial capacity, which he judged to predict intellectual ability according to race. On this basis Morton ranked American Indians as a separate race somewhere midway between white and black people, thereby proving conclusively the existence of racial difference to his own satisfaction as well as to that of his contemporaries. 2 Morton also possessed some Inuit skulls. What was to be deduced about their race? Not knowing how to answer that, he simply set them aside, just as European racial theorists had alternately expelled and accepted lapse in jiggering European racial identity. Clearly, these were tortured calculations, none more so than Morton's classification of different socio-economic strata of ancient Egyptians as different races in Crania Egyptiaca. He counted most Egyptians as Caucasian but a minority as Negro, while at the same time dividing them into 3 further types: Pelasgic, Semitic, and Egyptian. Those 3 were suspiciously stereotypical as white, Jewish, and black racial lines. Much of this echoed Winckelmann on the beauty and symmetry of ancient Greeks and Petrus Camper's concept of the facial angle. At the top of Morton's heap were large crania and straight facial angles, denoted as Pelasgic, or Greek. The symmetry and delicacy of the whole osteological structure make the Pelasgic familiar to us in the beautiful models of Grecian art. And near the bottom were skulls Morton categorized as Semitic types resembling, he says, Hebrew communities characterized by comparatively receding forehead, long, arched, and very prominent nose and, in some, a strong and often harsh development of the whole facial structure. The Semitic race, he contends, ought not to be accorded much respect, having been admitted into Egypt only upon sufferance. All smaller skulls belonged to slaves, dumber, darker-skinned examples of the Egyptian type. They interest Morton even less than his Semitic types and rate hardly any description. So much for Jews and Africans in Morton's Egypt. 3. For Morton and his many admirers, including Robert Knox in Scotland and Arthur de Gobineau in France, the greatness of ancient Egypt seals the permanence of racial hierarchies, the very bedrock of 19th-century racial theory. Like that of the ancient Greeks, deemed very similar to 19th-century Gentile Northern Europeans, ancient Egypt's glory is linked to the superiority of white people, Americans included. Never mind puzzling details. What looked like woolly hair in ancient Egyptian depictions Morton deems wigs worn by Egyptians over their real hair, which surely was straight and light-colored, like that of the fairest Europeans of the present day. Why Egyptians would wear woolly-haired wigs does not rate an explanation. Plunging forward, Morton pronounces the cranial formation of ancient Egyptians, at least the better dressed and more pompously buried Egyptians, identical to that of the modern white man. 4. Why did Morton's equations of prominent ancient Egyptians and the modern white man make sense to race theorists? The answer has everything to do with the wealth and power of nations of their own time. Again and again, racial hierarchies set the poor and powerless at the bottom and the rich and powerful at the top. The early 20th century sociologist Max Weber says it well. While the nobility believe their superiority grows out of their underived, ultimate, and qualitatively distinctive being, no one in favored circumstances wants to admit the chanciness of privilege. The fortunate man, Weber says, is seldom satisfied with the fact of being fortunate. Beyond this, he needs to know that he has a right to his good fortune. He wants to be convinced that he deserves it, and above all, that he deserves it in comparison with others. Good fortune thus wants to be legitimate fortune. 5 innate qualities are needed to prove the justice, the naturalness and inalterability of the status quo. In the United States, in Samuel George Morton's Philadelphia, where the buying and selling of laborers extended into the 19th century, that often turned into a justification for African slavery. Morton's work on skulls earned him enormous prestige in the United States and in France, where he impressed even Paul Broca, the most prominent French anthropologist, who was also a polygeneticist. An 1861 controversy in French anthropology over French and German head sizes echoed Morton's notions of racial superiority. All the prominent anthropologists of the time assumed that brain size correlated with intelligence. Here lay a problem. Bigger bodies house bigger heads, and bigger heads house bigger brains. German bodies, even of professors, were bigger than French bodies, therefore German brains were bigger than French brains. What were French anthropologists to do? Were Germans simply smarter? Even French anthropologists who accepted a correlation between head size and intelligence when applied to other people reckoned uneasily that the correlation did not always hold. 6 The debate was never resolved, only rendered trivial with the passage of time. Skulls kept their pride of place in anthropology and, with them, the owner of a world-class collection. So firmly did Morton personify the American school of anthropology that a visit with him became obligatory for ambitious young scientists. Two key visitors were Josiah Nott and Louis Agassiz. Josiah Nott, 1804–73, scion of a prosperous South Carolina family, received his medical degree from the University of Pennsylvania after undergraduate study at the College of South Carolina. An accomplished surgeon and founder of the University of Alabama School of Medicine, the agnostic Nott loved annoying traditional believers. As a polygeneticist, he disputed the account of creation in Genesis in his first major publication, 2 lectures on the natural history of the Caucasian and Negro races, 1844. The races were created separately, Nott argues, well before the beginning of biblical time. 7 For Nott and others in the American School of Anthropology, multiple creations had to mean that the history in the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Old Testament, or Torah, applies only to white Westerners. Non-white peoples had separate histories, told, presumably, in their own various books of Genesis. This view enjoyed international currency. Though he lived in Mobile, Alabama, in the deepest South, Nott kept up with the latest in European anthropology. Reading Gobineau's pessimistic, 1,000 page essay sur l'égalité des races humaines, 1853-55, Nott exclaimed that he had seldom perused a work which has afforded him so much pleasure and instruction. 8 Right up front in his dedication to the Saxon King George V of Hanover, Gobineau proclaimed convictions that the racial question overshadows all other problems of history, that it holds the key to them all, and that the inequality of the races, bound to entrance. 9. Like many other racists, Gobineau had seemingly mastered the multilingual contents of entire libraries to formulate a universal truth that energetic races, certainly the Aryan, create national greatness. In turn, Aryan prosperity was fated to attract inferior races. Just as inevitably, the races would mix, the superior race would degenerate, and the nation would collapse in revolution. According to Gobineau, this inexorable process of race degeneration explained the catastrophic, to him, revolutions of 1848. Gobineau took the concept of an Aryan race out of the obscure scholarship of philologists studying dead languages like Sanskrit and, eventually, made it familiar. In the 1780s, William Jones, a British linguist, had discovered a resemblance between Sanskrit and Classical Greek and Latin. Other scholars, such as Franz Bopp in Berlin, Friedrich Schlegel in Paris and Berlin, and Max Muller in Oxford, elaborated the relationship between languages and peoples in the early 19th century. They postulated the existence of a Proto-Indo-European language that had spawned Indo-European languages spoken widely, from the Indian subcontinent to Western Europe. Thus, the 19th century rage for races turned languages into peoples, and the word Arya, meaning noble or spiritual in Sanskrit, came to be applied to an imagined, superior race of Aryans. Some resistance to the conflation of language and race did arise. Muller of Oxford, the leading English-speaking comparative philologist, ultimately backed away from the often anti-Semitic identification of Aryan with a race rather than a language, but his awakening came too late. Racial extremists like Gobineau had already applied the term to the idea of a superior race, dooming it to a racial future. 10 Even so, the term Aryan did not enjoy wide popularity until the early 20th century English publication of Gobineau's essay. Nor was Aryan the most useful concept Josiah Nott discovered in Gobineau's work. Rather, Nott found two essential points: first, races are unequal, and, second, race mixing is therefore bad. He heartily endorsed both sentiments long before Gobineau's essay gained other adherents. For several years after its publication in 1853, Gobineau's essay went largely unread and, when read, was not particularly appreciated. In a personal letter to Gobineau, Alexis de Tocqueville, Gobineau's mentor, denounced the work as promoting spiritual lassitude because its racial determinism deprived individuals of free will and destroyed any motivation to improve. 11. But Nott had resolved to spread the word to American audiences. In 1855 he hired the 21-year-old, Swiss-born Henry Hotz of Mobile to help him translate Gobineau's essay, but strictly according to Nott's Southern slaveholding ideology. 12 This translation, entitled The Moral and Intellectual Diversity of Races, with particular reference to their respective influence in the civil and political history of mankind, from the French of Count A de Gobineau, 1856, bears Gobineau's name as author, but much of it is pure Nott. For instance, he corrects Gobineau's lack of interest in African slavery through a polygeneticist appendix of his own, showing Morton's cranial measurements laid out according to Morton's taxonomy. Gobineau, interestingly, denounced this amendment as a distortion of his thought. The denunciation was well deserved, for Gobineau says quite clearly that Africans contribute positively to the mixture of races in prosperous metropolitan centers by offering Dionysian gifts such as passion, dance, music, rhythm, lightheartedness, and sensuality. Whites, for their part, contribute energy, action, perseverance, rationality, and technical aptitude, the Apollonian gifts. In the short run, and even though the final outcome must entail utter ruin, this is all for the good, at least for Gobineau. But not for Nott. While Gobineau sees whites as obviously racially superior, they are insufficient in and of themselves and need the contributions of other races for the development of civilization. 13 Gobineau's Africans contribute to mixture, even though mixture inevitably causes revolution. The European revolutions of 1848 terrified Gobineau, but failed to interest Nott. Other sharp differences divided Nott and Gobineau. They lived on different continents, surrounded by different peoples, and motivated by different political events. Each defined the concept of races in order to answer his particular needs. Gobineau was an anti-democratic reactionary explaining political revolution by pitting the Aryan race against other, inferior, white-skinned races. Nott, a slave-holding reactionary railing against abolitionists, saw a white race pitted against a black one. Race as color occupied Nott's center stage, while Gobineau kept his eye on Celts, Slavs, and Aryans. As a result, Nott's loose translation retained Gobineau's fear of race mixing but discarded whatever else did not apply. Out went Gobineau's anxieties over the people of Eastern Europe and his pessimistic view of white Americans. 14 All in all, Nott's awkward translation of Gobineau never added much to America's racial bubbling, never amounted to much more than an obscure provincial publication. 15 Early on, in 1843, Nott had published an important article on miscegenation, Racial Science's Bugaboo. His title says it all: the mulatto a hybrid, probably extermination of the two races if the whites and blacks are allowed to marry. 16 Why would Nott write that the mating of blacks and whites would produce infertile hybrids, when a glance around his own Alabama neighborhood would have put the lie to this notion? More to the real point, the possibility of mixed marriage doubtless annoyed Nott far more than the inevitable mixed sex. In any case, while this theory of infertile progeny made no sense in theory or practice, it did serve Nott's scholarly purposes and pushed along his fine scientific reputation. Having made his name, Nott burnished it by compiling two anthologies, Types of Mankind, 1854, and Indigenous Races of the Earth, 1857, both published with George R. Gliddon, an Englishman long resident in Egypt who had supplied Morton with skulls and Nott with inspiration. Gliddon's wife drew the illustrations in Types of Mankind. 17 That both of these flimsy books sold extremely well demonstrates how little rigor 19th-century scholarly race talk required. Cobbled together from miscellaneous pieces in various genres and lengths by a wide array of contributors, each anthology included pieces by Louis Agassiz, whose luminous European origin and Harvard affiliation gave any work a certain scientific cachet. Louis Agassiz, 1807–73, a charming, German-educated Swiss physician-scholar, had made his name as a follower of the French naturalist Georges Cuvier. Glimpsing opportunity across the sea, Agassiz sailed to the United States in 1846 on the kind of lecture tour intended to generate permanent, remunerative employ. Stopping first in Philadelphia, Agassiz paid his respects to Samuel George Morton, then moved on to deliver lectures in 1847 in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where he found sponsors of a professorship at Harvard. 12 years later, Charles Darwin published On the Origin of Species, a book that conquered biology and changed science forever. But Darwin did not conquer Agassiz, who, famously, never accepted Darwin's concept of evolutionary change. To his very end, Agassiz preferred a polygenesis scheme in which God had created the races separately at the very beginning. Even so, with the founding of the Harvard Museum of Comparative Zoology, Agassiz presided over a scholarly institution of enormous influence. For 26 years, until his death, he shaped not only the world of American natural history museums but also the field of American anthropology, which natural history museums housed until well into the 20th century. This legacy he passed on to his Harvard protege and successor, the Kentuckian Nathaniel Southgate Shaler, 1841–1906. Shaler became a fixture at Harvard during the 1870s, often referring to Agassiz as my master. As a professor of geology, paleontology, and scientific truth in general, Shaler taught a generation of men destined to lead the United States, including Theodore Roosevelt. Through his commentary on American life, Shaler's Anglo-Saxon chauvinism provided a bulwark to the New England-based movement against immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe. Today, after the mid-20th century reshuffling of race into a black/white binary, Shaler appears in history as a proponent of black inferiority. But in the 1880s and 1890s, he also and mainly helped elevate the figure of the white male Kentuckian into an emblem of America and took aim at Southern and Eastern European immigrants as menaces to American racial integrity. The American School of Anthropology faded after the publication of its masterworks in the 1850s. 18 One of its core tenets that different races constitute different species and stemmed from several separate racial creations, polygenesis, lost a good deal of credibility with the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species in 1859. But its racist notions served the needs of American culture too well to disappear entirely. Indeed, the American school's founding belief in permanent and unchanging racial identity has yet to expire. By the early 1890s, the American leaders in anthropology Morton, Knott, Agassiz had done their work and passed from the scene. White race taxonomy was, in any case, evolving into notions of immigration restriction and eugenics. Samuel George Morton had died at 52 in 1851. Following Confederate service and disappointment with the post-slavery South, Knott died in 1873, the same year as Louis Agassiz. After a long cognitive decline, Agassiz's friend Emerson died in 1882, as did Gobineau. They left behind a dour legacy, the fetishization of tall, pale, blonde, beautiful Anglo-Saxons, a fascination with skulls and head measurements, the drawing of racial lines and the fixing of racial types, the ranking of races along a single evolutionary line of development, and a preoccupation with sex, reproduction, and sexual attractiveness. All this proved not only durable but also applicable to people now considered white. 14. The second enlargement of American whiteness. Tempting though it may be to cling to a simple history of whiteness stretching back through American history, our task here is to reveal the historical record, where we find a far more complex story. Rather than a single, enduring definition of whiteness, we find multiple enlargements occurring against a backdrop of the black/white dichotomy. Any nation founded by slaveholders finds justification for its class system, and American slavery made the inherent inferiority of black people a foundational belief, which 19th-century Americans rarely disputed. Very few believed that people of African descent belonged within the figure of the American. At the same time, Americans rarely excluded Europeans from the classification of white, especially when it came to politics and voting. After property qualifications for voting ended in the first half of the 19th century, the first enlargement of American whiteness, virtually all male Europeans and their free male children could be naturalized and vote as white. Thus, matters of legal American race remained relatively clear as a question of black/white, especially in the South. Southerner meant white Southerner, American required whiteness, but mere whiteness might not suffice in society. Although determining who counted as white for political purposes was clear, whiteness in and of itself got one only so far toward being part of the American. As we have seen, enormous efforts went into enthroning the Teutonic/Saxon/Anglo-Saxons, tracing them back to a tough Germanic Scandinavian strain, conquerors of old, never themselves conquered. This heroic depiction left out a gaggle of Celts, those millions of French, Irish, and Northern Scots and their children who were assumed to lack Saxon blood. In the mid-19th century, it was mostly Irish Catholics who raised the issue. For Ralph Waldo Emerson, they were not deeply, truly Americans. Nor were certain Catholic and Jewish Germans. In this sense, Emerson's time was passing. The Civil War offered a huge opening. Hundreds of thousands of immigrants volunteered for military service on both sides. Not surprisingly, the Union Army, about one-fourth of whose personnel came from abroad, benefited from immigrant support more than the Confederacy. Some immigrants were well integrated into heterogeneous Union forces as Irish and Germans scattered throughout a panoply of regiments. In addition, and quite shrewdly, the Union Army organized itself along national lines. Among its 36 Irish units were the New York Fighting 69th, the Irish Zouaves, the Irish Volunteers, and the St. Patrick Brigade. Italians made up the Garibaldi Guards and the Italian Legion. The 84 German units included the Steuben Volunteers, the German Rifles, and the Turner Rifles. 1 Confederates looked askance at the Union's polyglot ranks, and for decades afterwards Civil War Decoration Day holidays offered embittered former Confederates occasions to characterize their side as American and to impugn the Union Army as made up largely of foreigners and blacks fighting for pay too. Conversely, former Unionists and most Democrats saw immigrants' service as a multicultural victory over know-nothing nativism. According to one minister, the children of the dead, thanks to the sacrifice of their immigrant fathers, are no longer strangers and foreigners, but are, by this baptism of blood, consecrated citizens of America forever. 3 Union Decoration Day oratory projected the sunny side of wartime immigrant Americanization, helping to usher hundreds of thousands into the white American club. Such a view, however, was far from universal. The Republican Party and its media spokesman initially saw such easy Irish Americanization as little more than another facet of traditional, democratic, pro-slavery white supremacy. The extremely popular and influential Harper's Weekly and its brilliant German cartoonist Thomas Nast, 1840–1902, led the charge. Siding with Southern black Republicans against Northern Irish Democrats, Nast appropriated a caricature long popular in England week after week. He depicted Irishmen as brutal, drunken apes rioting on St. Patrick's Day, overturning Reconstruction in the South, and cynically crashing their way into American politics as white men. By allying with former Confederates and fat cat Northern Democrats, Irishmen were said to be trampling the rights of loyal black Southern defenders of the Union. To Nast, Irish opportunity meant the black man's defeat. Of course, both opportunity and defeat had taught the Irish how politics worked in America. Race, in black and white terms, retained its importance. But race did not matter above all. No women could vote. Consider Nast's 1868 cartoon. See Figure 14.1, This is a white man's government. A stereotypical Irishman on the left swears allegiance to the Confederate, CSA on his belt buckle, in the middle, with Horatio Seymour, a New York Democrat plutocrat, holding graft money, on the right. The Irishman's shillelagh reads,